Good morning, everybody. Today is January 5th, 2025, Monday. We are live from Princeton, New Jersey. What we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, fundamental analysis, and more to find the real direction, trend direction. Time is 9:23 on the board, and the market is opening in 7 minutes. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. This video is for information and educational purposes only and is not financial advice. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. Market is opening here in 4 minutes. Let's get the links out. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone in the YouTube chat. Osama, Buddha, Jacob, Zach, Scott, Harry, West Coaster. Good morning, everybody in the WhatsApp group. 1 second, link has been sent now. Let's watch this video out on CNBC.
Full trading week of 2026, and as you've always heard, as the first day
News on CNBC says U.S. stocks show little reaction to Trump's extraordinary Venezuelan action, and investors see a bull case S&P 500 futures rise.
Tommy, welcome. Thanks for being on set. One thing, it is important the way the market gets out of the gate. That we can say. It's not. It doesn't determine everything, but when you start strong at the beginning of the year, it's usually good. This is the Wall Street Journal. This is like the worst headline you could possibly have. Wall Street experts expect rally to keep going. Yeah. Just don't, even if you think it, don't print it. Don't say that. I mean, that to me just makes me think that it could definitely, it could be a down year.
Yeah, but it wasn't splashed in the top of the
SPX is opening somewhere at the 0.618.
You're right in there because you think 7,700 by the end of 2026 with a 15
Good morning,
correction.
Everybody. Good morning, Mel's. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jake. Good morning, Derek. Good morning, Priscilla. And good morning, everybody else.
Joy, depression, and rally, right? I think just like last year, in 2025, we had a terrible start. People got very gloomy.
Market is
and
rising.
We had a nice rally to finish the year.
You mean April was
the peak April was the
low.
At
683.
Yeah.
We are
so
now
I think because the market will test the new Fed. That probably is the reason we have some fear this year. But there's a lot of things to be optimistic about. The tariffs are anniversarying. The Fed is cutting, and the ISM could finally turn back above 50, and that's good news. And we are pretty optimistic about some groups that have lagged, like energy is one of our
Please
top
make sure you go watch the market update video if you have not already.
The market update video was keep producing good earnings growth, and then the financials and small caps. So it's like a lot of things that could go right in the market.
The 7700.
I'm also letting the video short, expiring
Friday. Do we get a 10% gain in earnings and the multiple stays where it is?
Last Friday.
Is that your thesis, basically?
I think earnings will do even better.
And the multiple comes down.
Yeah, so it's because other sectors are re-rating, but the Mag 7 might just
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Antonio. Good morning, ASO. Good morning, David. Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Francisco. Good morning, Priscilla. Good morning.
Not only are you telling us we're going to be up, you're even telling us when it's going to go down, when it's going to go up. You got a number, 7,700. You even got, you're back on the horse of predicting Bitcoin, even though it didn't work out
breaking above
last year.
higher.
Your numbers were not hit. And it's like, no, I would not say that you're a terrible financial advisor based on trying to predict Bitcoin. I don't know who could do that, so I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire. But as I said, you're getting right back on the horse. 250,000?
Yeah, you can bleep me out too if I just say the number.
Yeah, that'd be good. That we don't care. I'm trying to protect you.
Bulls are coming in crazy from the bottom of
which some people still have.
150.
Yeah. So in 2026, if Bitcoin gets to 200 or 250,000. It would be breaking the 4-year cycle.
IWM,
so that's
SPX,
sort of part of our
NVIDIA,
view is that
Tesla,
this,
SPY.
If you follow the 4-year cycle, Bitcoin should be down this year. But I think that there's tailwinds that are building, and part of it is we kind of reset leverage
doing a morning
on October
pop
10th with
and
that
a morning
big
drop
shock,
off and then rally into market close. So I want to see what happens today. Honestly,
adoption taking
very,
place.
very
Wall Street
important
is
too.
Still
keep in mind, right, what the market has been doing, but also you don't want to speculate that it's going to happen the same shit 2 days.
So I think these are
we'll see what happens today, Monday, market open.
And even week or first week of January, the divergence from gold and silver, you think with gold and silver doing well, eventually Bitcoin benefits from that trade?
Yeah, it does look like gold rallies typically lead Bitcoin rallies. So I think it's been healthy for gold to rally. Part of it's, dollar debasement, and now with monetary easing, those are things that are supportive of crypto to follow. And as you know, crypto adoption rates are still quite low. So crypto has sort of an exponential growth opportunity because the adoption is increasing.
You even think that an improving ISM is
Man, these morning pops are something.
Crypto?
I'm not going to lie, these morning pops are something.
Whatever hard to explain reason, we found that copper to gold price ratio, when that rises, that coincides with Bitcoin rallying. And we also found that the ISM, as it moves from below 50 to its peak, has coincided with Bitcoin entering its sort of rally stage. So
you don't know why, you just have noticed that it happens.
Yeah.
Do you have a forecast for oil? I mean, I think the oil movement last year confounded a lot of people.
All right, here we go.
Now you've got Venezuela on top of this. How do you figure that out?
Yeah, it's
here we go. I'm in a small NVIDIA put right now, so I am watching.
We'll start this hour with a look at tech stocks in 2026, and joining us for that is Gene Munster. He is managing partner with Deepwater Asset Management. And Gene, welcome. It's great to see you today.
Hello.
Why don't we start talking about AI, because that was the dominating story in technology for 2025. And early in 2025, it was a Chinese company, DeepSeek, that threw off people's ideas about what AI was going to be in the United States. What do you think is happening right now? What's your expectation for AI here? Will it be challenged? And is this a place that you think is going to see higher stock prices this year?
I mean, at the highest level, I think we're still early in this broader AI trade. I still think we have
Bulls are crazy right now on all things.
Where the NASDAQ performs plus 10%, largely driven by AI. And I think AI first companies continue to move higher than that. So I'm most optimistic. I recognize that that theme of still being early is a little bit out of place with where the market's been since the end of October, when we started to see a shift after
CNBC
Meta's results and NVIDIA's results, where there has been more skepticism, kind of
S&P 500 rises after the U.S. oust Venezuela and Maduro. That's the news.
But the big picture is this, is that these companies are going to continue to grow in calendar 26 faster than what expectations. I can give you two quick examples. Foxconn reported their December quarter today. They are not only a customer of NVIDIA, but also a partner. They manufacture some of NVIDIA GPUs. They grew at 22%. The street was looking for 13%. That's an 8% revenue upside. So that's an indication we're continuing in that spot of higher
Just let it be for now.
Separately tonight, we're going to get
IWM running
4 Eastern.
250.
Jensen's from NVIDIA is going to be giving his keynote at CES. The last time he gave a big keynote was back on October 28th. He gave guidance essentially for 54% revenue growth this year. The street's at 50, and that excludes China and any new bookings. So I suspect that NVIDIA is probably going to grow 65%
W pump, but what are they going to do from here? All right, let's see what happens. QQQ is pulling back off of 930. HOD market open for now. Right, this does not mean it's going to the same shit as going to happen yesterday, but we might see some sort of pullback and then a bear trap, creating a different cycle from what has been happening in the environment. So
this feels like too well-traveled of a playbook to continue to be a success. This continue to be long AI, but I'm optimistic that the numbers are still too low for this year. We're still early.
Not even 935.
Just in terms of what you're anticipating, let's start with NVIDIA. You said the street's at 50%. You're looking for 65% or even north of that this year. You think Jensen Huang's going to lay that out today, or do you think he'll be a little more cautious in what he's explaining or describing? Because, I mean, those are pretty lofty expectations to try and beat.
Well, the 54, it's not lofty if you think that they can grow 65% plus, and it's not lofty if you believe we're still early in this.
No, but do you think he's going to signal that today? I realize that's what you're looking for, but do you think he'll actually say that today? Because so much of what happens in the market is expectations, beating expectations, being able to anticipate.
This is 9:30. I'll go ranging too on QQQ. We are at the 0.618 Fibonacci. I don't think that's a coincidence. Right? I think we have to leave this Fibonacci line up on QQQ for now.
500 billion in cumulative and Rubin revenue.
All right, 9:30. I'll go range traded. Bulls and bears are all fighting.
I also believe.
Let's see what happens here. SPX is gapped up, opened in the island.
Excludes any additional bookings, which
above
I think he will make indications
Friday's
that
high.
Continue to be strong, and so I think.
Right, this is Friday's high. Market pumped up into pre-market.
54% number, but there's upside to it, and I think it comes down to I think that gap between where the street's at versus what NVIDIA's been saying, what we're seeing in the marketplace from Foxconn today, that gap gives you a sense of kind of some of the apprehension that investors have. That
4 p.m. today, we have a major news conference on a lot of
yes, I think that.
AI companies,
but
most
NVIDIA. I think tomorrow's going to be a good
NVIDIA.
day too, because I think Jensen's comments are going to continue to reiterate that they essentially can't keep up with demand.
Is that your favorite pick, NVIDIA?
So we, Deepwater, we do own NVIDIA. So that's, I think if
IWM had a nice ass fucking crazy bounce and crazy rocket.
For calendar 26, Google is going to continue to be a
that
big
is straight up
today.
smart money shit what happened last week.
Their Gemini devices.
Someone played long on this shit straight up, literally purple box holding and going up, like literally, what the fuck is this crazy smart money plays?
This Foxconn news that I talked about is also
Crazy
positive
smart
for
money plays.
Apple, and that's our
9:35.
That's going to be the best performing large
SOXL rallied up with it too. If you look at SOXL right now, it is way higher
three that we're focused
than
on.
Friday now. Breaking above. Right. Breaking above this trend line at least. Testing some sort of another trend line or getting a double high at the minimum. It's gone crazy on SOXL too.
Today, we'll start this hour.
Shock and awe, they're saying, on the Maduro thing. On Charles Schwab. I think they're gonna pull back, but like I don't know if they're gonna bear trap off that too, because what they've been doing, we called that last week on our WhatsApp group, is that market has been popping up into market open pre-market, and then they dump, and then they pump into market close. So they may pull back here. However, that doesn't mean it's bearish. That just means they're just doing the environment. But you know, that also means they could bear trap off that. So
now to our first news.
A lot of uncertainty ahead. We have Fed Reserve.
Our own Steve Leisman is joining us on
things
set
happening.
For this conversation
We have
as well.
this Maduro thing
First
happening.
Of all,
We have economic news
It's
happening.
you.
You know, we have U.S. jobs data coming out Friday, and we also have the NVIDIA event today at 4 p.m. That this NVIDIA event today at 4 p.m. is going to be the biggest event going into this week. So.
Automatically making
setups were there on SOXL, setups were there on IWM going up, I ain't gonna lie. However, I do realize now it is up, it is going higher. Something's going on up here. Today is NVIDIA day, 4 p.m. AI trading something, technologies day. So
I think that's a real. There's a lot of questions.
Keep your eye on everything.
I think the unemployment rate
everything
is
as in
pretty
QQQ. Right, this 0.618 Fibonacci that is at right now. Right,
so
pre-market push up and deciding at the 0.618. Keep your eye on IWM, whatever it's doing, creating a box or something. Keep your eye on this island on SPX.
There's some issues with the data collection, with the shutdown.
It's not that hard.
I think inflation is still too high.
Look at things
and the big question in my mind is how tight is monetary policy?
And let things
Over the last couple of years, we kept thinking the economy is going to slow down, and the economy has proven to be far more resilient than I had expected. That tells me, well, monetary policy must not be putting that much downward pressure on the economy. And so My guess is we're pretty close to neutral right now.
I mean, I'm expecting a pullback, some advanced level pullback, even if they go higher and SPY and QQQ, but like I'm expecting a bear trap too, so I don't want to fucking do shit. Like I think the risk is crazy right now on SPY and QQQ at minimum. Way better to let them figure out the direction, let them figure out who they want to trap, let them figure out if they want to go higher in IWM or be more crazy or not, and then decide what. Because SOXL right now bugging out too, and this shit is the most dangerous it could do. You have no idea if it's going to go run even more. You have no fucking idea if it's going to pull back and go or pull back or whatever. So if that's the case, right, it's better to pay attention to things that most people are not paying attention to because there are candle things happening. Right? Candles don't allow you to deduct shit. Setups able to see what happens before, and then while they're doing it, before they do it, be like, oh, this is a higher probability than not.
Do you count
blah,
that
blah,
as
blah,
a
blah, blah,
one-time
right?
effect, or do you think
Even not even being straight up bear bias or straight up bull bias, even going higher, having a knowledge of the other side, even going lower, having the knowledge of the other side.
I agree with you, Joe.
So
I mean, that's why
risk is there.
Some people say
Just gotta
it's so
understand
obvious we should be
what the
ignoring
shit
tariff
they're doing.
inflation.
And this is not a
Inflation's on
clear
its way
cut.
back down,
This is
and
not
just be cutting
easy
dramatically
down
to
right
support
now
the labor
yet.
market. I'm not there either.
IWM is literally showing
your
north.
target, you wouldn't have cut it
It's
off.
actually showing north and
we
south,
have two sides of
technically
our
speaking.
mandate,
And
right?
XOXL, nobody knows what the hell XOXL is going to do. You have a, dude, I used to do this XOXL shit when I was an amateur retail. You have no fucking clue how XOXL flies.
I mean, I'm just devil's
That shit
advocate.
just goes on command.
Wait for zero.
Literally.
I wish you could pay me to
You just
take
find out after
it's
look, it's up 6.31% right now. That's like probably in one day. It's disgusting.
Doesn't work that way in a capitalist system.
That's disgusting.
It depends, as you now know. Capitalism
yeah,
it all
that thing
depends.
flies and drops like
I'm
nothing.
just
You gotta
kidding,
watch out.
because it
Shit
almost looks like
dangerous stuff.
A critic of the, and we're talking about critics this morning, but we're not really being ourselves. But a critic would say
IWM going
that
north
the Fed
still.
has moved the goalpost.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it's been 5 years now.
But I don't say.
No,
SPY is hovering at the midpoint.
Substantially elevated inflation.
Above the 930.
That we should all be alarmed about.
But you blamed it on the pandemic, not on all the stimulus.
All I'm in right now is
it's a combination of a bunch of factors. I mean, when I say pandemic,
all I'm in right now is NVIDIA. I'm letting SPY and QQQ figure some stuff out. Why? Because there was such an easy, momentous move that I caught like last week, Friday, and literally, right, last week. So if that's, I don't have to be fucking greedy here. I just need to be smart. Smart thing says, NVIDIA bull trap trying, SPY is slow ass bull trapping, and QQQ is losing to 0.618. The next target is maybe 0.5, but they could bear trap here and cycle and burn all 0 DTs and be like, oh, fuck all bears, and then figure out and then do it 2-3 hours later. That does not straight up, I mean, look at this shit is flying. This shit is not straight up bearish. This is literally dangerous. That's what I fucking call it, right? When easy moves have happened, right, for a couple of days or two or half a day or at the beginning of the week, end of the week, I call it fucking dangerous shit happening. But that is, this is dangerous shit happening, right? You just have to understand that smart money really gives a fuck about the setups, and they do not give a fuck about candles up or north, and they are really truly looking at everything right now, and I mean everything. QQQ, IWM, NVIDIA, SPX, VIX. We're not looking at certain things, but I'm telling you, these people are smart money hedge fund traders are doing this shit fucking milliseconds, and we're doing it within 30 seconds, and we're doing it within minutes. But you have to fucking believe me when I say this shit. This shit is straight up hybrid trading, and these people are fucking fast. Fucking smart money deductors are mad fast. NVIDIA going lower. I have no idea if it's going to go lower on SPY. I'm not going to say this shit is bearish. All I'm saying is NVIDIA going lower. QQQ bounce trying. IWM doing some weird ass shit. Alright, what if NVIDIA goes lower, SOXL goes lower, and the market goes higher? It could easily be. Right, just because NVIDIA candle's going red does not mean you look at SPY and be like, oh, that's fucking bearish. It's not. MACD is not really bullish or bearish. It's dangerous.
That's like
it's fucking dangerous.
There really isn't any that they're not
NVIDIA coming
about. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley,
back down to 4 p.m. gap of yesterday. Looks like
this is not a semiconductor company. This is a company that's getting a price-to-earnings multiple in part because of the
market
new regime
still
in Washington,
hovering.
but also because the earnings power turns to be far greater than people thought. So I am going
Look at
to
this
stick
crazy
with
ass shit happening right now, right?
Still inexpensive.
I'm telling you, NVIDIA going lower right now, market about to stay up or some shit. It's crazy shit happening now. These are crazy times.
Where they really threw cold water on everything and really kind of
so we're about to see something
back up huge, and it turned out to be an amazing buy opportunity. You know,
I'm not saying this is bearish, but like something's crazy. Something's crazy. Definitely. SPY is showing so much bullish. NVIDIA is showing so much bearish.
In the stock market, and my sense is you believe that will just continue.
Year one, because this group has true momentum. And by the way, when you look at what the government's willing to bless,
I am not in nothing on SPY. I'm letting them be.
Right. And I don't see we talk a lot about whether the Fed's going to cut or not. I think we don't talk.
I can't even call this wind directions north, but like they're hovering in the 930 algo range. Wind direction was north from pre-market into open. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're doing. So wind direction was north on IWM into 940 perfectly. 251. Let's see what happens. Time is 9:45, so 9:40 decided to reject to 9:45.
I'm not sure.
Figuring out what to do. NVIDIA is pulling back from the trend line it was bouncing and testing on for the last week, and it is deciding what to do at market open from 193, and we are at 189. I want this shit to go into the purple box. Right. 4 p.m. today. Right. Understand what I'm saying today, guys. 4 p.m. today. Big things happening today on NVIDIA. Smart money do not give a fuck about little moves on QQQ and SPY right now. They realize setup has played up big time, and they love this move. They are just understanding that there are really bigger things happening today, because as the market gets closer to 4, people are going to be like, oh, now now more NVIDIA, oh, more technology, and then something's going to happen. So, all right, can't lie. Look at the MACD coming in. Crazy, scary, but it's bullish. Candle coming in bullish, so. Alright. I'm telling you, SPY and QQQ might do some weird ass shit today. I'm not fucking around today that much without a huge cycle confirmation, so. Right. I'm letting it be. 940. Bounce to 945. 945, breaking the roof on SPY. Alright, now it's showing wind direction north using the algo range, and they're breaking out. I am not long on SPY or QQQ here. I'm short on NVIDIA. I have been since market close last week on Friday, and I let my WhatsApp group know, and I showed my contracts 6% up into market close in the WhatsApp group, but yeah, now it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. Now I'm at the hands of the market makers. Looks like they're algo ranging at 930 and then gaming too. IWM broke higher into 945 at 945. So if it rejects here, it algo ranges. If it goes higher, one more minute, it's running into 950. Let's see. Right, nobody knows if this is about to break higher into 950 in 10 seconds, or no one knows if it's going to reject. I love this. I'm liking what I see though on this chart on NVIDIA. It's just SPY and QQQ, and IWM has its own mind right now. They're faking out bearish on QQQ and going higher. IWM is running into. Now it's 950. So I'm still gonna leave that algo range here, but I will draw 950 now higher. MACD coming in crazy on fucking IWM, doing that little weird rocket into who knows where. Who fucking knows where. That shit could be used as a trap too. It's dangerous shit happening. Dangerous shit happening. I'm not shorting or I'm not fucking longing right now. I'm just fucking watching SPY and QQQ. I'm thinking it's gonna go lower on NVIDIA here, but I can't take the fucking risk here. There's no confirmation long. I mean rejection. It just fucking started. I mean all I can do is just let this shit be at this point on SPY and QQQ and SPX. Every day is not just a free fucking momentum. Oh, easy fucking cycling day. Like every fucking day is not a morning. Oh, blah 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 type of shit. Right, it was great Friday. It was great last week. Like couple of like 2 days in a row. But like I mean now, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to be thinking that every day is so easy and damn same. It's actually so fucking risky and dangerous to think like that. The more they do the same shit, the more it is, the better to realize, oh, they're doing the same shit. Oh, they did the same shit. And now it's like, are they going to do the same shit? And how are they going to trap the same shit? And how are they going to use that as a, I don't know. Bears are coming. The rejection's coming. There's no, I mean, maybe there's a confirmation rejection, but I mean, it's just algo range is rejecting. Tried. Algo range is rejection. Tried. All right. Good morning, Kevin. Good morning, Edison. Good morning, Donna. Good morning, Brian. Good morning, everybody. Let's see what happens with the market. Now it is time to focus, is what I call it. Why? Because setup has played out. Setup is playing out as we speak live. It's called a live market, right? Things happen fucking live and they happen real quick. So it is best to pay the most attention when most people are saying, "Oh fuck it, ah so happy, oh fuck it, oh I'm so sad," and they don't give a fuck. That is the most important thing to understand. That is what makes up the mentality in the game, right? The winners compared to the fucking losers of the candle, whatever. So most important shit to do is to cycle analyze and to time analyze and to risk analyze always in the environment that we are in, right? It's the most important shit to do. Not gap filling on the video. Near it though. 950. Cycle is creating. Building liquidity now at the 3/3 roof, right? Where we are at the top. Where we are today is the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from yesterday. Not yesterday, but Friday at 150. So what that means is they might reject here, but at some point, right, up here might be used as a pullback. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, right? And then at some point, this bearishness could be used to go higher too and be like, oh, we're still in a bullish cycle to go try to gap fill, right? So that doesn't, when they reject like this does not mean they're bearish trying right now. This does not mean it's full on bearish and it's gonna go dump, but it just means it's pulling back, it's trying something. Wow, is it actually turning into a morning dump again? This is what I mean, but like this is literally what I meant. Like they're gonna fucking do some pullback, but like I'm expecting a bear trap here too. But like look at this shit. They're morning bull trapping. They're pullbacking on NVIDIA, QQQ, using the 0.618 IWM, pushing into 950. Their candle numerically, psychologically being like, oh more, but like they're fucking people on the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, right? So the risk is this is the 3/3. Do realize on IWM too. This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 playing out from the bottom of literally last week. The bottom on Friday, right? When they bear trap was the bottom. So it's 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 into today open. Right, this is how the market does. Let's see what the fuck happens today on IWM. This does not mean it can't go higher. All it means is it's pulling back and it could, right? It could even go lower here and then touch this purple box and go higher and be like, oh, we're still in a bullish trend as long as it doesn't break yesterday's low, which is Friday's low. So, all right, pullback is trying, but it's fucking crazy. Risk is there. All right, in my opinion, pullback trying now, it's too fucking easy and risk is there and there. Bear trap it already. Holy shit. I thought they were going to go a little bit lower here and then bear trap, but before they're doing something crazier. So now it's spike bear trapping. This could bull trap itself and then go lower and then bear trap that. So do realize just because I said that and the candle came in big green done right now doesn't mean, oh, the next 4 minutes is, oh, it just changed and oh, it could mean, yes, but that's one of the possibilities, right? That's 955 too. Their algo ranging at 950 and they're popping into 955, so it could mean 2 or 3 things here. It does not just mean one thing. You cannot look at one candle. You cannot look at one single fucking 1 minute candle and be like, oh, now the destination and my fate and my time is still. That's candle trading, right? Probability and time analysis and cycle analysis says that there are higher things happening in higher environments and settings and places. Guys, I'm telling you guys, if you guys like this sort of shit, hit the subscribe button and thank you so much for all being here. God bless you all. Man, it's 2026 New Year. Hit the like button on the live stream and please go watch the market update video, folks. This is what smart money does, right? This is literally what smart money does. That's what we try to do. Smart money live market analysis to find the real direction, the trend directions, right? And the dangers basically of what they do. So please do realize this is not bullish, not bearish. It's 50-50 almost. Crazy to say. All right, 55 bearish, 45 bullish, but it's, I don't even want to fucking say a percentage. This is just plain, not the top. What if it does break higher and plays up even higher? No one fucking knows yet. I mean, I'm hoping this shit goes lower into this week, but I mean, I have so much time on NVIDIA, I'm not really worried on NVIDIA, but I am in 190. I'm a little worried on NVIDIA, I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, as long as this shit drops to 185 at some point today or tomorrow, I should be fine. I should really be fine. I'm not gonna lie. I got in at 184, no, 187 yesterday. Fucking not yesterday, Friday at 3, somewhere here, 325. So hope to God this comes back down. What market could say not today and then go bullish. This is so insane. They're chopping at the top now. Chopping at the top using the 0.618 on QQQ. Time is 9:55. Way better to let the market figure out what it wants to do and then decide. Wild. This is what happens though when they reject with barely any confirmations. They just algo range and play and create a cycle. A bigger cycle. This is insane. It's like chopping for a little bit, but like it's also, I want to say it's like an advanced level bull trap, but like that shit could be so fucking goddamn risky that I'm not saying it right now. It's really not on SPY and QQQ. But I mean, one candle could come booming into the 9:30 a.m. open, sure, but I'm just saying, like, I can't really say it because the risk is fucking absolute. And this is like 3/3 bullish cycle, and this is also 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bearish cycle trying with barely any cycle confirmations. So it's way better for me to say, oh, after they go, they're about to do it. But like, if they do, then that's truly 3/3 bearish cycles since 9:45 into 9:55, 10 a.m. and it would be way too late, and the risk would be basically chasing. So I hope I hope people that have been watching my stream understand what I'm saying here. Like it's a little bit, it's one of those times, right? It's morning cycles and they could trap people like crazy off morning. This is what I used to call prime time trap time, basically 10, 10, 10, 10:05, 10:20, 9:30, 9:45, 9:50, right? On fucking 5-minute increments. I'm not saying like that's what happens basically, but like that's usually the times you see it because that's literally what I call morning cycle trap times. Just you see something crazy happen in the first 30 or 1 hour or 2 hours into 10:30 or some shit. So that's why some people don't even do shit in the morning. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. But some people like to get movements. I can't. Sometimes, dude, like the movement happens in the morning and they just trap all fucking day long. So it's just like, if you weren't able to deduct and you don't get the move right in the morning and you don't get the move, it's just way better to fucking stay out too, because all they do is just troll and all they do is just try to pop a little bit and then burn, and then all they do is try to drop a little bit and then burn. All right, bears are coming. Let's see what they do. Bearish, tiny bit, 3/3. Right, turning into. Time is 10 a.m. This is the 3/3 bearish cycle, most likely. Risk is absolute. They're most likely about a bear trap here. I mean, I want to say they're about a bear trap here, but they're going lower on everything except IWM. So I don't know. I'll just not say anything for a minute, probably. It's better. Let's see. They're saying commodities.
Now is Jason Trennert, Chairman and CEO of Strategic Research Partners, a Baird company, and it's always good to see you and to see you back at this table.
Yep, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to be here. You know,
we're
how do you like the new haircut?
It's looking good.
Okay,
looking good.
We're trying
earlier.
Weird ass candle off
I'm doing
POs.
well.
We're very happy to hear that.
You know what I mean? Small cycle shit happening.
On where the markets
cycle
are,
shit happening.
Maybe a little bit of what you think happened this weekend. If you think that's going to have an impact,
confusion.
I'm actually surprised that we haven't actually seen a bigger impact one way or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I do think what happened this weekend actually fits in pretty well with. You know, by luck, by kind of one of our big themes this year is that we believe commodities are going to occupy a much greater place.
If you ask the bulls, they would say this is bullish. And if you ask the bears, they would say this is bearish
pensions,
right
and
now.
endowments we work with really have very little.
That's the truth. If you ask the bulls, they're going to be like, oh, that pop-up candle, gap fill, bullish. And if you ask the bears, you're going to say, oh, that's a trap candle. So
exposure
we'll see.
To commodities.
I don't think shit.
One of the things
I don't
we
fucking
think
know.
Represents
I just want NVIDIA to go lower here. That's what I really want, but I really don't fucking know.
That's going on with China, Russia, United States, and then that's not often said, but I think that's
I have no idea
a big part of it.
I fucking no idea.
Another big theme is just the gamification
market
of
doing
the
what it's doing,
and this blending of
crazy candle now coming spiking up. Oh, sorry. One second. I'm gonna have to do something on my chart.
You mean prediction markets and the like?
Prediction markets, and if you look at CME did a deal with FanDuel 2 weeks ago. Robinhood has clearly has relationships with other prediction markets. And I think, as a Wall Street guy, I can't say I'm thrilled about it. By the same token, it's happening. And so it's
are you seeing professionals use it now in terms of either hedging certain positions, taking certain gambles on things? By the way, we did see, I don't know if you saw the news over the weekend, there were people who had bet on Maduro's
what is this craziness?
And to some degree, this whole
Be careful, guys. Long and short right now.
I personally haven't seen it, but it would not
crazy.
Shock me in any way that our hedge fund clients are starting to use the prediction markets to hedge some of their macro.
The risk is they could bear trap this fucking crazy too. Ain't gonna lie.
I don't like it because
what the fuck? Yo, it looked bullish. That 1 minute candle spike. I can't. Yo, something happening here. I'll go ranging at 10.
Not really. You're making it a game.
Market fighting insane. Market is fighting at the 0.618. Bears are coming testing the LOD on QQQ. It is happening super fast, and IWM is bouncing.
Blows it up to the point that it throws up all over polite society, right? So whether it's CDOs, whether it's portfolio insurance, whatever it is. They take decent ideas and then really add leverage to it, and then it eventually becomes a problem.
So what do you do with that as an investment theme?
Yeah, as an investment theme, frankly, we're playing it. I mean, so we own Robinhood, we own CNBC, we own ICE, because all of those exchanges are getting into those markets, and Flutter, Robinhood, all of those things. In our opinion. I don't like it.
What is this 1 minute candle?
I wouldn't stand
just
in front
fly.
of it.
More broadly, if we get together a year from now, I'm sure we'll hope to see you a lot more between now and then.
Yes.
Where do you think we really land? Where are we?
Listen, as a strategist, we were talking about this in our morning meeting this morning. It's very hard in a rip-roaring bull market to be correct about where the market will end up, because you have some discipline in terms of valuation, in terms of PEs. And so, I would use roughly like 7,500 for the S&P 500, but if I'm going to be wrong, I have a feeling it'll be higher. And that's largely because
that is crazy scary to see.
Estimates are about 15%, up 15% this
We spoke to Tom Lee in the 6 o'clock hour, and
That's
he
crazy
also has a higher expectation for the end of the year, but along the way believes that we could see a 10, 15 plus % correction.
Yeah. Well, you have the midterm elections. You have a new Fed chair, right? There's a lot of moving parts this year. Now you have what we were discussing in terms of what's going on with.
Such an easy-ass head and shoulders, though. Like, I don't know.
I think you're right. I think Tom's right.
What about the AI piece of it? Because a lot of folks are either concerned about it or excited about it.
Yeah. No, this is one of these things, and I kind of almost purposely left it out because I don't know. I've never seen a technology that is exciting as this.
Right.
I've also never seen capital spending as robust as this.
They're so crazy.
It seems to me there are going to be some
oh my God, look at
downward
NVIDIA.
surprises along the way. I still don't think that would be enough.
Look at NVIDIA perfectly rejecting and making SPY fucking spike candle algo range.
And utilization is not particularly high.
IWM is running right now. IWM is doing that crazy shit again. Nobody knows when the IWM bull to stop.
Welcome back. Software giant Palantir is a major leader in artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, and defense, continuing its leadership position into 2026.
I am not short or long on SPY here.
After dipping slightly in the first few trading days of the new year, but it is up sharply over the last year as investors look to fourth quarter earnings, which will be out on February 2nd. Palantir is up better than 110% over the last year. It is up better than 24% in the past 6 months.
I think NVIDIA wants to go lower, but the market is making it like stay here.
And continues its bullish chart. My next guest is here to make the case for AI optimism heading into the new year. Joining me now is the Chief Technology Officer of Palantir, Shyam Sankar.
I'm in 4K and 190 here into Friday, man. I need fucking $4 down now on NVIDIA.
And of course, Fox News Media is
working
with Palantir to build a suite of custom AI tools. And I know you've talked a lot about the transition
the market
to the
could run
floor
with NVIDIA pulling back. Like, I would be happy with that. That's what I'm really honestly looking for. But like, I don't fucking know. This shit is crazy, bro. That's all I can say. I can keep saying that, man. SPY is running.
The factory floor. What's your take?
Well, there is a historic opportunity for America to underwrite the next decade of our prosperity.
All these bears are getting trapped off of 940 into 10:05, 25 minutes. IWM bear trapped everybody off of market open.
On the factory
SPY
floor, in the ICU
showing the same shit now into 10:05.
With our submarine-based industrial suppliers, that's leading
this is
to
not.
job
This is
growth.
why I
This
wanted
is
to
about
not short.
empowering the American worker,
At the fucking minimum, at 9:45, 9:50, I was like, I am not fucking going in here because no confirmation. This is literally what they're doing. No confirmation.
And I think the
And they're
market
basically
has largely
algo
figured
range,
out that
VWAP,
Palantir is the leading company, if not the only company,
bullish or
that is
cycling
building
or
and implementing
chopping or
AI
crazy.
aligned with American values.
This is liquidity
American
building.
prosperity.
And of course, President Trump has been
They use
reiterating
algo
the
ranges at the
need
top to build
get
liquidity.
supply chains
3/3.
back
So
to America.
who the fuck would
You've
want to
been
play here
sounding
when
the
it just
alarm
popped
as
up
well
randomly
on
in the
the
middle
need
of
for
buff
America
fuck nowhere?
to, quote,
Nobody except
reindustrialize,
Candle and
to
algo
deter
ranging.
World War III.
So they
now,
get things
Palantir
happening.
obviously has major government partnerships.
what
You're working with
smart
the
money
U.S.
would say.
Army, Air Force, Space Force, Navy.
That's what people have been doing this shit for 70 years would say.
Accelerating shipbuilding
50 years
through a
would say.
$448 million investment called Ship OS. But Shyam, I want to get your take on how
I don't want to
AI
say
has
advanced level
changed the
fucking
business
bull
here.
trap, but
Walk
I mean,
us through it.
wow, something crazy.
Well, so much of if you think about our work in defense, most people think about us in the work we do in the factory floor, helping and planning missions and operations. But the other element of deterrence is really
the divergence at the roof
the
now.
foxhole.
Look,
The other
930
element of deterrence
HOD
is really the
divergence
factory
on
floor.
QQQ.
It's how do we make our weapons, our
10:05.
platforms, can we make them at a
now this is
rate
bearish.
that actually deters our adversaries? And
Crazy.
the opportunity has been with Ship OS, you see rolling out
Advanced
integrated
level.
planning, supply chain solutions that reduce the dwell time. You can make more parts more quickly, you can get more subs in the water. one of our suppliers was actually able to add a third shift. They were able to hire more American workers by using AI to accelerate how they do production planning and manage the supply chain. That meant they could more effectively and profitably hire American workers to produce more equipment. I think this underwrites the basis of this. You see this with Panasonic Energy. They produce electric vehicle batteries. And the training time has been reduced from 3 years to 3 months
4.4K.
for casino
I added
workers who are transitioning into this highly skilled role because of AI. So I think having the right focus on how we use AI to drive American prosperity and the competitiveness of our companies is how we're going to reindustrialize.
Time is 10:10. They could even come down here and then bear trap the fuck out of everybody again. They do not have to break this algo range.
Unprecedented demand for AIP, especially across commercial industries, all commercial enterprise industries. But with all of this money moving into AI,
divergence at the floor and divergence at the roof yet again.
The question has to be asked, are we actually going to see a return on investment over the near term? Because when I spoke with Jensen Huang recently, he was talking about trillions of dollars being spent on AI every year. Here's what he said when I asked the same question.
One of them's going to clear.
Jensen, I want to get your take on all the money moving into the AI infrastructure build-out. How much are you expecting that to be, and will we see a return on investment in that money soon?
Artificial intelligence in the last year made some humongous breakthroughs. It is now effective, it's useful, it's generating really good results for users. It's impacting every single industry that we're observing. Everything from healthcare to, of course, enterprise computing, where we do work, and whether it's manufacturing, robotics, we're seeing breakthroughs in every industry. That platform shift is just beginning, and we're just seeing it so strong and accelerating because
what the fuck is this wedge on the video too?
Finally, AI is delivering really great results. And it's the reason why we're seeing the fastest growing companies in the world.
So, Sean, what about that? What can you tell us, given the fact that you had a customer event before the holidays, and a lot of analysts came away really bullish because you made the case of every industry getting impacted by your
I think the 5-minute looks bullish, but...
Well, I would say even more so than that, our customers made the case.
This is the 33rd.
And I think that's what's kind of missing here. A lot of the voices in AI
the roof on
the AI supply side, the people who are building the models and building the chips. I think the much more compelling testimonials are coming out of the customer side, on the demand side, the people who are consuming this stuff and watching their businesses being transformed. If you ask the users, the ICU nurse herself, not only how has it transformed her work, but how she feels about a future for her children in America that's powered by AI, it's incredibly optimistic. So
I'm about to leave SPY.
I don't think this
NVIDIA
is
going lower
and
fucking market going higher. This is some bullshit.
And that's why people are investing more into it.
That is great. And I love the use cases that you just mentioned in terms of healthcare. But talk to us today about defense, given what we've been talking about all morning in Venezuela. Nicolas Maduro and his wife will face
if it does not reject her.
This is it. When you're talking about defense, Sham, what should the audience be understanding about the most important AI-related defense products and equipment?
Just give me fucking VWAP. I'm leaving on SPY. Oh my god.
Whether it's the value chain in the commercial world or the kill chain in the defense
world,
these are the same thing. It's about decision advantage.
Market
you want
could
to be
fly.
more competitive.
NVIDIA could reject. But what the shit is this?
Now, I think it's about being
no cycle confirmation. This is higher cycle building, higher cycle confirmation building. Realize that some higher cycle confirmation building on QQQ right here.
Of the operations here,
using the 0.618 as
in the Department of War in the last year under the leadership of President Trump and Secretary Hegseth than we have seen in the last 20 years here. And so the rate at which these technologies are being incorporated.
If they trap this shit, this is crazy as fuck. They're building a crazy cycle, huge cycle with the roof rejection, confirmation. They might go back here, but I mean, they might.
It's really important.
What the fuck is this? Things are about to happen fast, I think. Even if they spike down here, I think there's a bear trap. But I mean, I'm trying to get the fuck out.
$30 million effort to use AI to track illegal immigrants, potentially leading to apprehensions. The project began in April. It was renewed in late September, bringing this investment to some $60 million. And I said, quote, Palantir is the only source that can provide the required capabilities without causing unacceptable delays, Sean.
This is straight up pivot point trading, roof divergence trading, and fucking candle trading all at the same time. Risk is fucking absolute. And I basically candle trading, pivot point trading, and I'm fucking. Setup could extend crazy, bro. But this shit is what the fuck.
With efficiency while protecting
Roof
the privacy
trading,
and civil
divergence trading,
and so
and pivot point trading, no confirmation trading.
This mission,
holy fuck!
And this
the trifecta, or the quadrifecta,
and you've
the
launched
risk.
Chain Reaction with partners Centerpoint Energy and NVIDIA. Sham, what kind of a
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm not gonna lie. Quadrifecta, the risk is fucking against me crazy.
These things are coming together, whether it is ramping up the factory floor and AI changing the game there, or working with government to actually push off our adversaries, which have been on the march aggressively.
It's a historic opportunity. I mean, the numbers really speak for themselves. If you look at, I won't speak to Q4, but if you look at the prior quarters, the rate of growth has been accelerating quarter over quarter here, and I think that
I only have 1.2K on SPY too. I'm fucking down $200 in this fucking move. This shit is scary as shit.
But 50 different industries in the commercial sector, and the ambition.
NVIDIA about to do what market does too, but I mean,
you want to power AI, you need a lot.
I have more confidence on NVIDIA for some reason. I'm not gonna lie.
Production capacity. Companies need to invest in more capex. People are adding more.
Way more on the video right here.
Parts and labor planning. You're reshoring so much.
I need somewhere fucking below here though. I need like 185. I really need 186.
And we're helping to underwrite all of that.
And it is the reason that analysts are betting on a $3 trillion valuation, Sean. We're going to be watching the company closely. We so appreciate your time this morning. Congratulations, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Sean Sankar joining us from Palantir.
Shit. I can't believe Maduro got removed.
Market is busting at the seams to kick off 2026. The AI chip designer Shanghai Biren Technologies made its debut on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange today, raising some $700 million through its IPO. Get this, that stock finished up 76%. Meanwhile, we should look at Baidu. Baidu is surging 15%. It's on track for its largest percent increase
QQQ
since
is cycling
March
at the
of
roof.
2022. What's going on there? Well, the Chinese tech giant is planning to spin
IWM is
off
cycling at the
its
roof, wedging at the
semiconductor
roof.
unit, Kunlun Xin, and list it in Hong
SPX
Kong.
is island pushing
These
up.
moves come as U.S.
Isn't the
restrictions
3/3?
on chip exports to China are now pushing firms toward domestic alternatives. What's the trade? Does this mean you should hold on or ditch your U.S. semi stocks? Let's find out. Joining me now with $3.2 billion in assets under management, Infrastructure Capital Management CEO Jay Hatfield. Jay,
what do you guys think? Let's do a poll. The first poll of the day, guys.
We saw the tariffs, and we knew that China
are you bullish or
was going
bearish
to
into this
basically
tech
put
conference
Chinese
today at 4
companies that
p.m.?
needed chips
NVIDIA Tech
under their
Conference, 4
thumb,
p.m.
And Beijing
Chips,
would say, start
market.
buying Chinese chip companies.
From right now,
And
right?
now
This
they're
thing will go
blossoming.
lower and go
What does that mean
bullish.
for
Realize
US
that, right?
chip stocks?
Let's do a poll right now.
Happy New Year, Liz.
Into
Thanks
4
for
p.m.,
having
I
me back.
guess.
Well, we're still bullish on U.S.
Tech
chip
conference.
stocks, particularly given that the valuations really came in over the last couple of months. They're rallying hard on this.
Bullish or
you
bearish?
mentioned.
Right now,
But
right
we like
here.
Marvell. It trades only 25 times earnings. Benefits by having application-specific semiconductors.
Custom.
Right, apps custom, which can be more efficient for AI. Broadcom got cheaper, had gotten to our target, and NVIDIA is actually still quite reasonably priced, even though there are restrictions in China. But the rest of the world is a huge opportunity. It's sold out. And so we think people are too negative on the chip stocks.
And Reuters reported that NVIDIA has something like 2 million chip orders from Chinese companies for the H200, which is the one that's been approved by the U.S. for sale in China. So you're saying people who are on the U.S. chip train might stay there, at least?
Absolutely. I would watch valuation. We sold some Broadcom at 400 and we bought it back at 320. So just pay attention to valuation so you don't get burned by overvalued
It's
stock.
chopping and hovering near the roof, statistically speaking.
Go elsewhere. What other stocks do you
Without
like?
the higher time frame
Well,
settings
as you know,
being
last year we
bearish,
really
when they
liked the
do things
investment
like this, they
banks,
do
and
pop
that
up and
worked
break
well.
the roof a
They
lot
are
more than
fully
not.
valued, like we're saying, focus on
Statistically
valuation.
speaking, but
What's
wow.
really cheap are regional banks. We do think the Fed's going to
Why
cut 3
market
times.
acting
We're
like
super
this?
bullish
Who
about
knows?
inflation. Think it'll roll down to
2.4% in the first quarter. So real surprise on inflation. And that's going to benefit regional banks, higher net interest margins.
Chopping bullish on SPY, showing chopping bearish on NVIDIA is what I see.
Listen, right now it's up 1.6%.
All right, let's see what people voted.
This is a regional
this is the
that
personal opinion vote.
Right.
Jasmine said I'm bullish. Mel said bullish, bullish, bullish 3. So
be higher risk fixed income,
bearish,
higher risk
Chris says,
equities,
and then I think it runs
the
later. Okay. 8 people says bullish, and 5 says bearish from right here, right now.
Hopefully the market is listening to what we're saying, that vertical scale is going to be a way for us to differentiate and to diversify our business, to be not so beholden to pay TV. While that's still a big
looking
profitable
so bullish,
part
SPY,
for us,
QQQ, and
it's not
IWM at
be
least.
The end game.
Maybe about to break out.
Lazarus, CEO of our parent Versant Media Group, last hour on Squawk. As we usher in a new era for CNBC today, Versant is making its debut as an independent, publicly traded company after being spun off from Comcast. In a couple of moments, Versant will ring the opening bell at the NASDAQ, where it's listing under ticker VSNT. A lot of discussion on Squawk, Jim, about shifting investment priorities outside of Comcast now?
Right. I do think that for people at home who are interested in what they're going to do, remember that if you own Comcast, there's a ratio 1/25 that you get.
Yeah, and Comcast shares are going to reflect the spinoff.
You'll also know that almost maybe almost $1 billion.
Proof divergence clear. Trying.
By index funds, and index funds. It's a $7 billion company. It's highly
time is 10:20 now, not 10:15.
So there might be some initial pressure.
Correct. Yeah, Mario Gabelli was on a few weeks back talking about wanting to be a buyer with that pressure because index funds, to your point, that own Comcast will then sell Versant. That said, coming back to the numbers themselves, the stock has been trading on a when-issued basis for a couple of weeks now. It's been trading a bit below 5 times EBITDA. That has sort of been the hopeful range. Maybe you could get 5 to 6 times. It's trading at around 4.6, 4.7. We'll see how it opens today.
Growth rate.
We're talking revenue of $6.6 billion, adjusted EBITDA for last year of $2.2 billion with 33% adjusted EBITDA margins, and about $1.4 billion of free cash flow. Those are the basic numbers on Versant from last year as we head into the new year.
And NVIDIA too.
By the way, those EBITDA numbers are not going up, and that's the challenge.
Bear trap.
How do you actually reverse that, get it to flatten, if not start to increase, by finding new areas of business for CNBC and other names that are well known in terms of this branded portfolio?
See how it goes?
Yeah.
I do know I care about index fund pressure because anything you say that's really positive, people say, well, wait a second, why didn't you tell me about the fact that a lot of the stock is owned by index funds? And the answer is just because Comcast is a member of the S&P, very big member, and you're not going to get BlackRock.
They did not clear the divergence.
Take a look at Versant. They just said.
Under-levered versus many of its potential peers. Yeah, at about 1 times exactly, which is great. Allows potentially for acquisitions. Mr. Lazarus has indicated not really going to be focused on other cable properties, certainly not as a main area of focus for acquisition.
Let's get that opening bell in the CNBC real-time exchange. And the big board, it's the New York National Guard. And at the NASDAQ, of course, it is our new parent, Versant Media. Mark Lazarus doing the honors.
There you can show it.
And at the NASDAQ, of course.
It opened mix. They opened mix. They barely showed it.
Today, Bitcoin.
Well, you were trying to get answers on oil, and we're going to try to get some more regarding the commodity and Venezuela with Brian Sullivan this morning at HQ, with a look at what some of the oil majors are saying, or maybe more importantly, Brian, not saying about their future.
Yeah, what they're not saying, Carl, is that they're going to be going into Venezuela anytime soon. Spent the weekend talking to pretty much every oil company out there, industry sources, government officials, even members of OPEC. Here's the reality. A lot of the oil complex, which you guys have shown so well, is indeed on the move. You look at a Valero, that's higher. Schlumberger, Halliburton, Baker Hughes, Chevron, Phillips 66, all those stocks are indeed moving higher. But I want to be very, very clear in my reporting over the weekend. This is a country that is still, I don't want to say leaderless, but it's unclear effectively.
We're up 93 cents since market open.
What will happen? This is a country whose oil infrastructure is largely rusted and has come way, way down. This is not a situation where suddenly tomorrow you're going to have an Exxon or a ConocoPhillips or somebody else say, guys, we've decided now with the president's urging that we are going to be going into Venezuela. That is simply not going to happen. Obviously, Chevron is there as a joint venture with PDVSA right now. Venezuela putting out about 800 to 900,000 barrels a day. Folks, that's about 0.8% of global oil output. And the other thing I would add is that OPEC is, Venezuela is a founding member of OPEC. OPEC has quotas on certain nations. Venezuela not in that group of 8, so to speak, that is kind of doing things on their own. They had a meeting yesterday, Sunday, they're meeting about oil output and quotas. But Venezuela, as a founding member of OPEC, is subject to what they call their declaration of cooperation, where they kind of set their output goals. I'm not trying to throw cold water on the Venezuela story.
Right. If this goes on the 5-minute, then it's starting a bearish cycle. And the bears are coming, but until then,
going around that suddenly Exxon is going to show up or ConocoPhillips
bouncing
is going to show
into 10, 20.
in Venezuela tomorrow is simply
IWM is still
not
wilding.
true. David Faber, you know very well, Guyana, Exxon is very much involved in that offshore platform, billions of dollars of investment. We're talking about a country that would require,
is rejecting here.
if not
the market
a decade,
is going higher here.
Close to it, tens of billions of dollars of investment. And if it does begin, it will begin with the Schlumbergers, the Halliburton, and the Baker Hugheses of the world, because to build out any extra oil output, you first need to modernize and invest in the guts, the infrastructure of oil, and that are the services names. That is why they are up very quickly. Why Valero's up, because the Venezuelan oil is very thick, it is very sludgy. If indeed there is some kind of increase in output, that oil would likely be shipped to America and refined by, likely, a Valero, which has the capability to refine the heavier crude that would ultimately be turned into diesel.
Right. It used to go, apparently, to Aruba. There was the largest refinery in the world on Aruba.
And St. Croix.
It doesn't operate anymore for that Venezuelan oil, as you point out, back when, obviously,
great volume.
The Chevrons and the others were operating in the country at a fuller level. I mean, to your point, Brian, and your reporting here, obviously speaking to a lot of people, I mentioned a conversation I had with somebody who was in the country not long ago. The state of disrepair is appalling. The pipelines, the pumping stations, the power, all of it needing to be rebuilt. And the question they ask, and the one I know you're raising as well, is how are you going to do that without some sort of massive security guarantee from the U.S.? And what does that really look like, especially if you get a change in administration in 2028 that has a different approach?
That's exactly right. And people I talked to also over the weekend, David, said if this was going to happen, if this was purely an oil play, why would this capture, if you will, of Maduro not occurred in 2019? In the first Trump term, when the oil infrastructure was less bad, when output was higher. Remember, former President Joe Biden put a $25 million bounty on Maduro's head earlier in 2025.
We went up 70 cents since market open, guys.
So
they could dump here.
We've been talking about
NVIDIA going lower
Maduro
here.
or having
I don't know what the
leave
fuck is going on here on SPY.
I
have no idea.
For a number of years. Why now? This is not some
dude. I don't want to say this is bearish on the video only. There's something crazy.
This idea, maybe
I call lie.
To your point, you will
something
get this
crazy.
Investment at the early stages.
I want them to drop $6 on the video into tomorrow. I don't know how they're going to do it.
And
I want them to close the market green today too. I don't know how the fuck they're going to do it.
A couple hundred or a couple thousand American or Western nation workers to go down and improve this. You better darn well make sure
way better
that they are safe.
It's actually really
high
up.
And Venezuela right now and probably for
Since
months
Friday,
or years to
we're
come
at 680.
is not
we're
a
at
nation
687.
that anybody is going to describe as
maybe
stable.
like
yeah, a lot of parallels to Iraq, where you had a lot of party
anything above 684 today is still green. Wow.
To make sure that your investments can take place. Brian, we'll talk soon. Brian Sullivan, thanks.
Wow. Market moves so much when it moves.
ISM manufacturing, and it's for December, expecting a number under 50. around 48.5, comes in light, 47.9. So this would be what, the 10th consecutive read
this
under
is so
50.
crazy.
Only the first 2 months
just
of the year
running
were
up.
above 50, and it's
IWM doing IWM things, man.
Of 24, October of 24. And if we look at prices paid, unfortunately, it remains sticky. 58.5. It equals last month's 58.5, and that was the highest since the previous month, September of 25. New orders, 47.7. That's very close to expectations, but obviously in contraction territory, under 50. 47.7 would be the weakest going back to, well, just last month was 47.4.
That's disgusting.
So you can see it's actually the strongest since October, but we have not been above 50 since August of this year. Last year, a new year this year, right? ISM employment finally, considering that we have ADP and the big jobs report this week, comes in at 44.9, well under 50, but it is a little higher than our last, which was 44.0. 44.9 actually is the best since it was 46 in October. That means we now had 11 consecutive readings under 50. The only reading that was above 50 in the employment space was the very first month of the year. Interest rates, well, they're all down a little bit, but they're down from elevated areas.
Going so much. When they go, dude, they go fucking so much one way. Holy crap.
Been hovering around that
we were at
680.
Now we're at 688, 687.
Since very early September. Sarah, back to you.
HOD broke on
Rick,
QQQ too. Wind direction showing north now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wild. NVIDIA at the floor. Wild. Imagine if NVIDIA ran with this shit too, though. This shit would be at fucking 690 right now. Wild. And 688's moving so fucking crazy off this shit. IWM. Insane. Just one way up on IWM right now. Super up. Divergence cleared at the roof. Set up. North. Now that the setup has went north. Alright, they did not clear the divergence at the floor. They cleared the divergence at the roof. Right, that does not mean they can't go higher here, but that does mean they clear the divergence at the roof. Let's try the wind direction now. Alright, from 9:30, algo ranged into 9:30, and they pushed higher into 10:30. So for 1 hour, the bulls were here in the 3/3, holding it strong. Except NVIDIA. I think NVIDIA, there's some bull strapped. So I don't know what's about to happen here with the market, but QQQ is up 1.11%, SPY is up 0.77%, and IWM is up 1.25%. Okay, IWM is up 1.25%. That is fucking crazy high. I am not shorting IWM, nor am I long on IWM. I'm just fucking watching. I'm letting IWM do its IWM thing.
For Charles
crazy,
Payne.
though.
All right, guys, thank you so much. And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Cheryl Casoni. I'm in for Charles Payne today. This is making money, and the major averages are, well, doing pretty nicely to kick off the new year. Taking a look at the markets right now, S&P just earlier in the session coming into negative territory, but only by 13 points. NASDAQ is now down 101 points. Now, as you can see, the Russ 2000 is holding steady. However, there's some huge moves in the chip space. Micron, ASML, Lam Research, Intel, and ARM all putting up solid gains for the session. Could this be a sign of things to come in 2026? Joining me now, Futurum Group CEO Daniel Newman. All right, so first trade of day 2026. Here we go.
Can't believe there's no fucking pullback on SPY, so I can leave. This is fucking just getting cooked.
Just a little bit, but Wall Street really is bullish on the year ahead. On a scale of Bank of America calling for 7,100 when it comes to the S&P, Deutsche Bank is saying 8,000. What do you think the cards are holding for the S&P 500 for the year?
Yeah, hey, happy New Year, Cheryl, and thanks for having me. I think we'll be closer to that 8,000 call than we will be to the 7,100. I think everything's setting up really nicely for the year. We saw everything came out fast today, and it's funny because we've seen a little rotation today. Some of the big risk and growth assets are actually performing quite well, but we're seeing, some of the major companies, the Amazons are pulling it back a little bit. And it's interesting too, is basically you showed those chip stocks, and they're booming because the AI trade is getting a major tailwind right now as we're hearing about China demand. We're hearing about TSMC expanding capacity, ASML selling more EUV machines, and all of this sets up the rest of the wave of growth, Cheryl, because realistically, we need the capacity to keep this rally going.
Well, we need the capacity, and I think that there's a lot of ancillary plays that we've been talking about throughout 2025 that are likely going to go into 2026. I mean, last year was all about AI driving tremendous growth. Do you think that AI is still going to show up meaningfully in earnings this year? Because there's been a lot of talk, in particular in the fourth quarter, about investors are going to have to start to see return on investment. And with the trillions that's been put out there for AI and the expansion of these data centers, ad nauseum, at some point, these earnings reports are going to have to talk about projected profits.
It really depends on what part of the overall market we're looking at. When you look at the NVIDIAs, the ASMLs, the Microns, and TSMCs, their earnings are very real and they're very much right now. But then there's the other companies, it's companies in pharmaceuticals and companies in manufacturing that are talking about how AI is impacting their business. And I think there's a lot of investors that are kind of saying, does that big boom of investment, all that CapEx, the hyperscaler spending all that money, starting to turn into something that is really measurable for the enterprises? And we think it's this year, Cheryl. We think this is the year of agentic and enterprise AI. Last year was kind of the chatbot year. And a lot of the skeptics use this metric of chatbots or LLMs being the TAM for AI. And 95% of the data that constitutes, all the opportunity for AI, it's behind a firewall. It's sitting within enterprises. And this is where we think the rotation starts to happen this year. And this is where growth starts to come into play. So we're still very, very optimistic. But if your horizon is long, you can make big bets on things like Intel and its foundry business. You can make a big bet on, the hyperscalers and these huge expenses. Even Oracle starts to look cheap over a long period of time if they're right about OpenAI. But if your horizon is shorter, you do have to worry a little bit about some of the risk of all this spending, because is it 6 months to revenue, or are some of these things 2 or 3 years from revenue?
Yeah, that's the question mark, I think, again, that investors have been really raising, and rightly so. I want to ask you about this. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis finding rare common ground. Both are speaking out against the data center boom. So Sanders said that we've got to slow the process down. DeSantis unveiled an AI Bill of Rights that would protect the rights of local communities to block data center construction. So do you think that this bipartisan scrutiny of AI and of these data centers would impact your investment outlook whatsoever? I realize it's only 2 political leaders, but we're talking about the states of Florida and Vermont.
35.
I see it as very improbable. DeSantis coming out is very interesting because he is so pro-capitalism. He has been so aligned with President Trump. But having said that, There is just no situation in which we can pause meaningfully. We have to be able to do two things at the same time.
There's a gap up here at 6,928, and now there's a gap at 6,860.
And the importance of getting to nuclear fusion first, and even
I
nuclear
have
fission
no fucking clue
first, because we do have an energy problem, we do have an energy shortage, and we can't build all these data centers without finding a path to more energy.
Bounce
but
on,
we also
IWM, bounce on,
ongoing
SOXL,
microaggression, you can call it
trying
geopolitical
market.
conflict with China.
Trying
and
today.
leading the world's economy is going to come down to being
the
leader in AI. And any sort of meaningful pause is going to set us back. So we have to find common ground. We have to continue to build these data centers. We do have to find a way to keep energy priced more.
This is the 3/3, right? They're grinding it higher, but this is the 3/3, so it could go higher. I'm just saying this is the 3/3,
but they can't stop it. The risk is too big.
Reject,
the economic damage would be
could touch
insurmountable and irreversible.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was
could
surprised
pull
about
back
DeSantis
to
as well.
685,
maybe. But he's obviously getting some pushback from some of the counties around the state of Florida.
Risk is
I do want to
crazy.
get your predictions for
there has to be
2026.
something
I want to start
big
with
moving like
Amazon and
NVIDIA,
Meta coming
SOXL.
back into vogue, in your opinion. Why do you say that?
They just underperformed last year, but not necessarily for any good reason. There just was rotation into other names. Amazon's made its big bets. It's built a lot of data center capacity. I think it'll see its growth start to catch up to its competition.
Trying off
Meta
the new
just, it can
HOD
monetize attention better than any
divergence
company on the
cleared
planet.
at the roof.
But TLDR, they fell way behind in their performance last year. I think those big bets on talent, as well as that recent Manus acquisition, I think it's going to take more time to pay off on those bets. But 26 is the year that I think they're going to be able to start to show monetization.
This is the 1/3, 2/3 building, and time is 10:40.
Any final thoughts before we go?
This is the
1/3,
2/3.
The first trading session of 2026.
Yeah, very optimistic. I think the big thing was anyone that doubted that China was going
a cycle
to
before
want
too,
NVIDIA
but yeah,
chips.
if a bounce
I think
comes,
they're seeing now with that demand coming in about 3 times what NVIDIA could even supply.
A nice bounce
and now
could
we're seeing
be
TSMC and NVIDIA
short.
get to
The
work.
bounce, I think there might not be a bounce.
AI diffusion, it will
35
continue to lead, and I think it's
1040.
very. There's a lot of reason to be very optimistic for our growth in both AI and in our economy.
Yeah, no, but your point about China is well taken on the AI growth story and who gets ahead, and I think the bet should be, it is, on the United States. Dan, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for being
1/3, 2/3, 3/3. $10:35, showing us the HOD. This is still prime time, trap time, morning times. 10, 10:05, 10:10, 10:15, 10:20, 10:30, 10:35, 10:40, 10:50. 11, 11:10, 11:15, 11:20. They all could be extended from morning time into HOD, LODs, prime times, reversal points. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I'm saying it might. So that's what's trying. We'll see. That's what it is trying right now. And we'll see. And it just started 5 minutes ago. They could go more. Not saying it's going to, but NVIDIA looks like it's testing the floor here, wanting to break the floor.
It's stimulus, it's Russia invading Ukraine. All of these pushed in one direction, which is prices up.
Neil, can you walk us through your outlook for next year? Does inflation come down slowly? What happens to the unemployment rate, and what do you do with growth?
Yeah, well, growth is the one that we talked about a moment ago, which just keeps surprising me how resilient growth is. And my expectation is the economy will probably continue doing what it's been doing, which is pretty resilient, pretty decent growth. Now, in terms of the inflation components, now we have to go under the hood. I've got a lot of confidence that housing services inflation is coming down. We've modeled out the mechanism from new rent growth all the way through CPI, through PCE for inflation. So housing services inflation, I've got confidence, should continue to come down. The non-housing services, it should be tied to wages, and wage growth is slowly trending down. So it's going to be slow, is my bottom line there. The tariff-induced goods inflation, are we going to see a repricing in January of this year? A lot of businesses have said there could be a repricing this year as they reset prices. That's something that we're going to need to watch. On the labor market, my expectation is continued low hiring, but low firing. A lot of businesses that I talk to say that they are using AI. Big companies are using AI. It is affecting their hiring plans as they're trying to deploy AI. So my guess is unemployment rate moving more or less sideways, inflation slowly trending down.
So that's the policy side. What about the makeup of the committee? We were talking on Friday about whether or not Fed Chair Jay Powell stays on. What's your expectation?
Oh, I have no idea what he stays on. I think he's done a wonderful job.
I just added 20 contracts.
None of us are perfect. I think he's not perfect. I'm not perfect. As a committee, we're not perfect. But overall, I think he's done an excellent job. And I would love to see him remain as a colleague for as long as he likes.
You would. One of the concerns about the makeup of the Fed with
I'm in 3688.
Appointees from the president is that they would
SPY
have the power to fire presidents. Are you concerned about you're the president of the presidents, right? You're the head of the president's committee. Is that what you call it?
Yeah, the conference of chairs.
The conference of chairs. Okay. Are you concerned that presidents could be fired individually for lack of cause?
I'm not concerned about that. I think that the Federal Reserve Act is built on a foundation of 12 independent Federal Reserve banks. We each serve, all the presidents serve at the pleasure of our local boards of directors. The local boards of directors have the power to oversee me, to remove me. That's where the power lies, as opposed to in Washington.
You're on the board of the Economic Club of Minnesota.
I am.
Too?
Of course he is.
I hear Secretary Versant's going to be speaking. Is this a real economic club or just a facade?
Why would it be a facade?
You just get big grants for the club and nothing actually. It's in Minnesota, right?
I see.
So
you see where this is going.
I see where this is going. I see where this is going.
Do you do anything there?
If you're here to fucking troll and chat,
tries to see if anyone's inside. Right? Are they going to say
you're getting a 5-minute break? I have no care. You're not killing my view count on jack shit.
Is it a Leering Center? Are you excited about the?
Yeah, I learned about it last week. The Secretary Besson wanted to come address the club, and we're going to be hosting him on Thursday.
That's very good.
But one of the things Secretary Besson has complained about is this notion of Fed bank presidents being from outside of their regions. Is that a real reason for concern?
You know, the Federal Reserve Act created the 12 reserve banks, specifies that the reserve banks each have boards of directors of local leaders, and those local leaders are charged with selecting the president. So 10 of the 12 of us have come from outside our immediate district.
So he's right.
Well, he's right that we've come from outside of our districts. I don't agree that we don't represent our districts well. You know, I've been in Minnesota now for 10 years. I'm very well known across the region by business leaders and by civic and elected leaders. And I think that those judgments are best left to the local districts.
The realest fucking watchers of my live stream remember, because I say this shit before it happens, right? And I said a pop, a cycle bounce would be a nice short, right? That's what they're fucking doing, but I mean, I have no fucking time to explain on candle trading bullshit every fucking day.
AI is really a big company story, at least what I'm hearing. Small companies are feeling a lot of pressure, even from the big companies. The big companies that I talk to that have retail exposure.
Time is 10:45. The video is going lower. Setup says bulls are trapped on the video.
Like they're trading down, where they're shopping, they're penny pinching, and that gives them real concern about, hey, these folks are feeling real pressure. And small businesses, a lot of them do serve families and consumers in retail. So I think that they're feeling that pressure as well. You know, we've talked all year about the K-shaped economy. That seems to still be ringing true.
I don't know why my purple box is gone.
The Fed has a tool, a very blunt tool to try and combat that. That's lower rates. What it also happens to do, along with helping people who are trying to get credit card payments or house mortgages or anything along those lines, is inflate assets, stock market assets, equities. And those assets, while they're pretty broadly held by by a majority of Americans, tend to help the wealthiest the most. Are you okay with using that tool to blunt what's happening to the lower demographics and not worry about what happens on the upper end with those assets? You know, it's a very fair point you're raising, and something that I do think about. It's even more complicated than I think what you just said, which is if you think about the lower income middle class family, why are they feeling so much economic anxiety? It's because of inflation. Most of them still have their jobs. So if we say, well, we want to cut rates to help lower income families, and that might help their job prospects, but if it pushes up inflation or keeps inflation high for longer, is that actually helping them or not? So it's a intellectual question. Can monetary policy help boost real wages? It's a tricky dynamic.
There's a possibility that the tariff story gets re-scrambled in the next couple weeks. when we hear from the Supreme Court. I don't think we know what we're going to hear, but there's a possibility that they either overturn them or say prospectively they can't be done this way. Then you're going to see, I imagine, the administration try to pursue them in a different fashion. I know you can't make judgments about what's going to happen in the future, but part of your job is to make judgments about what happens in the future. So how do you think about that?
I think what you said I agree with, which is it seems like the administration has said they will use other mechanisms to try to get to the same place. I feel like right now we're in a good trajectory where we're approaching some type of equilibrium on the tariff and trade front, which is what businesses are asking for. I think the re-scrambling will be unfortunate because it will cause a lot of uncertainty about which tariffs are sticking and which ones aren't. So I would be surprised if it leads to a new trade war, but I do think it could lead to a burst of uncertainty, which is going to be a damper on the economy.
Neil, that last nominal GDP number was like unheard of. What about 2026? Let's think about some of the tailwinds, whether it's regulatory or things in the big, beautiful bill that are coming through for businesses or tax relief.
Can I interpret, Joe? Your nominal is your real plus the inflation, and it was like 8%, right?
8%. That's unsustainable.
Shit going every minute. Look at this shit.
Is it not? What do you think real GDP can be for 2026? What would blow you away and what would not? Could it be 2%? Could it be 5%?
Look at that pink line.
2%, sure. It could easily be 2%. I'd be very surprised.
You negative nabob of negativity. Could it be 4%? Could it be 3?
We could be surprised at 3. You know, the part of the things you just said that are very hard to analyze and to quantify.
AI.
Well, AI, but deregulation.
Deregulation.
There's a lot of talk about deregulation. A lot of businesses are excited about it. How do you quantify it? How much deregulation?
And could it be good? And could inflation do? Maybe not. Could it stay where it is? I mean, we could be in a pretty good spot.
A lot of people make comparisons to the mid-90s in terms of the productivity environment.
Remember? Yeah.
And we hope we're in a high productivity environment going forward. The mid-90s, a lot of productivity probably means a lot of investment, probably means high rates. So in the mid-90s, we had a 5% federal funds rate, and that was not considered to be a very high federal funds rate. And so, you know, we could be in a strong growth environment, but rates may not be going down from here.
Neil, you cut your chops where I got to know you in government, in the Treasury in 2006, which was a great time to come in because it led directly to 2008. It
was good for a while.
It was good for a while. It was a run there, just a short while. Right now, when you look around the financial landscape,
I mean, they're showing bullish until they pull back too.
Either like 06 or maybe more importantly, different from the 08 situation.
28 EMA, probably on the 5-minute, but the question is when.
Well, I mean, a better place that we are is I do think American households are in much better fiscal position than they were 20 years ago. Much less leverage than they were. More housing wealth, for example. Even though home prices are ticking lower. So I think that they're in a better, stronger financial position. And then there's been a ton of attention about private credit. You know, we'll have to see. They're generally much less levered than banks. So even if there are issues in the private credit sector, I don't see that leading to a 08 type crisis.
I got 2 more questions, guys. The AI investment.
Yes.
Is that something that if it doesn't work out is a risk you have to be careful of?
I mean, there's no question that there's some misinvestment or malinvestment that's going on. But there are too many anecdotes of businesses using this and actually seeing real productivity gains. Businesses that I talked to that 2 years ago were skeptical are saying, no, we're actually using it now.
Now, finally, I know you don't have an international brief, but what happened with Venezuela over the weekend? How does something like that come onto your radar in terms of your outlook for the economy and policy?
Mostly through oil prices.
What the fuck is this? Man, NVIDIA needs to fucking come through. I don't know why the market's staying up like this.
It didn't happen with Hamas attacking Israel. It has not happened now with the U.S. and Venezuela. But that's the mechanism that it would directly affect the U.S. economy.
Do you see it? You don't see it?
I don't see it so far.
You embarrassed to be from Minnesota at this point?
Not at all. Proud to be from Minnesota.
All right, you're going to get
embarrassed to be
from
You're all invited to come visit.
Yeah?
Come visit us.
Thank you.
Neil Kashkari.
In February.
Thank you very much for joining us today. We appreciate it. Steve Leisman, thank you.
Even bigger cycle happening than I expected. even bigger cycle.
Stories driving the macro market action. We welcome in our first guest. Live from the CBOE, we're joined by Kevin Hinks, host of Fast Market. Kev, we got to start with this Venezuela situation. Very much, I guess, evolving as more and more information will come out of it. But I think this is always where it's really important, especially with things that can be emotionally charged.
So let me get fucking
to really define what we're discussing. We could have a policy argument, we could have a legal argument, we could have a political argument, but we're really focused on financial markets. So talk to me about what the impact so far has been to financial markets.
Good morning, Alex. Yes, Geopolitics has grabbed the headlines this morning.
Fucking
ahead
stomach.
Of a week that should have a lot of headlines from other things. We certainly can't avoid the geopolitics this morning. And how does it equate
Risk is
to
10,000.
what we do for a living, Alex? And that is in the energy markets, right? There's such a big energy component to the relationship between the U.S. and Venezuela. And if you look, crude oil futures are higher. Now, why is that? You can make the case, I certainly can, Alex, that the long-term prognosis for energy might be more supply, but at least in the short term, uncertainty in energy. Remember, uncertainty in commodities leads the prices higher. Uncertainty in stocks leads to futures lower. So only slightly higher crude oil prices to start the day. But Alex, as this unfolds, it could really be a game changer, because look at Chevron. Chevron's up $10.5, $11 pre-market. They have a major relationship doing business currently right now in Venezuela, but there's also ConocoPhillips and ExxonMobil had significant operations in Venezuela that were nationalized by the Venezuelan government. So they won an arbitration case. Their fortunes could improve over the next years.
Guys, thank you so much. Let's hit the like on the live stream. And thank you all for being here. We have 150 people here today. Let's get the like on the live stream up. Thank you so much, folks. We can get to 120.
Remember, Venezuela used to have as much as 3 million barrels a day in crude oil. They're down to under 600,000 now. If that were to improve and get better, you can make the supply case for crude oil to get better. But geopolitics right now and uncertainty dominating the energy markets, Alex. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I think in some ways I'm surprised that, I guess not surprised, but you could make the case that there may have been a thought that crude oil or some of these assets may have moved more than they actually did. And some of the, regarding some of the companies in the U.S. and some of the statements from the president alluded to that being a potential outcome, so something to monitor there as well. But real quick, before we look ahead to the rest of the week,
a 5-minute candle.
You attributing any of these conversations and headlines to the moves in Bitcoin or gold? Or is that just coincidental given how volatile both asset classes have been recently?
It may be real fucking quick. I don't even know. I don't want to fuck around anymore. I just want view at POC.
Into this year,
I don't want to fuck around anymore. This is not
the markets
good.
And new
NVIDIA,
risk on appetite
I'm just going to risk it on, but
the
market is popping right now.
We'll see how long it lasts, or if it has a shelf life. But right now, it's certainly risk on in all these different assets.
Lower.
I mean,
look at this shit.
Looking at the board
out
this
of nowhere.
morning,
This is
you already mentioned crude oil. Bitcoin up 3.5%, gold up 2.4%. So yeah, there's a lot of futures markets moving pre-market. We'll see how it plays out. Remember, this is all pre-opening of U.S. stocks, so all that could change, as you know, Alex. But certainly the metals ended the year with a lot of volatility based on higher levels of margin requirements, things like that. Certainly threw some volatility into these markets.
Really
but
burning all bears like this?
Watching to start the day, and if you're a fan or a proponent of Bitcoin, 3.5%
fucking dollar is all I
today,
need.
now
Can't
trading
save me.
over 93,000. So yeah, big move there.
Yeah, and I think it's a reminder too just how big some of these products are. I mean, that's over $10,000 move in gold futures in the full size futures. So a lot of volatility as it's become the norm. Silver at $5 again, Kev, as those markets continue to go relatively crazy. But let's look ahead to the end of this week. We got jobs report, first one of the year. First one on time, I think, in a while too, Kev. So probably sort of back to normal in some ways. What are we expecting?
Yeah, I'm looking at the economic calendar. I still see a bunch of delayed data, but the jobs data
right now
that we're supposed to get out on Friday looks timely and accurate. And so the expectations are for 55,000 jobs. That's down from 64,000 last month. Expect the unemployment rate to stay around 4.6%, but that's something you certainly want to be watching. And then wages, the key inflation part of the jobs
I'm
data,
scared.
up 0.3 month over month and 3.6% year over year in terms of wages. So certainly getting more real-time data.
Now,
one of the frustrating things about the post-government shutdown has been the disruption in timely economic data that we can that's not stale and we can actually trade off of, Alex. A lot of it was dismissed right after coming out.
This is disgusting.
I think if we get back to a normal schedule of economic data, remember we have earnings season coming up starting on January 13th, but if we can get some economic data that we can really sink our teeth into, I think the markets will really enjoy that.
No doubt. Kevin Hinks, happy Monday, and we'll catch up later on today on Fast Market.
What the fuck? Where are we even going? I don't know. Full recovery from 6,900. I guess we're back at 6,900 in one day. We're right back at 6,900 in one fucking day, I guess. That would be done.
I don't think this is about crude oil, narco-terrorism, Trendagua, or
Candles are jumpy. Jeez. So many bears and bulls involved right here. Your candles are fucking jumpy. Damn, they're talking about fucking Venezuela investment opportunities already. What the fuck? World change. Crazy. Bears are coming here. Let's see where this goes. Time is 11 a.m.
Trump is now renewing his calls to take over Greenland just one day after the military operation ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
Wow, bears are coming. This is the candle I wanted now. Right? Within minutes, I am out. Within minutes, I'm out here. Candles are coming in thick red. Time is 11 a.m. Within 2 to 3, 5 minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, making up a 5-minute candle.
From the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
Well, the Danish Prime Minister hitting back, saying, quote, I have to say this very directly to the United States. It makes absolutely no sense to talk about the United States need to take over Greenland. U.S. has no right to annex one of the 3 countries in the Danish kingdom. Secretary of State Marco Rubio also sending a warning to Cuba's communist government, accusing them of propping up Maduro, warning the country's leaders are, quote, in a lot of trouble.
What kind of fucking crazy shit is this? Talking about Greenland now, what? Is this real? Like, what in the fuck is going on? Wow.
Vote on a bipartisan war powers resolution this week, aiming to block President Trump from keeping up any military action in Venezuela. The measure is co-sponsored by Senators Chuck Schumer, Tim Kaine, and Rand Paul. It requires only a simple majority to pass. It comes in the immediate aftermath
range is super small.
Military action
super
in
small.
Venezuela. Operation Absolute
This shit
Resolve,
could happen super fast.
Nicolas Maduro and his wife
Pull
were
back
extracted
and then
from
another
their
bounce,
Caracas
or
palace
I don't
in
know,
the dead
bounce
of
or
night.
something, but
Friday night, Saturday morning. The Trump administration will brief lawmakers later today about that operation. And in just a few hours from now, the ousted dictator and his wife will be arraigned on narco-terrorism
28 EMAs
charges
at the
in New York
LOD.
City.
Holy
Here
fuck!
now is
Come
Wisconsin
on.
Congressman Scott Fitzgerald. Congressman, thanks
Come
for
on.
joining us this morning on your first day back here. Your reaction to all that has occurred?
Yeah, listen, Maria, I think the more analysis and the more I hear those that have a legitimate opinion about what happened, and if you just take kind of what Secretary Hegseth said kind of at face value, this is strictly a law enforcement type of operation with support from the U.S. military. They can debate all they want, the Monroe Doctrine, which I would say, I think
1.2% IWM, QQQ 1.07%, SPY 0.72.
And, made it very clear that this is about each hemisphere as well globally, and our ability to make sure that countries that are located in our backyard are not a threat to the states, and that's why I think they can debate this all day in the U.S. Senate, which they're known for, but at the end of the day, it was law enforcement action.
Well, I mean, it's really interesting to see the priorities of the Democrats right now and how they get so upset over everything President Trump does. Meanwhile, he's focusing on such enormous things, drugs coming into the country, securing our borders. It's quite a difference in terms of what you're looking at, in terms of priorities of the Democrats. Congress returning to Washington today to face a tight legislative calendar, meanwhile, ahead of the January 30th funding deadline. What are your
no volume yet?
Lawmakers have passed, what, 3 of
no
the 12
volume yet.
appropriations
Down or up.
bills. You've got 9 bills to be completed to avoid a shutdown. What are your expectations?
Mac, the RSI is trying to go down south,
if you
but
listen to leadership, and that was
volume
just
is what is
last
needed.
week, the goal is still to move these appropriations bills. I think we've all known that if there is a funding shortage, if we cannot accomplish that there'll have to be some type of CR. The January 30th deadline is there. We're all very aware of that. And I'm very hopeful that tomorrow morning when we conference with the Republicans, that the Speaker and the leader will have a little bit more information for all of us, knowing how we're going to function and operate over the next 3 weeks in D.C.
Well, I mean, are there bills you think that are easier than others to pass? I mean, what are your expectations in terms of getting a bulk of these bills across the finish line by January 30th?
Yeah, I mean, Congressman Cole has done a good job, I think, of kind of managing the process, if you will. And he's always got a very good handle on just what type of momentum each package has. What are the hangups?
Come on.
The votes are there. So it's pretty basic type of legislative operation that we're moving under right now. But I do feel confident that we're all very, I think, a little bit nervous about the January deadline, and that extends across the aisle. I mean, this debacle that we had this last time, which Chuck Schumer led the charge on. I mean, I think it's left a lasting memory for a lot of members of Congress, and we do not want to go there again. So I would expect by the end of this week, we'll know a lot more about where we're at.
Understood. Let me switch gears, ask you about Minnesota, because Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is going to hold a news conference today, we're told, regarding what his office is calling, quote-unquote, news of the day. But there are reports suggesting that he could withdraw from his 2026 re-election bid. Walz, of course, is under fire over Minnesota's multi-billion-dollar fraud crisis. The Small Business Administration has suspended nearly 7,000 Minnesota borrowers over a suspected $400 million pandemic loan fraud. The Trump administration also freezing child care payments after viral videos alleged fraud, giving state officials until next week to provide data or risk losing federal money, Congressman. All this promise of all these daycare centers, they couldn't find any kids.
Yeah, amazing kind of on the ground, operation that a couple of people pulled together on their own to really expose what was going on.
1, 2, 3, 4. Very violent fourth day. Very violent up. What is this shit? He said, okay, fake news. Man. Time to give up on SPY maybe. I'm trying to leave, but it's not giving me a candle. It's just telling me to get the fuck out. Sorry, I was gonna do that to my NVIDIA chart. I did that to SPY. What an event. What an event. Fuck. Huh.
The Chinese have gotten very arrogant recently. I hope that this matter in Venezuela has sort of make them see reality. But they actually believe that they can do whatever they want, and President Trump needs to disabuse them of that.
Yeah, and the president has warned Colombia and Cuba to stop the trafficking of drugs into America, putting warning shots out there. Do you believe
614
that
to
this
620
action
to 614 to 620 is absolute.
Is also a message to some of these other adversaries out there, like China, like Russia, like Iran?
Oh, well, certainly. And, you know, we have seen President Trump being willing to use force. Yeah. There are these reports, which I believe are true,
bastards.
that the
Burning
U.S.
this
is
shit.
sending in special forces into the Gulf region. And that is a message, of course, to Iran, because President Trump said that he would use force to protect the protesters in Iran. But the person who really, I think, needs to see the message is Gustavo Petro, the president of nearby Colombia. Because, you know, there you've got a drug problem as well. He's a leftist. He's a firm supporter of Maduro. And I think that the Colombians are now starting to see that it's not a good idea to challenge the United States directly. Yeah. Because when President Trump acts, he gets what he wants.
Is this on SPY, man? I am kind of just getting data burnt too. Crispy toast. 688 too. Like, what the fuck? We really can't break 688. Like, that's the fucking most dumbest shit ever. It's just burning me. Why fucking price target?
All right, welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time now for the big picture. Let's welcome in Colin Martin, Head of Fixed Income Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research. So not a lot of movement in the bond market this morning. I think surprisingly, given some of the commentary out over the weekend, that perhaps we would see more of a flight to safety. We are certainly seeing that across the commodity space. But just talk us through, you know, perhaps we're seeing this kind of reaction today, Colin.
Yeah, you could argue that the bond market's being driven more by just, you know, the economy and fundamentals as opposed to the news out of Venezuela. You know, when we first got the headlines, the initial thought was that, you know, maybe long-term treasury yields fall for two reasons. The first would be the flight to quality.
I'm adding 4K on the video right now.
Tend to get out of riskier investments and go to the perceived safety that U.S. Treasuries offer. But we also thought maybe they'd fall on lower inflation expectations. If we were to get, you know, a boost in oil production from Venezuela, that could bring oil prices down even more and pull down inflation. Now, to start the day, 10-year Treasury yields were down a little bit, but it didn't look like it was for flight to quality
7K and 190 now in the video.
Stocks were up. So maybe they were down a little bit based on just maybe inflation expectations. Then they rose a little bit, but then most importantly, they fell following that somewhat disappointing ISM release. So that's kind of our main takeaway right now. And this is our approach to all markets, not just the bond market, is, you know, to take everything that we're seeing right now with a grain of salt, and our guidance to our clients at Schwab is to not make an impulsive investment decision based on these headlines. It's very fluid. It's going to take time for these things to play out, and kind of stick with your plan. And that's what we're seeing with the bond market right now. It looks like just the path of the U.S. economy is the driver right now, as
There's
opposed
a divergence
to
at the roof now.
geopolitical risks from Venezuela.
Okay, so steady as she goes this morning. Obviously, we've got some economic updates this week, a big week in data. In fact, we got ISM manufacturing earlier today, still below that line that separates expansion from contraction, but not moving the needle too much because, of course, everybody looks at the services PMI as far as a more sort of heavy weighting there. What were your takeaways?
Yeah, disappointing report this morning, you know, still below that 50 level, and that's, you know, above 50 is contraction, below 50s, above 50s expansion, below 50s contraction. It's been below 50 for a while now. When it comes in below expectations, that's always a little bit disappointing. But as you mentioned, Sam, we focus more on ISM services. We are a services economy, and that should hold more weight in terms of the momentum and trajectory of the economy. That's been bouncing around a little bit, but expectations are for it to remain above 50 when that comes out on Wednesday. We're also going to be looking at the jobs data. We get jolts, so we'll see, are there more openings coming out there? And we also look at the quits rate. Quits, I think, is a good indicator of the labor market, because if quits are rising, shows that employees are pretty favorable at their prospects that they'll leave jobs. If the quits rate's falling, it kind of shows the opposite, and it's been falling lately. So that's something that
only thing I see is a purple box blend.
And then the culmination will be Friday, where we get non-farm payrolls and the unemployment rate.
What is that?
The good news is consensus expectations
that was Charles Schwab.
Suggest a modest decline in the unemployment rate from 4.6 to 4.5%. That would be good news. The move we've seen recently is arguably bad. You could say mainly it's coming from an increase in the labor force. That means it's rising, maybe not for bad reasons, but if it is rising, that's not a thing we want to see. So if we saw that reverse a little bit, I think the markets would be pretty happy with that.
Okay, we'll be getting the jolts, we'll be getting the ADP, and then we're back to regular programming with a Jobs Friday. So we'll be watching. Hey, Colin, thank you. We've got to wrap it up there. Appreciate your time as always. Colin Martin, Head of Fixed Incomes Research and Strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research.
All right. NVIDIA can't break 190. SPY can't break 688. If it breaks on the 5 or the 15-minute candle, then they may, but
To discuss the evolving world of AI and robotics, we want to welcome in our next guest. That's Zeno Mercer, Senior Research Analyst at BESTSPY. Zeno, thank you so much for joining us. When people hear AI this year, they're thinking mostly about, say, ChatGPT, chatbots, maybe NVIDIA. Possibly some are thinking data centers, but what should people be thinking about this year when it comes to AI
POC
and
just
robotics?
shifted. We may are getting a POC rejection possibly here.
Certainly, people are definitely
POC
focused on
rejection
data centers.
starting.
I think one way to summarize the ending of 2025 was a focus on circular economies and potential AI bubbles, and obviously you can look at the economics of some of these deals, but that ignores the principles and reality that AI is coming across every sort of industry in the world right now. And that includes physical AI, that includes just the digital world.
Let's just see a fucking break.
And of course,
Come on.
all the infrastructure that enables it, not just data centers, but beyond. So as you can see on the screen, physical AI is going to be probably one of the biggest things that starts to really occur this year. Robotics has been an industry for decades and decades. AI as well. I mean, if you look at the dawn of the internet and prior to that, and what's really happened is lots of developments are happening concurrently. We're getting advances in AI models and the way they all connect together and understand data. We've got coding agents. We've got reasoning models with longer context windows. And you do have to look at what's happening under the hood a little bit to understand how that will extrapolate across enterprise, government, and industrial applications. From our angle, we've been covering the robotics space since 2013. And what we've been seeing recently is fascinating in terms of the giant leaps of progress we're seeing in areas like dexterous hands, which, of course, if you break down GDP, majority of GDP happens in the real world, right? It's not just digital, it's physical. That's our everyday lives. And robots has always been confined into specific areas, like specific tasks, that everything had to be precise and ready all the time in confined spaces. And now we're starting to see robots deployed outside of the walls of industrial manufacturing. They're not only getting better there, able to do tasks like assembling, and of course we're seeing a global reshoring effort around that as well. So of course you're not just seeing demand driving, but you're seeing the ability to supply higher ROI robots in new modalities appearing. And this is unprecedented and could be the dawn of what could be one of the largest growth cycles and safer areas to be in. If you look at what's happening, we saw that Adobe downgrade. We downgraded Adobe.
I am not liking this on SPY. It keeps
saw
bear trapping.
the writing on the wall about what's happening with generative AI and how that impacts legacy IT.
I
So
can't
let me
get
ask
a dollar
you this,
drop.
because I'm sure you saw
We've
some
been
of the
here for
video that we were showing, and the robots bringing you your food and all of that. I just wonder, what parts of the economy you think will be impacted? Because a lot of people are worried about their jobs. So it wasn't a waitress just dropping that off. It was a robot dropping off some items. So where do you think that we're going to see the impact in the economy? You mentioned Adobe. Where else? And, how should people, invest when they're thinking about the shift?
Yeah, so, those are two different questions. So on one hand, you've got the jobs problem. And of course, a lot of people do jobs because they are unable to afford the quality of life or housing or basic needs.
This
right?
is not
if you
it.
Look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We were
Did you
peaking,
just say Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
Feel like we're
Hold on, guys. You know that WhatsApp video we sent today? Should we play it real quick? Oh, it's deleted. Man, that WhatsApp video talked about Maslow's hierarchy of needs,
That includes, we've had inflation, massive price increases across healthcare, which has grown to nearly 20% of GDP. All these things are going. If you look at the needs of the individual at the collective, all of these individual pieces should start to see, reduce cost, but increasing quality as we see automation in the physical and digital world appear. The way we splice and dice it is the world will be divided in those two domains, physical and digital. So we do have artificial intelligence index and a robotics index that separate these physical and digital worlds, or physical and digital worlds. And again, it's all about the physics of economics and the economics of physics. The companies that are pushing the boundaries of what's possible in the physical world, from moving data to moving objects in the real world, to the applications of those new technologies, the companies that can wrap it all together, those are going to be the blue chip leaders of the world and will become the biggest companies in the world. And that's kind of what we've seen, with the Mag 7 today. We're going to start to see more Mag 7s, if you will, in the robotics space. And so we do have our ROBO strategy, Robo, which was the world's first robotics index and ETF. And of course, that's constantly evolving. Things have changed a lot over the last decade. And, it continues to, we rebalance quarterly. And we're always looking to find the companies that are pushing the boundaries of new technologies and the implementation of that. So we look at it from an infrastructure, enabling tech, and an application perspective.
Zeno, let me ask you this. I want to go to the bubble thought that has been bubbling around, if you will. What do you think about that? Do you think we're in an AI bubble, or do you think that's not even, kind of how we should be looking at it, since some say this is really just a new frontier?
Yeah, I mean, look, there could be micro bubbles. I think there will be companies that get in over their head. Obviously, if you look at OpenAI and all the related companies involved, it's very much a Hail Mary. Not that they don't have great tech, not that they don't have great adoption, but if you look at what's coming out from the open source world and other labs, even what Google's putting together, I've said since 2023, Google is AI's market to lose. I think it's just more competitive than many people have thought. Of course, there's the other side that AI will become more distributed at the edge. More compute will happen on local devices, robots, cars, etc. And so you'll see what you'll call almost supervisory control, where individuals are, and that includes robots. When I say individuals, will execute a lot on their own, but it will be supervised in the cloud and coordinated. So microtask, macro coordination. Of course, that's a very different picture than what some people and projections, if you will, from analysts or
They're
people
breaking out right now first,
think
but
it'll be all or nothing, cloud or not cloud. But again, I always like to think of this analogy of the human brain. It's 2% of the weight, but 10%, 20% of the energy consumption. We're starting to see how that type of story could play out in the real world. But again, I think people also overlook, I mentioned the physical AI. A lot of the world's GDP is there. So I would expect more and more investment and adoption of not just data center chips, but again, areas like drones, as an example, that have a very huge TAM and very low market penetration currently. And they're going to evolve into what they can do too. So there's market expansion as well as the AI improves what each individual drone or robot can do, but also the
market is devolving right now, guys.
Massive lock. That's kind of like society going from being in a cave and putting together tools to the modern world. That timeline is compressed and happening in the robotic space right now.
It does seem like that the timeline is certainly compressed and accelerating fast with regard to the iteration after iteration around AI and robotics. All right, we'll leave our conversation there for today. Thank you, Zeno. That's Zeno Mercer, Senior Research Analyst at VettaFi.
Great cycling. This is great. So much time. 1 hour doing nothing. That is the most saddest shit ever. So much time wasted. We're getting a lot of low volume today. 11:25. There's a lot of low volume stuff happening. There is volume on the 5, but on the 1, it's just bullish volume and then going higher on slightly bearish volume with the RSI MACD in bullish territory. So looking crazy. Chart is. That's why chart looks crazy. MACD RSI pulled back since 10:35, and then it has stayed in bullish territory, which is fucking insane. And it looks insane on the 5-minute candle because it is going bearish, yet the prices are going higher. So Trade up. Give me LOD. And then bounce to midpoint.
What do you make of this? The first in a slew of data that we're going to get.
We're finally back to data that is reasonably up to date, and unfortunately, this is unhappy New Year. This is December. The ISM manufacturing folks reporting that the index falls to 47.9 from 48.2. That is definitely not good news. Prices paid holds at 58.5, so no change on the inflation front. But production falls to 51 from 51.4. New orders are about the same, 47.7 from 47.4, but still well below 50. And we're looking at things like inventories falling 45.2 from 48.9. So overall, this is a disappointing report. Now, the one thing that we do want to do, and I'm going to have to check my email for the actual numbers from the ISM, is you want to look at what the companies are saying about it, because we've seen in the regional numbers that have come out that companies have been saying that we are still facing problems with uncertainty about what's going to happen with the overall economy. And
I feel like, Mike, isn't it fair to say
frustrating everyone off.
that we always have a certain amount of uncertainty with? I've been doing this job for 26 years now.
Yeah, but okay, it's worse.
And
right?
the one mantra that has continued unabated is uncertainty.
Yeah, but I mean, how often have you lived through periods where you've just gotten months of no official U.S. data?
And we've still got uncertainty going forward because we don't know if the tariffs are going to be ruled legal or not, and what happens from here with Venezuela, et cetera. Here's an easy, simple quote from a company in here in the machinery business. Trough conditions continue. Depressed business activity, some seasonal, but largely impacted by customer issues due to interest rates, tariffs, low oil commodity pricing, and limited housing starts. So if that's summing up the way American manufacturers feel, it doesn't suggest that we're going to see any kind of major turnaround in the factory sector anytime soon.
Head of Research and Fundstrat Capital Chief Investment Officer. Tommy, welcome. Thanks for being on set.
See you, sir.
One thing, it is important the way the market gets out of the gate. That we can say. It doesn't determine everything, but when you start strong at the beginning of the year, it's usually good. This is the Wall Street Journal. This is like the worst headline you could possibly have. Wall Street experts expect rally to keep going.
Yeah.
Just don't, even if you think it, don't print
it. At some point, this shit's bound to pull back.
I mean, that to me just makes me think that
on the 5, they're just holding it.
It could be a down year.
Yeah, but it wasn't splashed.
I just don't know how much. I think it's going to go here. 686
because you think 7,700 by the end of 2026. I just don't know when, dude. With a 15 to 20% correction.
MACD and volume needs to go into the bear territory. It needs to go dip into the
compressed in 1 year
red
will
side,
be
like 11 a.m.
Joy,
not flip up.
Depression, and rally, right? I think just like
Until
last year, in 2025,
really
we had a terrible start. People got very gloomy. Then we had a nice rally to finish the year.
You mean April was the peak
April was the low.
The Liberation Day. Yeah.
So I
help,
think
Tom Lee,
the
help.
market will test the new Fed. That
please
probably
help,
is
Tom
the reason we
Lee.
have some fear this year. But there's a lot of things to be optimistic about. the tariffs are anniversarying. The Fed is cutting, and the ISM could finally turn back above 50, and that's good news. And we are pretty optimistic about some groups that have lagged, like energy is one of our top sector picks this year.
Lower RSI MACD.
And the Mag 7 should still keep producing good earnings growth.
Please.
And then the financials and small caps. So it's like a lot of things that could go right in the market.
The 7,700. So, do we get a 10% gain in earnings and the multiple stays where it is? Is that your thesis basically?
I think earnings will do even better.
And the multiple comes down.
Yeah. So it's because other sectors are re-rating, but the Mag 7 might just track their earnings growth, so that'll pull the overall PE down.
You're, once again, not only are you telling us we're going to be up, you're even telling us when it's going to go down, when it's going to go up. You got a number, 7,700. You're back on the horse of predicting Bitcoin, even though it didn't work out last year.
It did not.
Your numbers were not hit, and
come on, Master Tom.
It's like I would not say
Tom ain't no Guruji.
Financial advisor based on trying to predict Bitcoin. I don't know who could do that, so I'm not going to hold your feet to the fire. But as I said, you're getting right back on the horse. 250.
There's our trying here.
Yeah, you can bleep me out too if I just say the number.
Yeah, that'd be good for you. That we don't care.
Come on,
I'm trying
man.
to protect you. Yeah, 250.
No bullshit.
Yeah,
not $250, which some people still have as a forecast.
So in 2026, if Bitcoin gets to 200 or 250,000. It would be breaking the 4-year cycle. So that's sort of part of our view is that this, if you follow the 4-year cycle, Bitcoin should be down this year. But I think that there's tailwinds that are building. And part of it is we kind of reset leverage on October 10th with that big shock.
Right.
And now I think there is still institutional adoption taking place, and Wall Street is still building a lot of products on the blockchain. And then we have U.S. government support. So I think these are tailwinds that help Bitcoin recover this year.
And even though people have pointed out the divergence from gold and silver, you think with gold and silver doing well, eventually Bitcoin benefits from that trade?
Yeah, it does look like gold rallies typically lead Bitcoin rallies. So I think it's been healthy for gold to rally. Part of it's, dollar debasement, and now with monetary easing, those are things that are supportive of crypto to follow. And as you know, crypto adoption rates are still quite low. So crypto has sort of an exponential growth opportunity because the adoption is increasing.
You even think that an improving ISM is bullish for crypto?
It is. For whatever hard to explain reason, we found that copper to gold price ratio, when that rises, that coincides with Bitcoin rallying. And we also found that the ISM, as it moves from below 50 to its peak, has coincided with Bitcoin entering its sort of rally stage. So
you don't know why, you just have noticed that it happens.
Yeah.
Do you have a forecast for oil? I mean, I think the oil movement last year.
Wow, what a fucking bitch way, dude. They just killed 688 puts.
How do you figure that out?
Yeah, it is been sort of surprising how badly oil's done. I know our technician, Mark Newton, thinks oil could actually see something like 40 early this year.
I want to grab a fuck ton. Oh
won't necessarily hurt the stocks because I think the equities have been lagging for so long. I mean, if you look at
the big majors, you mean?
Yeah, so the majors should do well. So I think energy stocks are going to start discounting higher oil even as oil gets to 40.
The move that we saw, the broadening of the market into even small caps and I don't know, Russell, does that continue? Is that necessary? I think it seems healthy if that were to happen.
Yeah, I think it's healthy and it's important. The small caps made an all-time high last year, which is great because that's been a long time coming. And lower interest rates helps them, monetary easing.
That's crazy.
Earnings growth is starting to look better. And if
I just added 2.5K more. It grinded down 2K on my 688. I have 100 fucking 688 puts now.
did really well last year. Small caps are just fine.
I'm still in basically 7K on NVIDIA at 190 into this Friday here.
Sell my house and everything I have and buy Bitcoin at
fucking crazy
because it's going to 250,000. Why wouldn't I do that if you know?
I refuse to believe this shit is going to grind and grind and grind.
Well, I am.
Crazy.
I'm not. I do have a significant birthday. Big day tomorrow. It's the Epiphany. No, that was all, and it's January 6th. It used to be, people say you're born on January 6th. That's when the three wise men came. Yeah. Now it totally got ruined by what happened. Now all people think I'm on January. I know you think it's appropriate. I have January 6th. I know. I can read your. I can read your word. I can read your mind. You think it's perfect that I have January 6th?
I actually never thought,
because it was such a great gift for me.
I say nothing.
All right, Tom. Thanks.
Great to see you.
Great to see you. And we hope to see you a lot. And
help Tom. Help Tom. Stop fucking around. Stop dicking around with the market, Tom. Help me. Help me, Tom! Fuck. Stop dicking around with the market, Tom. Fucking help me, bro.
The Consumer Electronics Show, CES, getting underway in Las Vegas.
Hoping in 2-3 hours this shit is down $2-3, man.
At the conference, spoke with Qualcomm CEO about some big announcements coming there today. John.
Yes, Sarah. They're calling it physical AI, but we know it as robotics. And Qualcomm just this morning announcing the IQ10 robotics platform. It's an expansion of what they've been doing with robotics already. It's everything, powers everything from small vacuums and cat-sized robots to full-size humanoids, and they envision this being in retail, logistics, manufacturing primarily. I did speak with Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon. Here's how he framed it.
The robot is very clear. Nobody will dispute that it's an edge AI platform. And I think that's right into our wheelhouse. We have the right to win. And at CES, we're kind of announcing not only an expansion of our roadmap for robotics, but some new customer engagement and the opportunity to go after this massive market opportunity with a full stack solution.
Now, by full stack, he's referring to the idea that they've got compute chips in the robot, they've got chips for AI, they've got software for management and a learning system, and then they've also got developer tools. I asked him also how big the revenue opportunity is.
There are a number of analyses showing by 2040 is $1 trillion opportunity. But if you unpack that, it has consumer applications, you have a lot of industrial applications, and then you have, humanoids, form factors. And the other way to look at this, just think about healthcare, retail, warehousing, manufacturing. Today, if you look of a warehousing, if you go to an Amazon distribution center, you see a lot of robots moving, boxes and packs. And think about that doing at scale in retail. Think about that in healthcare. So the opportunity is significant. And now you have both the processing technology and the physical AI to make that happen. And I think for a company like Qualcomm that is sitting on the edge, it's an incredible opportunity. The same exact reason that we were successful in automotive is what we believe we're going to be successful in robotics.
I was talking about automotive. CES has become something of a car show over the past couple of decades, but Qualcomm's not the only one chasing this robotics opportunity. I'm here at the Fontainebleau Hotel where NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang is going to give a talk a little later today. I'm going to speak with him on Fast Money in an exclusive. Also, tonight,
so 4 p.m. live stream, 5:30 CNBC talk, and then 10 a.m. tomorrow, Lisa Su, I guess.
Tomorrow here on CNBC.
We got the whole fucking chips deck.
After she gives that keynote, these are the chip companies that powered the PC graphics revolution. Actually, 25 years ago was my first time at CES, and Bill Gates unveiled the first Xbox here, and NVIDIA chips were in that. They were for gaming then. Now they're for AI and possibly robotics and everything else.
All day up.
Welcome back. Software giant Palantir is a major leader in artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analytics, and defense, continuing its leadership position into 2026. The stock this morning is up after dipping slightly in the first few trading days of the new year, but it is up sharply over the last year as investors look to fourth quarter earnings, which will be out on February 2nd. Palantir is up better than 110% over the last year. It is up better than 24% in the past 6 months. Had a little bit of a dip in November because of valuation concerns and continues its bullish chart. My next guest is here to make the case for AI optimism heading into the new year. Joining me now is the Chief Technology Officer of Palantir, Shyam Sankar. Shyam, great to have you this morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Great to be back with you. Thank you.
And of course, Fox News Media is currently working with Palantir to build a suite of custom AI tools. And I know you've talked a lot about the transition to the factory floor as a result of AI. I want to get your take on how AI is changing the business, whether it's government contracts in terms of defense products or the factory floor. What's your take?
Well, there is a historic opportunity for America to underwrite the next decade of our prosperity with AI. I think there is a doomerism narrative that's coming out of both Silicon Valley and Wall Street, where there's a totally different reality that's happening on the factory floor, in the ICU nursing centers, with our submarine-based industrial suppliers that's leading to job growth. This is about empowering the American worker, giving the American worker superpowers that allows us to underwrite our reindustrialization as a nation. That's what's happening every day out there right now. And I think the market has largely figured out that Palantir is the leading company, if not the only company, that is building and implementing AI aligned with American values, AI that's supporting American prosperity.
And of course, President Trump has been reiterating the need to get supply chains back to America. You've been sounding the alarm as well on the need for America to, quote, reindustrialize, to deter World War III. Now, Palantir obviously has major government partnerships. You're working with the U.S. Army, Air Force, Space Force, Navy. That Navy partnership, the most recent, accelerating shipbuilding through a $448 million investment called ShipOS. But Shyam, I want to get your take on how AI has changed the business here. Walk us through it.
Well, so if you think about our work in defense, most people think about us in the work we do on the factory floor, helping in planning missions and operations. But the other element of deterrence is really, in the foxhole, the other element of deterrence is really the factory floor. It's how do we make our weapons, our platforms, can we make them at a rate that actually deters our adversaries? And the opportunity has been with ShipOS, you see rolling out integrated planning, supply chain solutions that reduce the dwell time. You can make more parts more quickly, you can get more subs in the water. One of our suppliers was actually able to add a third shift. They were able to hire more American workers by using AI to accelerate how they do production planning and manage the supply chain. That meant they could more effectively and profitably hire American workers to produce more equipment. I think this underwrites the basis of it. So you see this with Panasonic Energy. They produce electric vehicle batteries. And the training time has been reduced from 3 years to 3 months for casino workers who are transitioning into this highly skilled role because of AI. So I think having the right focus on how we use AI to drive American prosperity and the competitiveness of our companies is how we're going to reindustrialize. Yeah, it's a great point, and certainly something that America needs right now. Palantir has seen unprecedented demand for AIP, especially across commercial industries, all commercial enterprise industries. But with all of this money moving into AI, Shyam, I guess the question has to be asked, are we actually going to see a return on investment over the near term? Because when I spoke with Jensen Huang recently, he was talking about trillions of dollars being spent on AI every year. Here's what he said when I asked the same question. Watch this. Jensen, I want to get your take on all the money moving into the AI infrastructure build-out. How much are you expecting that to be, and will we see a return on investment in that money soon?
Artificial intelligence in the last year made some humongous breakthroughs. It is now effective, it's useful, it's generating really good results for users. It's impacting every single industry that we're observing. Everything from healthcare to, of course, enterprise computing, where we do work, and whether it's manufacturing, robotics. We're seeing breakthroughs in every industry. That platform shift is just beginning, and we're just seeing it so strong and accelerating because now fundamentally, finally, AI is delivering really great results. And it's the reason why we're seeing the fastest growing companies in the world.
So, Sean, what about that? What can you tell us, given the fact that you had a customer event before the holidays, and a lot of analysts came away really bullish because you made the case of every industry getting impacted by your products.
Well, I would say even more so than that, our customers made the case. And I think that's what's kind of missing here. A lot of the voices in AI right now are on the AI supply side, the people who are building the models and building the chips. I think the much more compelling testimonials are coming out of the customer side, on the demand side, the people who are consuming this stuff and watching their businesses being transformed. If you ask the users, the ICU nurse herself, not only how has it transformed her work, but how she feels about a future for her children in America that's powered by AI, it's incredibly optimistic. So I don't think this is a let's invest trillions and hope and pray there's value. We're seeing the value today, and that's why people are investing more into it.
That is great. And I love the use cases that you just mentioned in terms of healthcare. But talk to us today about defense, given what we've been talking about all morning in Venezuela. Nicolas Maduro and his wife will face an arraignment today at 12 p.m. Eastern. When you're talking about defense, Sham, what should the audience be understanding about the most important AI-related defense products and equipment?
IWM gone all day long.
Well, whether it's the value chain in the commercial world or the kill chain in the defense world, these are the same thing. It's about decision advantage. You want to be more competitive given the stakes in both of these contexts.
Cycle extended crazy on IWM.
To move faster and see the battlefield faster than your adversary can even react to it. I think it's telling that the Chinese are shocked by the efficacy of the operations here. More has changed in the Department of War in the last year under the leadership of President Trump and Secretary Hegseth than we have seen in the last 20 years here. And so the rate at which these technologies are being incorporated to advantage the American warfighter, to ensure our people have the best technology from the foxhole to the factory floor should be encouraging to all American citizens.
Yeah. It's really important to understand. You're also working with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement on a software called Immigration OS. This is a $30 million effort to use AI to track illegal immigrants, potentially leading to apprehensions. The project began in April. It was renewed in late September, bringing this investment to some $60 million. And I said, quote, Palantir is the only source that can provide the required capabilities without causing unacceptable delays. Sham, tell us more.
Yeah, well, we've worked with ICE since 2011 when Agent Jaime Zapata was assassinated by the Zetas in Mexico here. And I think the American people have a right to a secure border. American law enforcement has the right to the best technologies that can help them do this with efficacy, with efficiency, while protecting the privacy and civil liberties. And so we've been very honored to support this mission and this historic opportunity to modernize and ensure the rule of law.
And you've launched Chain Reaction with partners Centerpoint Energy and NVIDIA. Sham, what kind of a growth story is Palantir on right now, given that these things are coming together, whether it is ramping up the factory floor and AI changing the game there, or working with government to actually push off our adversaries, which have been on the march aggressively?
It's a historic opportunity. I mean, the numbers really speak for themselves. If you look at, I won't speak to Q4, but if you look at the prior quarters, the rate of growth has been accelerating
620 we are at on
here. And I think that reflects not only the incredible demand for what we're doing, but the breadth of how it can be applied not only to defense, but 50 different industries in the commercial sector, and the ambition that's latent in the American economy here. You know, you want to power AI, you need a lot more data centers. You need a lot more energy production capacity. Companies need to invest in more CapEx. People are adding more shifts. You have more parts and labor planning. You're reshoring so much. There's so much that's happening right now in the American economy that's wildly optimistic, and we're helping to underwrite all of that.
And it is the reason that analysts are betting on a $3 trillion valuation, Sham. We're going to be watching the company closely. We so appreciate your time this morning. Congratulations, Sham. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Sham Sankar joining us from Palantir.
I hate her voice.
Talk a bit more about the global market impact of all of this. Joining us today is Ruchir Sharma, Rockefeller International Chairman and Breakout Capital Founder. Ruchir, good to
ought to show us what is up on SPY right here.
You heard our discussion about the challenges of foreign direct investment into Venezuela. Can you envision an environment in which that gets easier?
Well, it can. You know, I think Sarah ran down all the points as to why Venezuela has become a basket case. I would add one because it what sows the seeds for economic mismanagement, much more corruption. The nations that truly succeed are those that function on manufacturing, technology, and stuff. So, as it turns right.
NVIDIA testing the LOD again.
CNBC parent company Versant will start trading as an independent company on the NASDAQ today. And joining us now, Versant CEO Mark Lazarus. We're going through with this.
We are going through with this.
It's going to happen.
Here we go. It's been a year in the making.
9:30. Welcome. Thanks for being here, and Happy New Year, everything else. I quoted you earlier. I'm going to quote you again. This is a big, profitable portfolio, which has been historically managed with different priorities. Investing to build the brands of Versant was simply not a priority. That won't be the case anymore. Is that I put that in a nutshell as the corporate mission of what
that is exactly right. And you know, as part of Comcast and NBCU, we had other priorities as a company, and I was part of the decision making. We made different decisions because we had a different
this has to be the
and a
purple
different
box.
strategy. And now, bringing these into their own company, we're going to be able to invest into them. We'll invest organically, and we're doing that. And I think you guys are seeing some of what we're doing. And the strategy of these verticals, and I saw that you had Rich on earlier.
This is so crazy now on IWM.
I think he's listening to what we're saying. Hopefully the market is listening to what we're saying. That
top of the purple box hit on
scale
IWM
is going to be a way for us to differentiate and to diversify our business, to be not so beholden to pay TV. While that's still a big profitable part for us, it's not going to be the end game.
So as part of a large company, there were times where there were parts of NBC that could have used investment, and for lack of a better term, we provided some cash flow for other ventures that we could have used for ourselves that we didn't. Did that? You can say that actually did happen.
What the fuck shit are we doing right here? Go down to video, fucking $5 fucking right now.
Peacock, very important for NBCU. Investing in the theme parks, very important for NBCU. But, listen, these are big, profitable businesses. You guys generate a very nice, profitable business. It's an important, the audience that we speak to and that hopefully we're speaking to now is amazing.
If we have investment.
How we're going to act is you're going to be able to look at where are the best ideas in this portfolio, not in a much larger portfolio. But, as importantly, everything we do is going to matter, and every little piece is, there's going to be a much more of a magnifying glass on what we do.
Speak to this. There is sort of like a conventional wisdom on the street that I think Rich Greenfield sort of articulated it, that ultimately we're going to be either merged into some other business or we're going to try to buy a similar linear business. You've tried to dispel people of that. What are the kinds of things that you would want to buy, acquire, or do?
Well, let's start with the organic investments. We're going to expand what we're doing digitally in places where we maybe have had just tiptoed in, and that's really CNBC. There's a much broader play with the retail investor that we can utilize the brand, the reputation of our brand, the credibility of CNBC and the talent that is here on how we're going to achieve how we can help retail investors understand their portfolio with charts and graphs, using maybe AI stock recommendations. There's going to be a lot of opportunity in the organic investment. For MS now, there's never been a digital footprint really other than a text-based digital footprint, no video strategy. That was a decision that NBC News Group made. We're going to make a different decision and invest in a D2C product for MS now for a very large audience that has a real passion around what MS.
Oh my God! Look at
says to them.
IWM.
And that'll go down the line. We've made two small acquisitions. We're in the process of finalizing those already. Free TV networks to diversify our ad base away from pay TV into free over-the-air television.
Oh my God.
And a company called Indie Cinema, which is a software business that will help power what we do globally with Fandango in the movie ticketing business. So investing in the verticals as opposed to just horizontally investing in more linear scale. The thing, and you guys are a big part of this.
Positive in NVIDIA now.
Our portfolio is 62%.
I need SPY to drop like $3
in sports.
I need SPY down at 686. I'll be a fucking huge. I need $2.6 or some shit.
Live news and sports is a big part of it. And we have a really strong position.
NVIDIA actually kind of
CNBC,
saved me. I'm not gonna lie.
USA
Please go
Network with
way
its
more.
large sports portfolio. And Golf
I can't have this shit happen tomorrow. It has to happen
that's
today.
An important part.
I am in zero
to
DT
go
SPY. I kind of fucked up. Not even SPX right now. I'm in SPY right now.
Maybe a more difficult road for us.
I should have done one DT like crazy, but I am in zero DT. Fucking
nuts!
Fuck! I'm scared about a fuck me 688.
Spin off any of those pieces?
If there were pieces of any portfolio that we could say fit into our desire to build around a linear service and grow them vertically and invest in a genre.
NVIDIA is red now.
That's an interesting one. But because it's a business that's much broader and it's a marketplace that's just broader than a media play.
Market just going higher today with IWM financials, whatever the fuck they want to use.
Vertical markets
shit is so
that we
nasty.
are already in, and that we have found some
direction.
success. And specifically, you know, I use golf as our model home because Golf Channel's a big important brand, and we used that to then launch other businesses. Like
I'm having
now, our tea time business, like
weird
Golf Pass,
fucking day here. I should not have joined SPY, but I joined SPY and I DCA crazy, and now they're fucking eating me.
Connects us with more golf courses than we even.
If I have VWAP, I'm good.
Is it fair
if I get fucking VWAP, I'm good. But I'm really bitching until SPY fucking drops here $2. Like
wherever we are. If we look at what Netflix
$1.50 at the minimum. Look at NVIDIA right now. Look at NVIDIA right now. NVIDIA going, NVIDIA going, NVIDIA going, NVIDIA going. Market is not fucking going. What the fuck is this shit?
And then you look at
IWM hovering up above the purple box. 252. We were literally at 246 yesterday. This is the fucking most craziest shit ever on IWM, bro. We were at 246 and we're at 252 in one fucking day on IWM.
The marketplace is going to dictate. We really
one
like
fucking
our
day on
portfolio
IWM.
compared to some of the other portfolios out there. We like our balance sheet
NVIDIA
being
finally
launched
going
with
to
a
unbelievable.
fortified balance sheet that's going to really allow us to be aggressive and to be on our front foot as opposed to on our back foot and being worried about paying
I want
down debt
NVIDIA
with
at 185
so
end of day today.
We are very,
purple box.
We like our position and we think that we have a real opportunity. And listen, if we think we compare favorably to sort of the standalones that are out there, to the pure plays, and we think that our growth strategy will be a winner.
I mean, you could, as a money manager, you could arbitrage it based on its metrics where it if the other stub was trading. Versant will be trading today. When that comes out, you
wow, look at that shit.
Versant sell Warner Brothers.
We'll have to see what happens. It's an exciting day.
Good suggestion.
Probably a good way to end it. We'll have to see what happens. Godspeed.
Thank you. Glad to be in this with you.
See you at the bell.
Being here today.
See you there. Thank you all.
Fucking shit froze. Fuck.
Slated to appear in New York City federal court today after their capture. Eamon Javers joins us now with what happens next, Eamon.
Yeah, good morning, Sarah. As of now, we do not expect to see President Trump on camera at all today here at the White House. But as we know, that can always change at a moment's notice. The president returned to the White House last night after a 2-week holiday in Florida. And speaking to reporters on Air Force One last night, the president made clear that he's thinking about geopolitics beyond just Venezuela. First, he said that taking out Maduro will put enormous pressure on the Venezuelan leader's allies in Cuba. Here's what he said.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out. But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil.
Yo.
And second, the president said that he doesn't want to talk about his intentions for Greenland.
If NVIDIA drops $3 here, I'll be
safe.
saved.
Consider that country to be of enormous value
If NVIDIA drops $3 here, I don't even give a fuck. I don't even need SPY to drop $1.50 here. I'll be saved.
20 days. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic.
But I mean, SPY
right
could
now,
go after the
Greenland
fact
does
this shit right here.
And Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint
NVIDIA
of
going
national
fucking
security.
crazy right now.
And Denmark is not going to be able to do
Trend line hitting.
Now, meanwhile, we're expecting Secretary of State Marco Rubio to brief House and Senate leaders up on Capitol Hill this evening at about 5:30 this afternoon. So we may get a clearer picture of what the administration's intentions in Venezuela and elsewhere
Bull
are
trap on NVIDIA.
after that meeting.
Bull trap
breaks
on
up
NVIDIA.
Capitol Hill,
But
guys.
where is it going?
Yeah, I think one of the big questions is
Look
what
at this
is
shit.
the plan
Last
for
1,
leadership?
2, 3,
It does
4, 5
appear,
days.
I don't know
Like
if
if
you've
this
heard
shit
our
falls,
conversation with
SOXL
Master,
falls,
that
and
he thought it was
QQQ
a
falls.
mistake
So
that they're aligning here with the vice
I don't
president
know. Tesla may be bouncing. Someone said.
of the regime.
What
Who
the
they just
fuck is this
captured
shit?
and was not
NVIDIA
democratically
waterfall
elected
and
by the
SPY
Venezuelans and
QQQ
not
just
the
up in the
opposition
fucking
leader,
space. Like this shit makes no fucking brain dead sense.
Any sense of why and what the strategy is?
Well, Sarah, this is just me talking my analysis, but it seems to me what we saw from the administration over the weekend was an attempt to avoid the pitfalls that the United States fell into in Iraq, where we took out that government, all the mechanisms of enforcing law and civil society, and then tried to rebuild it on the ground from the ground up. And that effort clearly was a failure. I think here the idea is to simply co-opt the existing government, existing mechanism, and get them by force of gunboat diplomacy, literally here with an aircraft carrier offshore, to do what the United States wants without having to replace the governing infrastructure.
Hit me with it.
That
Fuck
way
me,
you kind of
please.
avoid some of the chaos and lawlessness and insurgency that you saw in Iraq. That seems to be the thinking, at least my interpretation of what the thinking is here. But we'll see if it works. It's a high-risk strategy,
I added fucking
but it might pay off
4K on NVIDIA here, 4.4K. I
I
added fucking 4K here because it got grinded down 1,000. I am down a couple of thousand on SPY here too, unless they drop to fucking below VWAP, then I get released on everything.
The big mistake in Iraq was dismissing the Iraqi army, and a lot of those soldiers who were dismissed and suddenly unemployed.
I haven't left a single shit on NVIDIA right now.
Were on the streets looking for something to do. The insurgency was able to scoop a lot of those folks up. In this case, they want to avoid something like that by keeping all of the infrastructure in place in Venezuela. You heard Marco Rubio over the weekend say simply, it's unfortunate, but the unfortunate reality is that the leadership of the opposition largely is not in Venezuela right now. What they need is, in the short term at least, somebody credible, operational, who is there on the ground who can actually run things. And that would be the Vice President Rodriguez. We'll see, how her tone shifts. We saw it shift over the weekend from one of defiance to something more conciliatory toward the United States, saying that Venezuela has to work with the United States over the long term. So we'll see if this can work out. It's a very delicate time, obviously, over the next 24, 48 hours.
Man, I just need 687.9 or some shit. I just need $1 down. I'm in 688 fucking heavy. Like, I just need $1 down. It's not even like they need to fucking dump. Just pull back to VWAP, make this shit healthy. Oh my god, NVIDIA going crazy. NVIDIA was 1% up and now it's minus 0.7%. Time is 12:10. NVIDIA puts, thank fuck. They look like they were getting crushed too. Holy shit. Thank fuck. That's what I'm saying. Thank fuck. Come on. Shit, I'll take 688.60. I'll take 688.60. Go down 90 cents, you stupid ass fucking index. Come on, time is 12:10. Oh, NVIDIA going. SPY coming back. Yes, sir. My NVIDIA put is up. The shit I added in the morning up 25% now. They're going. Sorry, the shit I added in the morning. Fuck am I saying? I'm up 163% on my shit ass NVIDIA that I added in the morning, basically. But I'm in 190 heavy. I have 175 basically, fucking like 2 contracts of shit. But they went up double. 195 to 187 we are at, so come on, baby, hit me with it, SPY. Fuck, this is the most terrible situation on SPY. Jensen Huang. Coming in with the bullshit. This is 689 is not good. 689, fuck. It's the most obnoxious shit ever. IWM. Most obnoxious shit ever. IWM. The fuck. Can't even pull back today. Just complete one-sided up. So crazy, bro. How fucking crazy came in. Who the fuck imagines the entire purple box range today? Like, what the fuck? They do. Wild. What a shit show. What a fucking shit show. Of course, it stops here for now.
Ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro expected to appear in a New York court in less than 2 hours. Our next guest says his capture was just the first step in replacing the country's government with a, quote, legitimate regime. Joining us now is Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, former U.S. National Security Advisor and Special Advisor to the Mishler Financial Group. It's great to have you back, General. So were you surprised that President Trump sort of dismissed Maria Corina Machado, who's the head of the opposition, just won the Nobel Prize, and
Who here thinks 680 to 689 in one fucking day is OD? Like, does anyone else? Like, what the fuck is this?
To get in, I was surprised that
Crazy one-side fucking push. Does anyone else think this shit's OD? Like 614 to 622 to 622 to 614, 614 to 622 in fucking 4 days? Like, does anyone else? God damn, where we at a crossroads? Like, oh my god.
People
this is
destroyed
OD.
that economy, you know, and have driven 8 million people outside of the country.
Look at fucking SP. Look at QQQ. This is crazy. 614 to 622 to 622 to 610 to 610 to fucking 620.
Really, I think the sovereignty of
understand what the fuck is going on here. This shit is not fucking little moves. This is fucking humongous, liquidating, fucking life-changing, you know, hands-moving moves.
Is you want the opposition
understand that that shit is not a fucking, you know what I mean? This shit is not a fucking little fucking move. This is not a little move. From all the way down here to all the way up there. All the way up here to all the way down here, all the way down here, all the way up here.
I think it's a mistake. I think the right thing
any
to say
fucking
is,
overstaying bull or
the
bear,
Venezuelan people
not playing cycle, getting fucking absolutely fucking liquidated to the top. Liquidation to the absolute end. Liquidation-mated.
I mean,
no fucking joke.
Since 1999.
It's so goddamn strong. Oh my.
And look at what they've done. I mean, as you showed with the economics statistics, I mean, they've destroyed the country.
Yeah, it's very sad. So what about the move overall?
Crazy,
the operation.
Bro.
What message did that send, do you think, to the world?
I think it was a very positive and powerful message. Here was a guy who was engaged in illicit activity. I mean, this was a criminal organization, you know, masquerading as a government. He was indicted.
Trying to get the fuck out on spite.
The indictment, it's so darn compelling. And
trying to get out
this
still.
Is not unprecedented.
I haven't left the video either.
I mean, it is very much analogous to Operation Just Cause in 1989 with Noriega. You know, another guy who was indicted, and another guy who was sitting on top of a criminal enterprise. You know, a much smaller but strategically important country for reasons other than oil, because of the Panama Canal and so forth. And so I think, you know, I think it sends a very strong message. Also,
I think there's a pullback coming.
To those
this is very, very fast up.
Supporting Venezuela, especially Russia, China, and Iran, and to those, you know, kind of far left progressive dictatorships that Venezuela was supporting, especially the Cuban and the Nicaraguan regime. So guess what, Sarah? I mean, their cash flow is going to dry up. And so when the president's talking about the Cuban regime being very weak, he's right about that. Now, the sad part is these authoritarian regimes
wow, we're at 688, 60.
They just need to be stronger than any organized opposition. So I think it's really important to try to isolate these authoritarian regimes from sources of strength and support. And the operation against Maduro is the first step in doing that as well.
Well, what happens now?
I would have never.
I mean, you make the analogy to Panama. We can all hope that would be the case. But as you point out, sir, far smaller country, kind of a different scenario in many ways. This is a country with 30 million people, obviously geographically very large. As you point out, an armed opposition still in there. So, what do you think is going to actually have to happen to stabilize this and make it work?
Well, it's going to have to be, I think, a stronger form of intervention, you know, and I think what the administration doesn't want to do is, as you guys have been talking about, is they don't want to put large numbers of troops on the ground. Remember the Panama invasion?
3/3 bear cycle this bitch. Come on.
1/10 the size of Venezuelan population, 1/12 the size in landmass, took about 30,000 troops. The Dominican Republic operation in 1965,
I am fucking
which
ready.
Also was a successful intervention, I think you could say. You know, it was about 42,000 troops. So what the administration is trying is coercive diplomacy, an effort to try to convince the government to fire itself, you know, and to reform itself in a fundamental way. I mean, I think the chances of that are kind of slim. You know, it's because really what you have to do is you have to have a clear objective, which I think we
off of 1150.
Objective a little bit more.
They're going south. They're going south. They're going south. They're going south. They're going south.
In the nature of government, and I think it
ought
to
going
be
south. Bearish.
In favor of the
3/3
sovereignty of the Venezuelan people, so that their will is reflected in that government, associated with a restoration of the Constitution. And then I think we have to make clear what kind of punishment we're gonna deliver, because we have to convince those who are in power in Venezuela that we want them out more than they want to stay in. and they're incentivized to stay in right now because they were making a hell of a lot of money. And by the way, I don't think other Venezuelans are going to be too kind to them once they leave power, given the degree to which they've victimized their own people.
So 2 questions. One is, what happens if the will of the Venezuelan people is hands off our oil? And 2, does this give China the green pass to, the free pass to go into Taipei using the same framework of law enforcement that we're using?
Yeah, well, hey, I think, first of all, we have to make the point in favor of Venezuelan sovereignty, right? We're not there to take their oil. We're there. We would come in with U.S. companies and U.S. investment to help the people profit from the tremendous wealth of that country. And I think, the language that we use sometimes is unfortunate in that connection, or that the administration has been using. But we have to make it clear, we're in favor of the sovereignty of the Venezuelan people, and it's really U.S. investments and U.S. companies who can help them realize that potential. On your second point, this is really important. I think this is why
to not spike this bitch down to VWAP real quick.
Hey, well, maybe it's okay for the Chinese Communist Party to try to, and the People's Liberation Army to try to take Taiwan by force. It's again going back to the sovereignty argument and being in favor of sovereign nations who respect the sovereignty of their people. That's what the case is in Taiwan, right? That's a successful democracy, and the claims of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party to Taiwan, are specious, right? And make clear this difference, between the criminal regime and Maduro's actions and activities since 2013 when he took over from Chavez, and contrast that with Taiwan.
Why the market has shrugged off this news, you're wondering? Well, for one, Venezuela only produces about 900,000 barrels of oil a day, or less than 1% in a glutted market. And 2, the situation does almost nothing to rock the bull case in the main market driver. That is, of course, the AI narrative. Ignore chip stocks at your own risk. Taiwan semiconductor shares are trading at a record high as the street positions for the company winning big this year from the AI boom. The strength of the chip industry is expected to be on display at the Consumer Electronics Show that is underway today. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang will give a speech heavy on robotics, likely this afternoon.
I'm out at 30, 40 cents here. I really want 30, 40 cents on SPY. I'm being so fucking greedy right now for one more K so I can save, and then my NVIDIA is up huge right now.
From their holiday slumber and coming out with upgrades on key stocks. Goldman Sachs analyst James Yarrow is bullish on crypto player Coinbase.
3/3 bearish cycle. This bitch could bounce and flip at any fucking minute. It's like fucking a nuclear warhead. I have no idea what minute.
He thinks a potential $100 billion capital raise
for
OpenAI could benefit a partner like
This is a nuclear fucking
and
bomb.
Jefferies analyst Brent Thill is upbeat on IBM due to a better demand outlook for its software. Lots going on here today. Very interesting set of stories. Here in the opening bid roundtable,
Sorry,
John
it's hella loud.
Gabelli Funds portfolio manager,
Can't
Steve
fucking
Clemens,
hear
national
myself
interest
think.
editor at large, and Fernando Val, Hedgeye risk management energy analyst. Good morning to you all. Steve, I want to start with you here. Let's level set on this Venezuela situation. Why do you think the markets are shrugging this off?
Well, right now, Donald Trump's been very lucky. He's sort of had regime change without having liability for regime change.
Felt fucking
We're
crazy.
Have to wait and see how this goes.
Felt
right
fucking
now, markets
crazy.
Don't see any real downside. They see firms that were rolled out of Venezuela with Hugo Chavez, who lost huge assets, getting an opportunity to bring those back. And they see in the long run, this is, from an energy and pricing perspective, largely good for the United States and the Western Hemisphere. So far, Donald Trump and the U.S. economy are largely very lucky right now. I have concerns down the road, but that's the way it's playing out.
Fernando, let me get over to you. What are the, we're seeing a big move in Chevron. Is that justified, and why is that stock moving more so than others?
Well, I think, as you mentioned, it's the exposure to Venezuela. I would say it's not really justified.
Yes.
They're not particularly attractive contracts for Chevron, and there's no growth as it stands today. And if you look at the history of when there is regime change in an oil-producing nation, oil production tends to fall in the immediate term because whoever controls the oil controls the purse, controls the power. And so the question now becomes, who's going to rule Venezuela from here on out. We know President Trump said the U.S. will control it de facto.
Hot potato.
We're still to see how that will play out. And if there are different factions within Venezuela, which we have seen over the past few years, it could lead to interruptions in production. So we don't think it's justified. As you mentioned, Venezuela has fairly small production today of 900,000 barrels a day.
Come on, VWAP. Come on, VWAP. Please, VWAP, VWAP, VWAP. Yes, 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 yes,
John,
yes,
how does
yes,
this
yes,
situation
yes.
impact
Yes,
some
yes,
of the
yes,
holdings
yes,
over
yes,
at
yes,
Commodities?
yes. 3/3.
Yeah, thanks, Brian.
Come on.
Not much impact, I think, and I think that's why the market is so quote unquote shrugging it off. This situation, at least as given what we know today, not a big impact on company
Holy
fundamentals.
fuck, look at this
Venezuela
pullback.
is not a big part of the global economy. And
Thank
yeah,
God.
I think it's pretty straightveforward.
Thank God.
Does this
I'm
change
not going
your
to lie.
thinking,
Oh my
John,
God.
on geopolitical surprises?
Oh my God, thank God.
Having this conversation a week
Oh my
ago,
God.
while
Yo, what the
Venezuela has
fuck?
been in a period of unrest, I don't think many thought they would have seen the actions that we saw over the weekend. Does this change your thinking around the midterm elections or other things that are on the political docket this year?
Well, I mean, I guess at the margin, and again, it's so early, we don't know how this situation is going to unfold, but at the margin, it probably sets a bad precedent in terms of, larger global powers encroaching on smaller neighbors. And the one that really matters to markets
I'm at
is
5K now
the
on
situation in
SPY.
China with Taiwan. But that is many dominoes away from where we sit today. So maybe at the margin, antennas are raised, but beyond that,
3/3 bearish cycle
hard to
since
take much
12/20.
Steve, this isn't really what Trump supporters signed up for.
No, they did not support and sign up for nation building and what looks
like they want to go to VWAP.
liberal internationalism running.
So VWAP incoming at 12:21. Time is 12:27.
And that's why I think Donald Trump is walking a fine line between his own interests of sort of reasserting at what they're now calling the Donroe Doctrine rather than the Monroe Doctrine. But I tell you, there are two big things hanging out there that we're going to have to see how they unfold. The biggest topic this year in trade is going to be the USMCA and whether it comes back in
Bears
some
are pushing it into 3/3 here.
Form that is robust enough for automakers.
So
because he
slow
mentioned
today,
Mexico
though.
as a nation that's on his target list, and the other one is Greenland,
Everything's like
which,
slow
though
mo.
it's way in the north, is part of the Western Hemisphere. And to take any kinetic action with regard to Greenland could be the dynamic that dissolves NATO, because NATO nations would be obligated to come to Denmark's defense in that case.
Oh my God, that looked crazy, dude.
Matters. It's not
IW at the top.
Lack of exposure on oil or how much you're doing.
Like NVIDIA, it's NVIDIA doing this shit. If NVIDIA did not pull back earlier, it would not.
And that's
market would have went way higher.
The impact of this is very
If NVIDIA did not do this shit at 12, we would not be here right now. I guarantee goddamn to you that right now. Right, the realists remember at the top at 12:20, I said, hey, NVIDIA pulling back, market might do this later, right?
That oil is going
That's
to
what they're
stay
fucking doing. They're doing it later, and this is, I
for
told you,
an extended
inevitable.
period
It's
of
just
time.
at some
Do you
point
share that sentiment?
they are holding and holding and holding.
We
I'm
think
leaving
there's
SPY
some
right now.
upward pressure in the
5.3K.
very short term, but over the year long, we have said that the
I'm
demand
all
side
in on
is
NVIDIA
really the
still.
problem.
I'm all out on SPY.
We talked a little bit about on this call about China and
I'm
the
all
US
out on
as well,
SPY.
the US consumer being stretched thin. So both of those aspects are a headwind towards oil prices moving significantly higher. On the other side, you have a lot of stimuli by government, both in Europe, obviously the US and China, which then could pressure that demand up. But to us, we're not talking about going back into the 90s. We're potentially going back into the 70s if there is some pressure from the stimuli that I talked about earlier.
And of course, Fernando, the president now, he was talking about billions of dollars potentially going into
still
oil
in on
infrastructure
NVIDIA.
in Venezuela. How should
Contracts
investor
190, and I have two
play
dog
that
shit
if they are
contracts
so
at
inclined? Is it
175
through
from
drillers?
195
Is it through
today,
oil majors?
194
Is it through,
somewhere up there in the
oil
morning.
majors, of course, like a Chevron, which is getting
It went up
a bump
100% on 175s.
Well, I think most folks are looking towards services companies like Halliburton or
I'm so
Schlumberger.
fucking happy, bro.
Those
Oh
would
my
be
God.
the most direct impacted.
It was so fucking
and
bad
then,
at the
as you
top.
mentioned,
Oh my God, I was getting
the
grinded.
companies like
I was
Exxon
getting
or
grinded.
ConocoPhillips that have debits that Venezuela owes them. I think this is going to take a really long time.
That really could have been
a lot
so
of these
bad,
companies are
man.
going to
I'm
be
so
very
happy,
slow to
fuck.
deploy capital into a country where there's still no clarity on how you're going to get that capital
so
out.
happy. 12:30.
And so I would play
Look
this
at this
slowly,
play on the
but I
video
guess
too. This shit
services
is gonna
names
go
would
lower.
probably
I just
be
don't
the
know when.
choice here. Secondarily, if you want to play on
Bull
the
trap,
U.S.
bull
side,
trap, bull trap.
the refiners,
Bull bear
especially
trap,
Gulf
bull
Coast
bear
refiners
trap, bull
like
bear trap,
Valero, Marathon
bull trap,
Petroleum,
and then now what,
should
right?
benefit
So,
because
NVIDIA, man.
have more
I'm pretty sure
competition
I
on
have a
heavy
good fucking
crude
shot at
that's
NVIDIA
been a
going
lack
into the
of
purple
in
box
the
this
market.
week.
So with
Starting
Venezuela
today,
potentially
right? This
exporting
might
more
be
crude,
moving to
they would
tomorrow
be net
185, but I'm
beneficiaries.
feeling
Lastly,
it.
Fernando,
Fucking
help
feeling
a
it. I'm
layperson
feeling it.
understand this. You know, Exxon stock last year
Oh
had a
my
pretty
god.
good year.
NVIDIA
With
saved
oil
me, I'm not gonna
prices
lie
well
today.
off their highs.
This
Why
shit
is that
also
happening?
tricked
And
me
can
too
that
because I kind of
relative
knew the market was
outperformance
gonna
from
go
broader
higher and
market
NVIDIA was gonna go
performance?
lower like this shit, but like not like
Yeah,
fucking
I
this.
think
This is
it's all about
absolutely
where you are
crazy.
on the cost curve. And
Absolutely
Exxon,
crazy.
since 2016, has done a tremendous job of
Someone said,
repositioning its
damn, IWM
portfolio to
strong.
be
Yeah,
at
I
the low
can't
end of the
believe
cost curve.
IWM fucking
Be
hella
that with
strong. I can't
Guyana,
believe it either.
that
This
they
is
have 45% net
1.7%,
profit,
and there's
or
no
with their
fucking sign
acquisitions
of
in the
letting go of
Permian, such as
252. It's
Pioneer
actually at
Natural
253,
Resources.
so it's in a whole
Even
different
though oil
universe.
prices are lower, their
IWM
margins
literally in
have
a whole
actually
different
been
fucking
fairly
universe.
strong. They've been free cash
Wow.
flow generating. Not enough to cover all of their
Wow.
$14-15 billion in buybacks, annual buybacks, but pretty close. So they have a very low balance.
My average was $4 and $3 on 190
The
NVIDIA. I'm at
last part is
$5
because
now.
of passive
Wow.
investing,
I'm so
the
fucking
large and
happy,
mega
man.
caps
Wow.
get most of
Thank God.
the flows.
I'm so
So
fucking
someone like
happy now.
Exxon and Chevron is going to benefit
I'm in a
in
good.
excess
I
of
think
the
I'm in the.
smaller
I
cap
think I'm in the
stocks
right move on
when there's
NVIDIA,
a
the
move
right
up on the
direction.
sector.
So
John, if one was bullish
I
on the
am
Mag 7
fucking
and
loving
AI
this
stocks
shit,
going into
man.
this year,
Look at this
do
shit
they
today.
stay bullish, even
192,
if there is
hovering
rising
190, and
geopolitical
now
risk?
187, man. Oh
I would
my
say
lord.
yes, because I think
Right, those that watch the
fundamentals
market
remain very
update video,
strong.
thank you so
We have
much for
pretty good
watching the market
visibility
update
that this
video.
should be another
I
big
implore
year
you,
of
please
AI
go watch the
infrastructure
market update
investment,
video, man.
and
Market
more
update video
importantly,
suggests that
progress in AI
IWM setup
adoption
playing.
and
There's
AI
also a major
monetization
setup on the
across
video.
multiple business
There is
models.
a
So
major
yeah, I
setup
think
on
there's only
SOXL.
two of the Mag
In my
7
opinion,
outperformed the S&P
185
500 in
is
2025.
97%
The
guaranteed
Mag
this
7
week.
as a group
I think we're
contributed
about to go
about 70%
already.
of the S&P 500's
185, that's
earnings
$2
growth.
below. I mean, we're
And I
already
think
there.
the vast majority of
Look what happened on the
S&P
video, right?
500's
It was
revenue growth.
playing on top of the purple
Yeah, I
box,
think
playing on
so
top of the
long as
purple box. Are
fundamentals
we
remain
going there? Nope.
healthy, valuations
Bull.
are not a reason
And
to
then,
stay away right
now we're here.
Have
So
you start to look outside
we
the
either
Mag
chop
7?
here and then go tomorrow, or we go
Well, I
tomorrow, or we
always
don't go
look
at all.
outside the Mag 7.
But
Mag 7's about 30%
this is
of
looking
the
like
S&P
setup more
500.
than
I
not
think
on
that's so
NVIDIA.
there's still
Look at
a
QQQ.
massive amount
Pull it back to
of
the
names to look
0.5
at outside of
Fibonacci
that group.
on
And
NVIDIA,
yeah, I own
right?
plenty
This
of
shit
names
would not have
outside
been
the Mag
possible
7, of
without
course.
fucking NVIDIA,
Steve,
basically.
let me get the last word over to you. You know, we were
0.5
talking about
Fibonacci. I don't think this shit would have been fucking possible
Does
without
the president
NVIDIA.
now need to shift back
Right, this
to
bigger
this
time frame shit
affordability
is the
crisis at the
0.618,
same time
and
this
this is the
on?
0.5,
And how do we
right?
even
Let's
pull
just
that
leave
off?
the Fibonacci like this so we can see
Look, I think the
the
president has a
medium-term
very,
cycle
very,
along with the
full plate
intraday cycle, the
of
bigger
challenges
cycle.
in the country. I think the affordability crisis is one. What this president has
That
shown
was so
himself somewhat
bad.
of a genius
Not
at
gonna lie, I kept going
is
fucking up.
not just the politics of doing what he said, but kind of the politics of distraction. If you've got a lot of discontent at home, you've got prices rent at home, but now he's basically can go out and say, hey, we're worried about our energy future. I get what our colleagues said on the table, and I completely agree with them. But in the minds of many people, he's sort of shaping, again, Make America Great Again includes making American
You guys want to
energy
see my Robinhood account?
opportunities
I'll
and
send
stability in the
my
Western
fucking
Hemisphere part of that.
I'll send my shit.
And so he connects them in ways that a lot of other
the
people
WhatsApp
don't.
group.
And he's put some people in the position. We've all started out and say, hey, Nicolas Maduro is a really bad guy, but so in a sense he gets an interesting pass about
Look
this
at this
right
shit.
now. But I think Donald
Literally
Trump
saved
right
on
now
NVIDIA alone.
is, as he kind of moves into 2026.
I literally got
figure out
saved on fucking NVIDIA today alone. Look at this shit. Hold up. How do I fucking turn this shit off? Bro. I ain't gonna lie, my SPY was cooking. This is my fucking Robin Hood today, man. It was cooking into 11:50. Look at this shit. It was fucking cooking. And it cooked it. It cooked it, huh? Oh my god. Yo. Oh my god. fucking started off wild. Started off wild. On NVIDIA in the morning. I can't lie. I thought this shit was gonna fucking run too. I was scared I was gonna get cooked on 4K, but it started going my way, and I added halfway on my way, right? Now look at it. Now look at it. Now it's actually fucking my way. Alright, now it's actually in the right direction. I'm gonna stay vigilant here because this shit could flip on NVIDIA. I mean, market could literally bounce here, right? I left right before VWAP, or it could decide to go to VWAP. Now it's 50-50. NVIDIA, I feel like it's like 75-25 is gonna go hit that purple box tomorrow or the day after that. So, man, I think NVIDIA purple box coming into tomorrow, 185, maybe even 182. I don't know. Maybe the risk is crazy too, but look at the MACD. If you look at the 2-hour MACD, it was going bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, and 12 p.m. right now it's bearish, right? So if this is true, you could goddamn guarantee you could see this shit into Friday. We could probably see 180, 184. Well, I said 180, 185, 184 is the first target, and then the next support, if this actually breaks down like crazy, would be 180. But I mean, I'm not even thinking about that low. I'm honestly just thinking about little move, one third, 2/3, 3/3. Right? I really care about the 1/3, 2/3. So, oh my god. What the fuck? That waterfall on fucking NVIDIA, bro. I love to see it. Love to see it. Purple box broken down from the top and ripped down apart. So, love to see. 1240. I didn't make shit on SPY. I basically just ran away when they gave my fucking break-even price nearby. I ran the fuck away. I joined way early. 1040 is when I DCA'd. 1040 somewhere here is when I fucking DCA'd. So yeah, way too fucking early. And honestly, I didn't want to do SPY. It's just I kind of got fucking trapped on SPY looking at the video too. It is not the best. Someone saying financials or some shit today, so probably right. Something going on behind the curtains that people can't really tell. $12.30 bouncing into 12.40 on NVIDIA. QQQ is bouncing at the 0.5 Fibonacci of the low to the HOD 1150. 50-50 bullish and bearish. IWM is in heaven, doing its own thing. I really couldn't sit here and tell you what the fuck IWM is doing, to be honest. Sometimes IWM does the most craziest shits that I don't understand, but maybe this is why something going on with SPY, because yeah, IWM today is just a nuke. $5 or $6. It's making everything look crazy hard. Even if they pull back, it doesn't even look like it's pulling back because IWM. So it's just sideways. And then when they run, they reject things like NVIDIA, or they reject what? Some weird ass shit on QQQ. So they don't even make it look like. It is grinding higher though because of IWM. But yeah, it's just now it's fucking weird. I need food, man. Today it's got me way so stressed out. I'm not gonna lie. Today's got me stressed out, bro. Dangerous.
What is the trade and tariff picture really going to be?
Sorry.
What is USMCA?
I'm still in my NVIDIA here. It's just the index is being misaligned. not knowing what the fuck is running on SPY perfectly is just so damn hard, and it's actually really dangerous. Risk is crazy. You gotta really understand what the fuck they're doing on what perfectly to really know and understand the setups, but like the setups are so fucking different on financials and blah 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 and this and that, you know. I think the closer we get to 4, the more and more this NVIDIA setup shit gets more and more important. But yeah, I think there are clearly so many different setups right now that we're not looking at either, right? We're looking at NVIDIA, we're looking at IWM, we're not looking at Tesla, we're not really looking at financials, but I mean, we are looking at as much as we can. Look at all these bears getting cooked since 10.25 on IWM. 1/3, 2/3, and then 3/3. So they literally cooked everybody that was playing Southside on Friday, while the market was going south like crazy on Friday, right? They popped the bitch like crazy today. With SOXO, with IWM. Man. So weird.
Really going to be? How is, his appetite for disruption within this hemisphere going to fit with real challenges like with China,
See what happens
or
on the
Ukraine,
video.
Russia,
I'm
etc.
really
So
interested.
the geopolitical map
I want this shit to go down today.
but he's showing that his focus is in this hemisphere, and his interest in things outside this hemisphere.
I'm being greedy as fuck right now, low-key, because I'm thinking if they go down today, I'm about to not leave, but I'm leaving half at the minimum.
Coming up, CrowdStrike founder and CEO George Kurtz sat down with me in a new episode of my Opening Bid Unfiltered podcast. This being his first comments on his recent decision to spend $300 million to buy a stake in the popular Mercedes F1 team. We'll be right back with that one. CrowdStrike founder and CEO George Kurtz will have a more exhilarating 2026, no doubt about it. The accomplished race car driver just spent $300 million to buy a stake in the popular Mercedes F1 team. In a new episode of my Opening Bid Unfiltered podcast, I talked to Kurtz about his latest investment and the state of.
Let's do our second poll of the day, guys. Right? What direction do you think the market's about to go here? Higher or lower? And if you are a price target wanting person, say the price target of the SPY that you think is about to come next. All right. What is coming next? In your opinion, this is just a personal opinion poll on SPY. All right, everybody vote, please. We are making a poll in the WhatsApp group so we can see the numerical differences too. Higher or lower? Clearly, everyone about to vote lower here because candle coming in green. I mean, candle coming in red. But I'm gonna vote lower. I'm gonna vote lower because I'm a candle trader. So we'll see what happens. All right, call me a candle trader. Let's see. Captain says I want 687. All right, Chariok says I want 688 flat. All right. Sony says lower. I just don't know how lower. That's exactly how I'm thinking. Like lower, but because everybody in the world probably thinking lower, I don't even want to fucking think about lower. So literally, as they go lower, cents by cents, I'm thinking, yo, this shit's fucking But one person says higher, and 9 people says lower in the WhatsApp group. That is something. We have 10 or 11 people saying lower in the WhatsApp group and YouTube combined, and 1 person saying higher. That is crazy. Alright. Now, it is the 1 person versus 12 or 13. 1 person versus the world. 12:45. Man, they're creating a cycle in the 3/3 and they're playing in it. I am scared on the video. IWM. $253. Still. Someone said hi today. 689.50, 690. Okay. There is a divergence at the roof. No, there isn't. 1150. I was going to say, if there was a divergence on the roof, maybe that would be a setup that they want to rocket up and hit.
An age of
but
AI.
No divergence at the roof, actually.
Well, I think it's a continuation of what we've been doing, which is
I don't like this shop that I'm seeing on the video, but what can I do? I have to let them create a cycle, and I'm just sitting through their cycle.
Helping companies consolidate, drive down cost and complexity.
Something happening on the video here. It's just playing.
Continuing to focus on our mission of stopping breaches. And if you look at what CrowdStrike does as opposed to a lot of other companies, we're not building a whole bunch of other things outside of security. Our whole mission in life is to build the best technology combined with the best services to stop adversaries and stop the breach. And that's going to be the continuation. If you look at our success, we reported our quarterly numbers a few weeks back. If you look at our growth and re-acceleration in net new ARR is a record 265. If you look at our free cash flow, almost 300 million, 296. It's incredible. If you look at our operating income, all up, all records across the board. And I think what it really tells you is the fact that cybersecurity A is needed, CrowdStrike is the right company for it, and the platform approach is winning, combined with the right licensing mechanism we call Falcon Flex, which has really accelerated the adoption of CrowdStrike, making it easy, friction-free, and the ability to use all of our modules for our customers. And we always report out on the number of modules that are used. We keep increasing the number of module attaches to our, from a customer perspective. And I think that's really a true indication of a platform. So we're going to continue to do more of that. Obviously, AI is going to be important in securing AI. I know we're going to talk a little bit about it, but that's the game plan.
Man, NVIDIA today,
AI,
front and center.
There was a good JP Morgan report I recently
Wow,
read.
look at the market recovering right now.
Super plugged
right
into
above
all things
VWAP too.
cybersecurity. This note mentioned
Holy
with AI,
crap. 0.5 Fibonacci on.
the
QQQ. Game is being played right here. This is the game.
Potential attacks, I guess.
0.5 Fibonacci on.
Break that down first. What is the impact you're seeing because there are AI agents starting to run amok inside companies?
Well, from our perspective, an AI agent is nothing more than a superhuman.
Market deciding.
It has an identity, non-human
Bounce
identity.
from 1245 to 1250, but it's deciding what to do.
If you can believe that.
No, I can't
run
believe
them
that.
pockets.
That's the first time I heard that, actually.
Yes, absolutely true. Because they need to keep track of all of them, so they're giving them employee ID numbers. They have access to data, just like a human does, but lots of it in different places. They have access to compute, right? And they have access to different workflows and systems that are across in and outside the network. So what a human can do in a day, an AI agent can do in a second, and obviously that introduces
Someone said
risk.
time to retire.
A big part of our focus as a company is protecting all these AI agents. And
wow, what did the market
fall,
do?
We acquired a company called Pangea, which is focused on protecting AI and AI agents and creating guardrails around what can happen. And there's really, there's multiple areas, but just to simplify it, you sort of have like the prompt layer, which is, people putting data in prompts and public LLMs and not really thinking about it. And where does that data go? And what does it mean?
This is the most nastiest things happening right here. You have to understand they're cycling here. And this is not bullish or bearish, but they're hovering and chopping and data burning until later.
The fact that if you have your own LLMs, you have people that want to take advantage, and adversaries and other AI, to be honest, that want to extract information out of that LLM that maybe they shouldn't get.
It's fucking nasty ass fucking rejection
prompt
coming.
injection and even indirect prompt injection.
Fucking little nasty ass fucking bounce, little nasty ass fucking rejection going nowhere right now.
If you are offering a service,
fucking the most nastiest time wasting shit going nowhere.
Maybe it's a travel site and that has
every single time it goes lower, bulls are fucking shitting their pants. Every single time it goes higher, bears are fucking shitting their pants right here.
Maybe it's going to give you information about all the
lot
other
up here,
customers,
a lot
right?
down
so
here too.
Protect against that. So the risk is really been magnified from just like I can get to somebody's information by.
As long as this shit stays below yesterday's low, I am happy. I'm chilling. I don't give up.
I can get
flat
almost
fuck
anything you want, including
what they
secrets,
do really in the
by giving it the
small
right
cycles.
So that's sort of
as
one.
As long as they don't break
and
the
then
shit
two
and run today.
is putting the guardrails around these AI agents.
Today,
and one of the things that Pangea has really invented now with CrowdStrike is something we call AI DR. AI detection and response.
Don't let
so
candles fool you.
EDR,
Understand what's going on. And what's going on is some nasty evil shit.
Agents.
That's what's
you
going on.
You have to understand what it's doing,
what
the results
some
are,
nasty
what
ass
it's touching.
Fucking cycles
you
are
have to have visibility
forming,
and from a
and
compliance
they're scaring
perspective,
fucking bears, and they're scaring
from a
fucking bulls.
You have to be able to look at
what is
every
true
step
is there's
of
a
what's
HOD
happening
at 1150.
and be able to record that and then be able to protect against bad things. So
actually risky as fuck for bears here, and is risky as fuck for bulls here.
Internally.
That's what it is technically, because they're burning everybody.
You have to watch what the humans do. It's just by regulation, for compliance reasons.
Until a news cycle confirmation forms.
You can't just release an agent, which I call, sometimes the AI agents like letting, drunk.
The volume, look at the volume is so ass too. It's so small. But look when it turned negative, 12.20, right? And then it actually went into 12.40, 12.35. So
and that's going to
MACD and RSI volume is the most important here. Watch if this goes higher or lower into the bearish territory or the bullish territory.
Do you find all this talk about an AI bubble totally
let them do
absurd?
What they want to do.
I understand where these critiques are coming from.
Go lower.
I
After they faked everybody
I do not think we're in a
That's
bubble,
so fucking disgusting.
No
I'm telling you, bro, it's so fucking disgusting, dude. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Right?
Is bubble
11:45 bounce
up and then just has no
12:45 bounce.
People lose a lot of money.
Rejection and time is 12:55.
I don't think so, because I think AI is fundamentally going to change the way we do everything. In this
both sides are fucking hoping, both sides are fucking crying, and both sides are almost wanting it.
The viewers will remember the Chat GPT moment, the first time they use it, right? And I remember
I have no idea if they want to go lower your fucking or not.
I
mean, I have
that
no
was like
clue.
When it first came out, and there weren't even like firewalls. So it's going to change fundamentally business. It's going to change society. And there's risk associated with that. But from a bubble perspective, I think there's going to be a handful of sort of like AI winners,
and then
you're going to see the large number of AI application and users.
Man, now that I'm in profit on NVIDIA, I don't want this shit to go back up. Like I'm actually fucking
drive down the cost.
I don't know if I'm being smart or I don't know if I'm being greedy right now.
Is there a bubble in, all these sort of circular things that happen with companies? That remains to be seen. But I think the technology is solid. There's real revenue associated with it.
The MACD and volume just did not turn. The candle just tried to go red in the last minute and they reverted.
Foundation type models are going to be commoditized. And I think the real winners are going to be the folks who can drive outcomes using software and AI. And that's one of the things that people always talk about. Well, what happens to software? Is AI going to kill software? No. Like, you're not going to be able to get to an outcome without the software, and AI is just going to help you get there.
Coming up, Julie Hyman will stay on the pulse of the markets on Market Catalyst. We'll be right back.
Wild.
An asset, people want to go here because they're concerned about geopolitics.
I think, you have to come to that conclusion because nothing else really happened over the weekend. And it does make sense. If the U.S. is going to be a lot more interventionist within the region, you could, certainly envision some folks that might be, feeling under duress might want to locate money in a safe haven other than the U.S. dollar, for example, or U.S. equities. Gold, you can keep physical, and you don't really have to count on it clearing or anything like that. It's got intrinsic value. So traditionally, it has always been a good safe haven in times of crisis.
All right, so is this a strong tailwind for gold and other precious metals going into the new year? The fact that the president says the U.S. is going to run the country for now, and we continue to have guests here on this show this morning saying there's going to be a lot of tension and potential conflict between this administration and Venezuela and the U.S.
That's crazy.
Does that just continue to push gold higher?
Look at this shit. We stopped at the previous all-time high.
Let's not forget, there's also the monetary policy aspect of gold here.
All-time high.
You're likely going to see a much more dovish Fed
Oh my God, today was actually really hard because that's exactly where they stopped. They went bullish and then stopped right on the previous all-time high breakout point.
And that is lower rates. And if we do see problems in Venezuela, if this doesn't go
I wish I could fucking see that shit way earlier going higher though. Fuck me.
Of flow interrupted.
Wow.
We're already seeing some fields shuttering capacity because of the previous U.S. action on tankers, and we could see a bit of a short covering here in the crude market, which could signal some higher prices and positive for gold.
So Bart, can you spell out this oil-gold dynamic for us? Because right now we're looking at oil prices moving a bit lower. A lot of the oil majors moving higher. In fact, we were showing numbers on the S&P just a second ago. Baker Hughes was the top performing stock, in fact. And at the same time, we're seeing metals and
all right, don't forget that picture I sent in the WhatsApp group, okay, guys? That is why we do previous LODs, previous HODs, right? Because that is the ranges these computers and these hybrid algos fucking perfectly fucking play 6, 9, 20 SPX.
Precious metals higher, particularly gold.
Do not forget that. That shit is something. This shit is something. How it stopped right here at 6, 9, 20.
In Venezuela, which is the largest
previous all-time high breakout point.
Sector.
There's a gap up there at 6, 9, 28. There's a gap down here too. 6,
that
8.
could mean a lot of development down the road. No way in the next 6 months or a year, but over the very long run, and to the extent that markets discount the long run, it kind of makes sense that companies that might have a part in developing those huge resources are doing better.
When we're looking at the precious metal market, due to all this geopolitical volatility, we often talk about gold as a safe haven. You actually have a very bullish take on gold. You see gold hitting 4,400 in Q1, right, obviously this year. But when we're looking at the metal complex, which one do you see having the biggest tailwind due to some of this geopolitical uncertainty? In recent weeks, we've seen copper and silver also move higher on some similar concerns, not about Venezuela, but just about geopolitics.
Well, certainly, gold is the standard safe haven.
Man, this is dangerous shit heading into tomorrow too. There's a gap above that we're really close to, and now there's a massive gap down below. This NVIDIA news about to be humongous. At 4 p.m. market close.
Demand is turning out to be stronger than we thought for platinum, for example.
Back the RSI turning bearish. If the volume comes, you'll see the candle go.
We continue to see a very strong platinum market on the fundamentals, and also helped by this whole safe haven play.
Volume
and of course,
about to turn red right now.
Volume
about to turn bearish right now on the 5-minute candle. Bears are trying here on the 5-minute candle.
AI, everything from solar generation to electronic components in data centers. So gold, geopolitics help.
All right, if the volume comes in here, it's going to stack candles, but if they don't, they don't.
Also in some recent days, we've seen the dollar move higher. Does that change the math on any of this when it comes to gold being a safe haven or some of these other metals?
Well, I think typically whenever gold rallies, precious metals don't do as well. But in this environment, we can have both happening, where people are, using the dollar and precious as a safe haven simultaneously. But the consensus is out there.
Very, very sick chop.
Is going to start sliding lower over time.
IWM, QQQ, and SPY now. So fuck this. They want to have a buffet. Fuck that. They want to have a buffet. It's very weird how some days it's like this and it's all options eating, and some days it's like all options fucking printing, and then one side getting toasted to the mix. What the hell?
Joining us this morning is Wedbush Securities Head of Technology and Media Trading, Joel Kalina. Joel, good morning. Good to see you again.
Yeah, great to be on.
So there's a lot to unpack. I guess the biggest question is, what do you expect Jensen to talk about, and might we get some positive earnings revisions because of it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Jensen speaking today at 4 p.m. has kind of been on everyone's calendar for the better part of the past, 4 to 6 weeks, and I think he's gonna kind of reinforce what we've been learning over the past month or so, that AI demand is really more robust than people thought, say 3 months ago when there was a little bit of wobble in the trade. And we're going to hear anything from, industrial AI, robotics, autonomous, probably AI for the consumer as well, physical AI, manufacturing.
Who's going to be here for the CES, NVIDIA event?
And more
I have
importantly,
a
for kind of
positional
potential
bias
for
into
upward
NVIDIA,
earnings
so
revisions, as if it maybe hints at revenue will
someone's
start
going to
coming
be
in
here with me
from
to
China,
launch
from
the
the
CES
H200
NVIDIA
product.
event with me, man.
Are you anticipating having to add that into your model?
We sure hope so. I mean, I don't know if we'll get it today. And I think arguably the most important catalyst for NVIDIA, and at least in Q1 outside of GTC and their February earnings, is if some of the new models that continue to kind of trickle out from the LLMs continue to show improved performance versus Gemini 3, which are using TPUs. So to me, that's sort of the biggest, the key to the growth story moving forward. But NVIDIA is far from cheap. And I wouldn't be surprised if you blink in a month or so and the stock's trading back towards its highs around 215.
So, is it the same themes as last year?
I wouldn't be surprised if we wake up tomorrow and the goddamn thing trading at 165.
AI demand.
185.
CapEx, memory prices. I noticed you have in your note as well. I mean, that's really what worked last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking back at 2025, keeping it simple worked in tech. I mean, you could have turned bullish on Alphabet coming out of their I/O Developers Conference in May. That's been a home run trade. Sticking with the AI picks and shovels, whether it's been names like Flex. On the optical side, you have Lumentum, Coherent, Ciena. Cisco's even been breaking out to its highest levels in 25 years as well.
I almost said I just stress ate a whole block of mozzarella.
Giving a keynote at the CES on Wednesday as well.
Yeah, it's actually fucking crazy how easily they went lower like here, and then right above VWAP they just started chopping bullshit going nowhere, like killing everything.
Whether it's within the software space, especially on the application
God did
side,
for me, but like, oh my God, it's actually
like
crazy.
Names like Trade Desk or Instacart.
The only reason is because it's like fucking cents above VWAP, and they're like, oh, let's just destroy everything right here. Cents above.
And obviously are a lot more prepared
VWAP, psychological,
how quickly these narratives
the middle
continue to shift around the AI landscape.
VWAP, yeah. That is work.
Welcome to a new episode of the Opening Bid Unfiltered podcast. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sazi.
Joining us this morning is Wedbush Security. China's IPO market seeing a revival driven by some new AI names. The model maker Minimax reportedly set to price its Hong Kong offering tomorrow at the top of the range. Our Deirdre Bosa has more on that in today's Tech Check. Morning, Dee.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So China's AI boom, it's now showing up in the public markets, while the U.S. version, it's still locked behind private valuations. Minimax, as Carl said, this is an AI model builder. It's just the latest amid this absolute frenzy of AI IPOs in China. Just over the last few weeks, there's been more threads coined China's answer to NVIDIA, up 500% on its debut. Another chip maker, Meta X, surged nearly 700% on its first day of trade. And then you have Bayern jumped 80%. So now the pipeline is moving from chips to models, and it's not slowing down. You've got Minimax and Jipu AI, also anticipated to list in Hong Kong soon. Their foundational model startups going to market early in the AI build-up.
The volume actually came bullish,
though.
Of
those
Can't
six
lie,
Chinese companies I mentioned is 6 years. Now, part of this is capital. China's late-stage pool, it's smaller, and so IPOs are one of a few ways to raise real money over there. Now, compare that, though, to OpenAI, which just turned 10, or Databricks, which turns 13 this year. There's Anthropic and xAI, yes, they're 5 and 3 respectively, but even there the message is cautious in terms of an IPO. Now, all of this matters because public markets, they don't just provide capital, they force price discovery, real-time feedback on how much risk investors are willing to underwrite. OpenAI is now one of the most valuable companies on earth by private valuation, but investors, they're left trading around it. They have to guess how much of OpenAI's value is durable or already priced in or circulating.
I was honestly expecting some hard-ass shit today on SPY. This is what I said on the live stream earlier, right? Last week's shit was so goddamn easy sometimes for deductors that honestly, if somebody did good last week, they may be targeting them to fucking destroy them today or this week somehow. That's what I said. Yeah, they are making this shit not hard.
As the model race
not
accelerates,
easy,
guys, there is a growing irony here. Chinese AI model builders and chip makers, they're actually offering more visibility to markets, and that is a key point.
So I guess, and the other sort of interesting factor here was the acquisition by Meta of Manis,
yes.
which is it's Chinese native, right? I know it's a Singapore company, but I do wonder if we're going to see more of this and whether there will be geopolitical implications at some point or intervention by either government.
That's such a great point, right? Manis AI was a Chinese company, and they moved everything to Singapore and basically cut off their ties with all of
literally,
China.
if you really think about what happened last week, Friday, Wednesday, and Thursday and shit like that, it moved perfectly. Everything was so fucking perfectly set up, like how Chaya is saying that right now, right? QQQ and SPY and IWM, or not IWM, but SPY and QQQ aligned perfectly with each other and did its thing. But when it's in like a decision moment like this, when there are events and when there are things like markets popping and there's a lot of confusion, it's not just a straight up set up to do something. It tries to delete people with candles. It tries to delete people by doing crazy ass fucking cycles, not just easy setup like up, down, down, up, like Friday, right? Or Wednesday or some shit. And it actually does like different shit, like hard ass fucking shit. Like I literally just described last week as, oh, this shit's so fucking easy, haha, right? And it was like unidirectional, like the cycling and the confirmation, and it sometimes was so perfect. But like I'm telling you, bro, some days, right, especially after the days have been great like that, couple of days in a row, or like there have been deductors, bull or bear, that did really well, they make it kind of hard, which is why you need to have an absolute understanding of cycle and setups and understanding of risk, and to try to get the right deduction and the right move and the right direction at all times. That's the only thing. Look at this shit, bro. How the fuck does anybody, like, there are many things that could happen here still, but where did they stop exactly? 6, 9, 20, right? The only people that were able to find that out was only people that literally are doing deductions, that were like, okay, they ran past this, okay, what is that left gap? HOD all-time high, previous, blah, blah, blah. And then they start rejecting, and then when it happens, you start seeing it, and you're like, oh, now, confirmation building, okay, now, risk says, blah, 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 blah. QQQ rejecting. Alright. I literally said it's chopping here when at 12:45, 12:50, right? I literally said, right, it's chopping here. Making chop, 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 wasting time until a directional move, until a real direction comes, right? The realist people of my live stream never forget what I say. Realist people truly remember what I'm saying, because that's really what I'm saying to myself and what I have said to myself for the last years, and 1 year or half a month or whatever, half a year. But like what I did was I talked to myself in that moment. I remembered what I was saying. I remembered what I was thinking. I remembered why I was saying what I was thinking, and blah, blah, blah. And you see it happen and you see it play out. That is building experience. That is building confidence. Instead of candle hoping, instead of being like, oh, this is going to go bullish or bearish. Oh, I'm happy or not. It's literally, right, setup and also confidence based on what you have done in your life, what you wanted to do in your life, and what you have accomplished in your life. That is the only way you truly understand the crazy ass shit that happens here, and that you really start trying to see and you start understanding what is truly going on behind the scenes, instead of just candles are bullish, 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 candles are bearish, 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 any of that jack shit, right? This could go this could break again HOD. Why? It doesn't really say full on VWAP fucking down. Why? Because what if it does some distribution go lower than 1250 and grab more bears and go up? That's like a 5-10% chance. Yes, maybe. On candles, yes alone, maybe. But I mean, that literally means you're not a bear bias right here. That literally means you're watching things and you're allowing it to be okay going higher or lower. And you, as a human being, right, as a deductor, not a speculator, estimator, guesser, or any of that, you're doing your best with what the market gives you, which is reality. right? Real facts, not delusional bullshit, candle, fake out bullshit, candle, MACD bullshit, right? Why the group chat is hence called reality market. You do things based on reality, like cycle analysis, time confirmation, primary factors that they cannot trick out or lie, right? And you go from there. You go from there. I don't know if this is bullish or bearish. This is just coming in spiked. So, I mean, maybe fucking 5% of the population was able to get the fuck out at 108. Maybe, I don't know. But, I mean, who the fuck? How is anyone going to hear it saying, oh, this shit's bullish or bearish? It's going to go up or down. MACD? What? MACD is fucking nothing. You know what I mean? MACD is literally flipping up and down, up and down, up and down since literally 1250. You're going to sit here and be like, MACD bullish, MACD bullish, MACD bullish, volume bearish, MACD bearish. Then you don't know what the fuck you're doing. All I can say is the market's going to get you today, the next day, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. So if that's the fucking truth, and if that's what's going on in real life, might as well figure it out and might as well do things that are real and might as well not get scammed by scamming ass Ferrucci's. God did. Alright, NVIDIA testing LOD. Let's see what happens here. NVIDIA 187.07. Oh man. Wow. Burning a fuck ton of bears, burning a fuck ton of bulls on QQQ, burning every single bear on IWM, burning a fuck ton of bears on SPY, burning some bulls on SPY. There's a major difference today. SPY, QQQ, IWM, all in its own head. SPY, IWM, everything in its own fucking head.
Now, Chinese AI startups, even though they've proved, really interesting and really robust in terms of performance, like DeepSeek and some of the other ones, Minimax, which I mentioned, the valuations are a lot lower relative to American AI startups, and that is because, as I mentioned, the pool of capital is smaller. So you had Amanis AI just really show you what you can get if you break off those ties to China and move to Singapore. You can get bought for much, much more. You can be valued at a much higher valuation.
We did a poll at 1245 higher or lower, and they went higher and lower.
You know that they also have the support
just on candles to fucking throw everybody off.
To develop
they went higher and lower.
And model companies, and there may be benefits that come with that as well.
Holy shit. Still no directioning.
Joining us this morning is 314 Research co-founder.
Carl Issa, a California Republican, joins me now. Sir, you're the vice chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Do you want to see boots on the ground in Venezuela, even if it's just a last resort?
Oh, thanks for having me on, Stuart. And it's certainly an important question. Most presidents probably would have put boots on the ground. This president pledged to us that he would use a different system, and he has. He's done an interesting combination of a military use, but let's be honest, this is somebody indicted 5 years ago. This is simply a criminal indictment being brought to justice, who happens to be a dictator who seized power. And remember, more than 60 countries have openly said he is not the legitimate leader of Venezuela. And I think that's an important distinction that over the weekend, a lot of people kept saying, well, if you'll take this head of state, what about another head of state? Well, this is not a legitimate head of state. And he certainly didn't move to quash an indictment over the last 5 years, including during the Biden administration.
Look at us slowly.
There's a lot of talk that Venezuela is a domino and that other dominoes are about to fall. Specifically, shall we say, Colombia. The president mentioned that country by name. Nicaragua, and there's Cuba. Is it the first domino to fall?
Well, I hope so. I hope that a return to
the majority not able to get this move. It's so
capitalism rather than socialism and state-owned
majority
property.
Actually stuck at the
return
top
to personal
since
freedoms and free and fair
waiting
elections.
for it to come back.
You know, Stuart, you and I both saw a period of time when countries, including Venezuela, enjoyed what we would call democracy in the Southern Hemisphere. And we were watching that disappear country by country. Under President Trump's leadership, we are beginning to push back on that. That's separate from the activities of these dictatorships, which include
here on
drug trafficking.
Bears are here on QQQ. Bears are here on QQQ. SPY is pulling back on NVIDIA and technologies. Everything's pulling back. QQQ, pull back, pull back, pull back.
And you're indicted, you will be convicted. I just want to do one thing, if I may. A lot of people keep making this point that most of the cocaine ended up in Europe in this case. The reason there was an indictment in New York is for crimes that didn't come to the United States.
We are now at
VWAP.
People
would realize that even if
up
it
to
was
the Bears.
80 or 90%
This is up to the Bears
Europe,
at this point to
it was
stop,
still killing
not
Americans,
break LOD.
and he was indicted
They want to go
for
break
these
LOD
crimes,
on QQQ.
that, quite frankly, date
LOD
back to
incoming.
2011. When in this case
I think LOD coming.
drug trafficking was
QQQ
opened
incoming.
in the Southern
LOD
District of
incoming
New
on
York.
QQQ. They're pulling back.
Carson,
Dumping.
always a pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Dumping to
On a very
QQQ.
important day,
Again,
and we appreciate it.
620 to 617. We are again. 622 to 620. I'm telling you, bro. I watched this fucking pull back like fucking nothing. We ran like fucking crazy. We're using the 3/3 and going 1/3, 2/3 lower. You have to understand what's going on here. Trust me when I say this shit. It already happened. This is 3/3. Right? Why was I shorting 0DT SPY? Look what fucking is going on. Look what's going on right now. This is why. They are. Going lower on QQQ. I have no idea what IWM's doing. To be honest, IWM looking like it's the only fucking hope for bulls here. It's the only fucking hope for bulls. Everything is heading lower. QQQ SPY is losing it now. Speed is coming. Volume is coming. Volume is going south. They want to fucking leave. They are ripping it down now. I'm not sure. It's whatever. I could just watch, but holy shit, if I fucking waited an hour into 130 right here, 220, I'd be fucking good. I'm up crazy on NVIDIA right here. But man, you gotta understand, dude. Market is fucking crazy, folks. You gotta understand. Look at my fucking positions now. I'm gonna send it in the WhatsApp group. Oh my god, man, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, bro. Thank God. I'm telling you, dude. Market crazy, baby. Woo! Market crazy, baby. They were dragging me today, and now I'm going up. All right. All my NVIDIA puts are in the right direction. Oh my god. Come on, baby. I want them to go 185 to 2 fucking day. 2 fucking day. LOD. We are testing right now. This is LOD testing. LOD hoping. Time is 1:20. We did that from the roof. Now we are at the floor. Alright. I have no idea if it's going to break the floor. All I was saying is that it's going to go near the floor and is now testing. So let's see if it really breaks here or not. If I say it's going to break it here, that would be fucking completely biased. So I have no fucking clue. If it wants to or not, it could bear trap here too. But what the shit? Crazy ass hold, but I mean, crazy people do the minority shit, so there they are. crazy, man. Alright, if you want LOD on SPY, then you have to fucking beg for QQQ and IWM to start pulling back. If QQQ does it, we'll be here. Then it's up to IWM. If IWM wants to fucking release the pressure a little bit and go into the bottom of the purple box, then we could best believe we could see LOD on SPY. If not, all that shit's fucked out the window, basically, right? Best believe. Let's see what the fuck happens here, man. Oh my lord.
Today, but
The NVIDIA CES Tech Conference, 4 p.m. NVIDIA Tech Conference today, 4 p.m. I told you it would be a market mover, right? Some people just don't want to fucking believe me because they don't really have setups and they just want to do candle trading. But I mean, hey, here we are. Every fucking day. Every day. Market moving.
Particularly in an environment where
over the past, let's say, 10 years of my career, Sarah, I've watched
research founder. Maribel, thank you so much for being here. So what should we be looking for out of CES here? It feels less like there's sort of killer apps or gadgets that are coming out. It's more about the big picture AI vibes. But you tell me.
This used to be a show that was about TVs, that was about big autonomous driving, new cars, flashy things.
This purple box.
Really, I think the
I don't even know what the fuck this purple box is, but I'm going to draw it.
Enterprise. We're seeing a lot more around AI right now. The big deal.
I don't even know what the fuck that purple box is from
chip companies come out with next, what they're going to signal is the big push for 2026 and beyond. I think we're going to hear a lot about physical AI.
The market could go right here, 1648. That's the 0.5 Fibonacci of the higher time frame here on QQQ. So if it loses this 0.786 on QQQ right here, the next step would be below LOD at 1656 with the divergence on the floor.
When we think of the flash, we're always looking for these new big gizmos. You know, if we look at some of the presentations.
If they want to go lower on QQQ, I have no fucking idea if they want to, but you have to understand there's an intraday Fibonacci being played right now, and there's a fucking 2-day Fibonacci being played right now on QQQ. Right? It's literally playing with it all fucking day long. This is some insane shit. Right? 0.5 Fibonacci off this big one into. I'm telling you, dude, you gotta understand what the fuck's going on. Like every day is different, but this is what I mean. Every day is some crazy shit. I've never done this in my life either. Looking at an intraday Fibonacci with the 2-day Fibonacci all crossed up, but I mean, hey, here we fucking are. I learn shit and I do shit new every fucking day too. Only difference is I try to remember everything, no matter if it's fucking good, no matter if it's bad. I try to remember it for myself so that I could use it for myself in the future, so that I could really become successful and better using whatever the fuck I go through in my life. That's why. But I'm telling you, you have to remember everything.
If you don't have an intelligent product, people aren't going to be interested in the product. So it will happen.
Is back at the 0.618 from the higher time. I'm telling you, it looks hella confusing and you have no fucking idea what it's about to do, but I mean, while it does, you can see what happens. So we are not breaking the LOD, we are bouncing from the LOD, the floor LOD test hope trapping into 120, 125 to 0.618 from the higher, bigger picture. Not going lower yet to 616. If it does though, that's where you know it would maybe go to. I have no fucking idea if it's going to bounce here or go lower. I'm just watching the market with the market. I wanted NVIDIA to go lower here, but it did not. So I mean, what can I do? I really thought it was going to drop. I'm not going to lie. But what the fuck can I do right now?
Be behaving and investing as though they are going to, that we are going to see this everywhere, that there is going to be uptake, that these companies are going to continue to be successful at doing this?
I think we've already seen that investment, Julie. I think people have already went in really deep, really hard in AI. And I think now the fear around the bubble, it's a legitimate fear. We still have a long way before there's anything that would be considered a crash. The question is really about upside. If you invested it early, you're doing great.
I just
If
need
you've invested
I
in
just
it
need NVIDIA to
recently,
go back
you're just
down.
not probably going to see
When
the
it was
type of
right
gains
here,
that you
my
thought
puts
you
were
would see in the
spiked
time
crazy,
frame
but
that you want to see them
they're
in.
bouncing,
So
trying.
in some ways, this is a long or short game, depending on when you came in on the AI journey.
Are there some places where there is still that upside?
You know, right now, I think we're still in a picks and shovels market, really. So
Picks and
if you
shovels
are
market.
doing chips, if you are doing big iron, you know, Lenovo is going to make a big launch at CES as an example, which to think Lenovo and CES outside of PCs, you wouldn't have thought of those two things. But it just goes to show that that market still has a lot of upside for building the infrastructure for AI. It's not typically what one would think about at CES, and I'm sure we're still going to see some flashy robots and other things come on stage to make it kind of cool and sexy. But big iron and chips are still where it's at for the short term.
Maribel, since you mentioned robots, I'd like to ask you about robots. I mean, we hear people like Elon Musk talking about robots becoming more ubiquitous.
I think into this NVIDIA CES event,
how close are we really to
NVIDIA
that
is pulling back, deciding what to do into the event, or the event could help it slide lower.
They only go into
That's what
certain
I think.
environments. So we're still talking.
The market is definitely bullet trapping and pulling back before the event at 4
But I
p.m.
think what we're trying to do right now is prove in
I don't know if I want to leave
robots
before
actually
close today.
can be
I don't know if
in
I want to
certain
swing into
environments and
tomorrow,
be
but
very effective and deliver
I am
ROI. We're seeing it in manufacturing. We're seeing it in warehouse logistics.
I got in last
we're
week
talking
on
about
Friday and
hospitality
I'm up.
as well as another
So I'm
opportunity.
kind of
So
feeling myself,
that
but this
is
shit could get
real.
reverted on
It
easily.
just
So
still is at a cost point that's
I'm
prohibitive
kind of
for
scared
mass
too.
deployment unless you can see serious efficiencies by combining robot components together in a way that you don't worry about the robots hurting the humans. Which we're still working on.
Yeah, that is a challenge, I guess. And when you talk about these, are we talking about humanoid robots? Or, I mean, the robots I see, like Serve Robotics that delivers food, that is very far from a humanoid robot. It's a little box on wheels, right? So do you think the phase that you're talking about is much more going to be dominated by non-humanoid robots?
I think in the industrial set, we're going to see both. We're going to see humanoid and non-humanoid robots, and that is where this is going to happen first. That's where it has to be proven out first before you see, say, companion bots in household. You know, we have cute little robot vacuum cleaners, but moving beyond that, we have to have some serious confidence in the fact that a robot, which is a very big machinery, a piece of machinery, will not
This
hurt
is the
an
setup right
individual
now.
or a pet
Q.
or the house.
This is what a lot of retail traders are not looking at right now, but this is what's going on in the market right now. So best to pay attention when most people are not giving a fuck about what's going on. This is what's going on.
ROI use case.
Right? Realize this before it's too late too. QQQ is gaming.
Such as moving into hospitality, perhaps even moving into
QQQ is
hospital
gaming right now.
Interesting.
Right, I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio right now. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio right now in the group chat, but I will also send this picture in the group chat so that you can remember what's going on here.
Coming up, we'll bring you today's top analyst calls on Wall Street.
Do not forget
and
this.
hear from OpenAI CFO.
Some crazy shit today.
Stick with us.
They're doing some crazy shit today with the intraday, 0.5 Fibonacci, 0.618, and the fucking 2-day. So.
Welcome back to Yahoo Finance. I'm Bert
Not
Kapama.
easy
Let's
shit.
turn now to some of today's top analyst calls on Wall Street.
Actually, one of the
We're
hardest
watching shares
shits.
of Uber, Coinbase, and Duolingo. First up, let's take a look at Uber because that stock got a downgrade from Melius Research to sell from hold. Analyst Connor Cunningham said that Uber is very clearly in the leader position when it comes to rideshare and delivery the stock to
grow its business. Now you're at OpenAI. How are each of these situations different, and what similarities do you see?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, I do love growth. Growth is a moment where you get to really see impact to your customers. And probably the big thing for me this year has been the shift from not just 800 million weekly actives on our consumer platform, but we've gone from kind of single product on a single platform,
IWM nonstop
doing
today.
a single thing in terms of the modality of the actual model itself. And also singular revenue streams.
Oh my God, it's
and
so
what I've
sick.
seen at those other companies, but now I'm seeing, just at a much faster pace at OpenAI, is the model itself has gone to multimodal. So you can now engage with voice, with vision, with auditory. We've seen our revenue stream go from a very simple single subscription, $20 a month, to being able to buy a high-end subscription for people who are power users on products like Codex, to being able to offer ChatGPT into areas of the world where $20 a month is price prohibitive. And we've started to offer credits. We have, of course, now offered ChatGPT in many different ways. So you can get it as an app on your phone. You can get it on your desktop. You can get it through our Atlas browser. And of course, you can start to download our Sora app. So a whole other way to experience AI in video. And then finally, we are multi-cloud. So in terms of risk mitigation on the back end with compute, we now have many, many more suppliers and partners in our ecosystem.
Crazy.
And that helps risk mitigate, but it also introduces a little bit more healthy competition. And we think positions us to really build something incredible as we head into 2026.
You're no stranger
this week's about to be crazy,
looking at financial statements.
We're already popping this week. We're already starting off with the fucking major pop into Monday. Like this week is about to be crazy.
Yeah, so that is probably one of the most important jobs, I think, of a CFO.
120 bounce to
it's
130,
also one of the most complex, and of course it changes, right? You just asked what it's like to be in a growth company.
Though, but I mean, I don't know when. This is 10 minutes,
is you get new information, not just every 90 days, but as often as maybe every week. And you have to be able to stay nimble and flexible, but also have a through line so that you are always investing both for the really long term as well as making short-term tactical moves.
I'm shorting right now on SPX.
Sometimes it's a new product or a new feature just hits big. So in 25, we said this would be the year of agents, and that's absolutely what we've seen begin to happen.
I'm in for
but
2.2K
right
now.
Moment with image gen
on
back
NVIDIA,
in kind of the May timeframe, where we just saw our app go exponential on exponential. And that was a moment where we had to pivot and say, okay, now we need more compute to put against this. And we're really going to double down. Clearly, on the creative side, consumers are finding real value here. So that's a moment where you make a tactical shift. Another good example has been our shift towards more enterprise investment. So when we entered this year, we looked at our revenue, and it was about 70% consumer, 30% enterprise. And I think actually we did an interview where I said, it's hard for the enterprise to catch up because the consumer is going so fast. But we said, that doesn't matter. Enterprises need to be able to get access to intelligence. So we're going to go really hard after enterprise customers and get them there. And so we'll actually exit this year with our revenue now tipped 60-40. So that's a big uplift on the enterprise side. So that was a decision too about capital allocation towards the enterprise, balancing with consumer. And then I think the hardest decision
trend line on
is
NVIDIA is something
around these
huge
really
as well.
longer term duration compute contracts. Because of course, the compute that we've used in 2025, we didn't just find in 25. We actually had to make a decision probably in 2023. And what we have seen is that as we invest in compute, our revenue grows almost at the same pace.
NVIDIA setup
so
says there's some way to go lower here.
The total compute we exited that year was only a mere 200 megawatts.
Maybe a little bit too aggressive
this year
targeting,
at 2 gigawatts, so 10x. But our revenue similarly, or ARR, went from about 2 billion exit in 23 to almost 20 billion now exiting 2025, actually a little bit more than 20 billion. So that decisioning about what compute we will need, not even in 26 or 27, but actually in 28, 29, 30. Those are the sorts of long-term capital allocation decisions we're having to make right now as well. And so it's a very interesting balance. And I will tell you, I use our own product for a lot of that too. ChatGPT often helps me make tough decisions, or at least shows me what might be the trade-offs.
Hold on. You're forecasting your business using your own product?
In finance, we have been massive adopters of ChatGPT. It's something I talk to CFOs about all the time. It can start in really small ways. Like, for example, we have agents that help us with onboarding suppliers in our procurement supply chain. We have agents that help us look at our monthly close to say, what is this flux? Like, why did this happen? We use connectors to actually connect back into other systems like Slack or into our Google Docs so that we can actually explain why did performance marketing double or triple in a particular period. And then often I will use it when I'm in the midst of like a tough problem, like during planning, for example, to say, okay, this team just gave me this planning memo.
I'm sending the SPX put to call ratio.
But knowing what you know
Do me a
about
favor.
the other
Like
areas where we're
shrink.
investing,
Thank you
what
very
might
much.
be the
We
best
are about
question
to
for me to ask
surpass
right now,
80.
or what might be the trade-off
Let's
that
push
I
it up to
haven't
110.
considered? And it is fascinating and fabulous to feel accelerated and amplified by
Nestor
intelligence.
and
Right?
John,
Remember,
those that
ChatGPT
are
is like having
requesting to join the
a
WhatsApp
PhD
group,
in math,
if you stay
physics,
active in the
chemistry,
YouTube chat and say,
biology,
hey, this is me,
sitting
John,
right
this is me,
beside
Nestor,
you,
for
helping you with your work.
I wish
You'll
this
be
is one of those moments where I had like, I always wish this was one of those 6-hour podcasts, but you and I don't have that time, especially you. All right, let's get some numbers out of the way. How many users are on the platform? It sounded like you just told me you'll hit, what, 20 billion in sales this year. What does that look like? What is ChatGPT telling you it might look like next year? Does it double? And how many people are paying for the platform?
Yeah, so today we have 800 million consumer users, so weekly active users of the product. On the enterprise side, we have 1 million enterprises using the product. And remember, our enterprise business is only a couple of years old. It's kind of mind-blowing to me. From a developer standpoint, about 4 million developers are developing on the platform.
Let's go look at Tesla.
And in terms of growth, we just put out a report. Our amazing econ team put out a report yesterday called The State of Enterprise AI Adoption. It has a ton of fascinating facts and figures about how much adoption is going up.
Rejected you, but
one thing I would call out to your audience
if you could
is what we see is frontier users
again,
in the
that'd be
enterprise
dope. Let me
are using messages about 6x more than even just the median. And so I think one thing we all need to be careful of, particularly CEOs and executive teams listening in, is that widening gap. You can't let it get too wide because you're going to get behind your competition.
John, can you request again, please? The Bears are trying here.
How to deploy it appropriately. As we go into next year, you mentioned that 20 billion.
All right.
It's
I want to take a 2-minute scalp. I'm about to leave in a minute.
13 billion of in-period gap
50
revenue.
seconds. Time
and
is
our growth
right
rate
now
just
140.
continues to climb. So I'm not giving forward forecasts, but to say we're very upbeat, very optimistic about what the business looks like in 2026.
You have been in a period of what your CEO, Sam Altman, has called Code Red. Now, full disclosure, before he came out with that memo, I never heard of Code Red or any of those like moments or calling it that moment. During this moment, what is it like inside of the company?
Yeah. So first of all, I'll tell you, I actually personally love a Code Red moment. It is a bit of a tech term. Like I've seen it used across almost every company I've ever worked in. You can't do it too frequently because it exhausts people and you start to get a little bit the boy who cried wolf sort of thing can kick in where people just hear it and then they go about their business. Code Red is really just saying to the company, the main thing needs to be the main thing. And so if you are working on many things.
Bro, you gotta let
but
Tesla
you're being
be,
told
bro.
you have
Look
to
at this
get
crazy.
This done. In particular, a big focus
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
for our users
8
and
bearish days in a row.
all the way through into
And this is
enterprise
the first
users.
green day,
You
so
need to
I don't want to say
prioritize
shit
that
on
first and
Tesla.
foremost. It starts with our models
Gotta let
and
that
making
thing
sure
be.
that our models are on a faster kind of speed of velocity of iteration. As I said earlier, we do put new updates into the model all the time. So even though we might not name it a new model, the ChatGPT, the current is 5.1. We may have a new model coming soon. But that 5.1 is not the same 5.1 that you got a couple of weeks back. But we want to speed up that velocity and really take what we're learning both in pre-training, post-training, and even during consumer usage. There's a moment where if we offer more compute, and this goes back to why we need more compute, we can actually create a better experience and more learning about what is the highest, best answer we can give a user. So Code Red is about focus. Main thing is the main thing. And I think it's really good for companies.
Coming up, Bitcoin breaks back above $90,000. We'll talk about the big predictions for crypto in 2026 next. You're watching Market Catalysts. Bitcoin is back above $90,000 per token, but the largest crypto tokens closed out 2025 in the red, despite hitting record highs and clearing regulatory hurdles. So what are the catalysts facing crypto in the new year? Let's talk about it with Brady Dale, author of the Front Stage Exit Substack. Brady, it's good to see you. Obviously, it was an interesting year for crypto in
This is
positive
crazy
and
setup
negative
on
ways,
Tesla
mostly
too.
negative price-wise. So as we go into this year, I guess I would ask first about price, in as much as anybody can predict price. What are the things you're going to be watching that could be potential catalysts to the up and downside?
You know, the guys at Castle Island Ventures, an investment firm, have been saying that they think that there is an exchange out there who was wrecked by the market disruptions in October. If you remember, there was just like massive losses in October as a bunch of futures went sideways. And they sort of think that might have taken someone big out. And so we've had forced sellers for the last couple of months. If that turns out to be true, if that really is what's been holding Bitcoin down, then once that forced seller is dealt with, you know, things could look really good. Of course, we see Bitcoin up right now. That's probably because people are expecting a lot of oil is going to come to market soon. So, you know, those are two positive forces. I also think if regulation comes into focus this year for real, not just like ideas about regulation, which is kind of what 2025 was, we'll see a lot more excitement in the crypto market.
Yeah, I mean, we had stablecoin regulation in 2025, right? The big thing that everybody is looking
So many small cycles today. Oh my god. Just no cycle on IWM today. Dang. I'm cold. I mean, they destroyed the Bears here too. Look at fucking QQQ. Literally 120 floor tests and then 145. Like, what the fuck? Wow. Wow. CNBC says the Dow surges 800 points as the market rally following US Venezuela action gains steam. Dow Jones.
Speaking of the S&P, as we look at the market sort of as a whole, we finished the year kind of a whimper, right? Despite, you know, some of the thoughts that you're going to have a nice run into year end, you're going to have this Santa Claus rally, et cetera. All that being said, we're, what 85 points from S&P 7,000. So as we watch that, Jonathan Krinsky today with an interesting note says the S&P needs to close today above 6909 spot 79 to avoid a negative Santa Claus rally. The last 2 years were also negative, he points out. There has never been 3 straight negative Santa Claus rally periods. What do you make of that?
I wonder if you apply that to the S&P equal weight if you would have the same scenario, and I suspect you would not. I think what Jimmy pointed out earlier, where there is a little bit of a pivot in the direction of the S&P equal weight, and obviously I'm speaking from the perspective of my own book because it benefits Joe T being an equally weighted ETF.
I love this fucking pump.
I think we're seeing this pivot to the broadening out narrative benefit the equal weight. I don't think that's at the detriment of your NVIDIA or your Amazon or some of the Mag 7. I just think that the market's going to find other opportunities elsewhere.
Beautiful
and
pump.
It looks as though the turn of the calendar is being greeted with capital coming into the market that maybe was sitting out a little bit of the last half of Q4.
Well, I mean, the Nasdaq's still up 200 points today, you know, which is
and
just shy
again,
of
that is
a
largely attributable to what we're seeing in the semis. And we'll talk about the dramatic divergence in performance between semis and software.
Yeah.
And I anticipated something completely different. I was wrong in that regard. I thought you'd get mean reversion, but it's the semis that's really powering the Nasdaq higher. And one other point on that, on Friday, if you think about the performance of semis, it was actually remarkable to see that the Nasdaq was actually able to not be down even further than it was on that dramatic reversal that we saw. Semis have been the story in technology.
There's a heavy narrative weighing on software.
Yeah.
You know, Jim said it this morning, Kramer did, software stocks just don't stop going down. RBC with a note today that AI is the death of software. That narrative still remains. Yes, they have favorite ideas, which are owned by some on the desk and some wherever you're watching, whether it's Microsoft or Okta or ServiceNow. The fact of the matter is, if you look at the performance of the IGV versus the SMH in 2025, it is a beatdown, okay? It's like the Jaguars versus the Raiders, okay? IGV up 5.5% for 2025. The SMH is up 49%. Yeah. Does that mean revert in 2026, or do we still have a overhang of the narrative that we just said, that software, AI is killing software, and stocks like Salesforce, ServiceNow, and some of these other names just can't get out of their own way? Adobe, for example, and others.
Yeah, I think Adobe was downgraded today by...
It was downgraded today to hold from buy at Jefferies. Target to 400 from 500 on lack of catalysts, right? What's the catalyst to bring this group
and that's
back?
The point, and that's the way to look at it. So will the overhang persist? So overhangs dissipate for 2 reasons. Even the valuations become so cheap, you really don't care about the overhang, or you have finality to the argument one way or the other. And I don't see that we have finality to AI displacing software narrative anytime soon. And I think about Microsoft a lot.
I want View app again.
It's not one of my largest positions, but it's still significant because I just don't have that many positions. And it's been dead money since July. Yeah. It hasn't bounced when the others have bounced.
There it is. Look at that chart, right? It says exactly what you're saying. It shows it.
So despite cloud, and cloud's the big driver here, you know, I can get cloud elsewhere. So I think about it every day. Is this just going to be a utility, essentially? A slow growth utility. It's going to keep a premium valuation to the market, but not going to outperform. And I think that may be the way that we are for a while because of the overhang, because that's the poster child for software. So I also believe what that indicates is that all AI plays, they're not going away. They're not going to be, you know, it's not going to be a bad place to invest. You're just going to have to be more careful in where you invest in those players.
Yeah, because if that's the poster, as you say, for software, then let's throw up Salesforce 2025. Which some would suggest is the poster for SaaS.
So
and there's a serious question about AI and its impact on the whole SaaS model. There's a look, tells it better than anybody could say it.
Okay, while I'm speaking, if we could throw up a 1 month on Salesforce, because obviously you're always looking inside your portfolio when something's not performing to the expectation, trying to discover why in fact that's happening. And by the way, from a personal perspective, I sold out of Twilio.
You sold out of Twilio. So tell us why. By the way, as that stock got downgraded today to neutral from overweight, it was at Piper Sandler. They bring the target into 148. They had it at target's 148 from 145. So they raised the target a few, but they downgrade the stock.
Purchased it on December 3rd at 131. It's not an ETF. I wanted to own it individually because I believed you would see this mean reversion trade between software and the semis. What you're witnessing in the last several days is a clear struggle for software to gain any momentum to close the gap and experience that type of mean reversion. So moving to the sidelines here, as it relates to Salesforce, as I mentioned before, when things are not going right in your positioning in a particular industry, you try and discover why. And observing momentum right now in the software names, to Steve's point, it looks brutal across the board. Whether it's Okta, Palantir, ServiceNow, the one name that's interesting, if you could show up that 1 month, is Salesforce. Salesforce on a 30-day basis relative to its software peers,
we've been looking at the 1 month,
is exhibiting a degree of outperformance. So that's the one name I keep my eye on here because maybe something's building where you can.
It's so fucking ass. This shit is so ass. Going up or down. What the fuck?
Of TTEC.
Oh my god, I'm like inside a
5-year chart or
stupid-ass
3-year chart
cycle.
you have on. Wait for it to come up.
Just keep trying to fake
a call
out.
center company,
Keep trying to fake
call
out
center,
down.
web design, all that. Take a look at what's happened to it. Call centers are just not needed because you can do it through AI. And
Come on, baby. One candle underneath fucking POC.
And you have much more competition. So that's what can happen.
And I'm
I used
leaving.
to own that stock. I owned it around 80, but it's
One candle on their fucking POC and I'm fucking running away.
But that's the story, and that's what software companies or software company investors should worry about. Not to that degree, but if you look at it, that's the direction that the market's saying
let me ask you this
go.
then. You make me want to jump off to another point, which is, does 2026 become the year where we firmly look at not the disruptors of AI, but the disrupted in a more meaningful way? This one would seem to be somewhat obvious, frankly.
Yeah,
you talk about a call center, obviously the disruption's there. Stock's down 95%. Do we need to open the aperture up a little bit wider and take a look at what other pictures are going to be fully distorted?
Well, I think that's what's happening with the Microsoft just being flat and others moving higher. So it's a
Maybe
very
right before
difficult
market closes, it's
landscape
going to move a
navigate
little
with
bit.
Software, you just don't know. So the market's saying, I'm just going to sit in the sideline and wait till it turns out.
Look who's here. Stephen Moore joins us this Monday morning. Steve, US controls Venezuelan oil. Does that mean cheap oil is coming, and when does it arrive?
Yeah, it does, Stuart. By the way, Happy New Year. Great to see your face again. So listen, Saudi, I mean, if you compare Saudi Arabia, which is by far the largest producer of oil, Venezuela has more oil, slightly more oil than Saudi Arabia does. So that's what we're talking about, another Saudi Arabia. And yet they haven't been producing at near the level Saudi Arabia has because of government incompetence over the last 5 or 6 years. In fact, their oil production has fallen by about 2/3. And so if you start drilling that oil, you could see the price of oil
IWM
globally
is just
and in the United
eating all
States
bears
go
right
down
now.
to well below $50 a gallon. If that happens, we're talking about people at the
Eating
pump,
all bears.
you ready for this, Stuart, paying $1.50 to $2 a gallon for gas. So this can happen. It should happen. And incidentally, think about this, Stuart. I mean, you've got a country with one of the most valuable assets in the world, worth tens of trillions of dollars, and yet 80% of their residents are in severe poverty. How does that happen?
And how do you object to the removal of Maduro by the American left?
Of course.
How can you
to
object
Chavez and Maduro.
Yes, exactly.
Right. I mean, they've had 15 to 20 years of socialist left-wing governance, and look what it has done to their people. By the way, that's a warning sign to the people of New York City who just elected and put in power a democratic socialist who talks about the warm embrace of collectivism. Well, look at Venezuela, for goodness sakes. I mean, it isn't a very warm embrace.
I'm going to change the subject for a second, Steve.
Oh, I said IWM has destroyed all bears.
It says the positive effect of Trump's big,
all
beautiful
day
bill
it has destroyed
will
every single
offset
bear.
any negatives from tariffs. The study suggests that most of the benefits go to top income earners. How do you see it?
So fucking obnoxious.
That's ridiculous. First of all, by the way, it's actually a double hit for the economy, a positive hit for the economy, because not only will people be getting those refund checks starting probably tomorrow, the next time they get their paycheck, less money will be withheld from their paycheck thanks to the Trump beautiful bill. But the other story that a lot of these economists are missing is that tariffs are going to be coming down in 2026. They're not going up. Trump just announced last week reductions in tariffs. We're going to probably see some required reduction in tariffs because of this Supreme Court case. That means prices will stabilize. I think we're going to see inflation back to the 2% Fed target rate very soon. You can go to the bank on that one. Next month when you have me on, I guarantee you we're going to have inflation headed back to that 2% level. So this is going to be a blockbuster year, Stuart. I'm here to tell you that.
And look at the market. Dow's up over 500 points. Maybe the market's telling us that too. Stephen Moore, good stuff. Great to see you, and we'll see you again real soon. Thanks so much, Steve.
A Dow up 500 points. Guys heard that? Dow is up 500 points. That's not little.
Okay, Mr. Bon Jovi, there's something out there called the NASDAQ Crypto Index. It tracks Bitcoin and Ethereum and a bunch of smaller coins that no one cares about. And it declined last year. I think it was a double-digit percentage. Crypto is supposed to be digital gold. It's
That's
trading
the
like
fucking goddamn
I don't
title.
want to say digital
Crypto
doo-doo. I'm
dead
trying
or
to keep
alive.
it classy, but it's sitting out the big debasement rally in metals. What's going on?
Well, I mean, it's tough to really know, but I think people have
gravitated
toward precious
2 minutes
metals
here.
and the real gold rather than the digital gold. But I actually think that
somewhere
crypto, Bitcoin in particular, is worth a look
somewhere
right now, around 90,000 right now, out of favor. And stocks like MicroStrategy, which was one of the hottest stocks of 24, one of the worst stocks of 25. So I would take a look at that ticker MSTR, as well as some of the preferred stock that they issued, like STRC, yielding about 10% plus right now.
Yeah, crypto is hard. You know, there is that argument of debasement, things like that.
NVIDIA's going
but, you
here,
know, it's
but
not really
not
tied to
fucking
anything. You know,
SPY.
our colleague Jack Denton has been
IWM is
writing about a crypto winter
roof.
with Cantor and Investex and brokerages basically saying, you know, fear can feed on itself in crypto. And of note, there is a large concentration in bets with like Bitcoin going to 60,000, down another 33%. So I would just caution that people should at least look at the technicals on Bitcoin and make sure it holds 90.
I'd say that one of the bull cases, they're not making much more Bitcoin. There only will be about 21 million Bitcoin outstanding. There's 20 million now, so very little creation. So there could be some scarcity value to Bitcoin.
Between the two of you, I'm cheered and terrified. I'm going to take the average. Okay, now to this week's stock picks from Barron's Investor Circle. Megan, let's hear about a pick.
So my colleague Todd Chenko is really bullish on Millicom, and this is a cellular play. It's really an interesting one. They're big in South America, so this is all of those countries that don't include the big smartphone players, and they're bringing on Colombia, Uruguay, Ecuador. This is one of those things. They've got big subscriber base and a lot of free cash flow.
Al?
Yep. Shout out to our colleague Andrew Welsh. Schwab, 18 times earnings, had a good 2025. And build on that momentum in 2026, forgot the year. And it has scale advantage, $11.8 trillion
in customer assets, up 15% year over year. They bought Forge, one of these platforms that will trade private market companies like SpaceX. So lots going right at Schwab.
Okay, Megan, Al, Andrew, great ideas, and thank you. To read more, check out this week's edition at Barron's.com. Don't forget to follow us on X at Barron's Online for the latest Barron's updates.
Stupid as fuck. Just going up on IWM. Stupid as fuck. What the fuck? 2 p.m. What's going on here? Yeah, the channel hoppers just trolling in my chat, man. What birthday are you doing today? I have no idea, bro. The realists know what the fuck I'm talking about too, like. I'm about to leave SPX right here for $200 loss. This shit is not dropping every fucking minute, but I'm waiting and waiting and waiting. NVIDIA is back in profit. It's so fucking dangerous here. I'm out of SPX for $1,822 right now. I'm not doing this shit on SPX. NVIDIA is going. I'd rather keep my winner. My losers can go fuck itself. I'm in NVIDIA still 8K here. 190. I am not fucking around on SPX anymore. This is bullshit. It's not even fucking moving, like down or up. It's literally
Today,
actually
Bitcoin rises as we close out the week.
Doing jack shit. IWM is ripping up and QQQ is going down. Like this shit is fucking brain dead. 254 almost. There's no target running. I don't know. NVIDIA is, I feel like, no target running at this point.
Hey there, Kelly. The UN Security Council went into emergency session this morning to discuss the U.S. military action in Venezuela over the weekend. And so we're getting some fresh reactions from world leaders. Venezuela's UN envoy told the body that the country's institutions are functioning normally today, that the constitutional order has been preserved there, and that the state is exercising effective control over its territory. Now, separately, Turkey's leader Recep Erdogan said that he told President Trump in a phone call that, quote, Venezuela must not be dragged into chaos, and said Turkey will continue to stand with the people of Venezuela. And finally, multiple oil companies have told CNBC's Brian Sullivan that they have no plans to enter Venezuela. Now, that's interesting because you heard the president say over the weekend that U.S. oil companies would be expected to go into Venezuela and spend the billions of dollars needed to reconstitute oil production capacity there. Apparently, that process has not started just yet. we'll wait and see if the White House has any communication with those oil executives in the days and weeks to come. Kelly, back over to you.
I mean, what other response should we expect, I should say, from the White House? Maduro, as Contessa will elaborate on in just a moment, did plead not guilty. I think he said something to the effect of, "I'm a decent or honest man." And so they still have to sell the American public on kind of the rationale behind all of this and give us a sense of what's to come now.
Well, there's a lot of good questions around that. I mean, first of all, what's to come in Venezuela?
Thank you guys, by the way. The 30, 35 of you guys that always hit the like button on the market update video, man. Thank you guys so much. It really does help out with the algo on the YouTube algorithm itself. So thank you all so much. Those that have not yet watched the market update video, we implore you, please go watch the market update video before tomorrow comes, right? By tomorrow, by the day after that, it'll probably be way too late. So
is somebody who was defiant over the weekend, calling for proof of life of Nicolas Maduro in the immediate aftermath of the strike.
If you're here for the first time, hit the subscribe button on the channel, man.
Toward the United States.
What we do here is find the wind direction, the trend direction, the traps, and use setups, higher time frames, smart money, deducting, cycle analysis, and time confirmation to find the real direction.
And sort of pressure them to do what the U.S. wants, even without sort of a formal takeover of the country in any legal way. That seems to be the Trump administration strategy here. And then, Kelly, the other big questions are, the president was talking very aggressively about Cuba and Greenland last night on Air Force One as he came back to the White House after his 2 weeks in Florida. He said,
you are at the right place. The market is fucking wild.
Because it was dependent on Venezuelan oil to prop up the economy. That might be gone now. And so the big question is, what happens to the Cuban government in the wake of all this? And on Greenland, the president said, I'll talk to you about it more specifically in 20 days, but he said the United States does need Greenland for U.S. national security purposes. So one of the big questions there is, does the president have any designs on the nation of Greenland? And how would the European Union and NATO react to any moves by the U.S.
I said in the market, I said in the WhatsApp video, right, that NVIDIA is heading lower today.
Traders are busy trying to game out what the odds are of, action on any of those fronts, and then if so, what would be the preceding investments or moves that they could position for one way or the other. I said NVIDIA heading lower. Is apace. Eamon, thanks.
11:59 today on the video was right here, bottom of the purple box. NVIDIA heading lower, and we are now lower. Breaking LOD, trying to go to the purple box. Time is 2:10. Look at that tiny ass pullback on SPY. What the fucking horrendous. Horrendous. Look at that. It's not even breaking the low of that 140. Horrendous. There was like a 10-second moment where I could have left that 140, but I didn't, and I was just sitting in there fucking just getting fucked by cycling, and now they're barely there. Horrendous. 0.5 Fibonacci reached after the 0.18 was 618, and now it is back to the 0.618. Horrendous. Horrendous cycles to destroy calls up there, but also destroy some puts here too. On SPY, they're destroying all calls since 11:50, but then they're also destroying every single put from the morning. QQQ. Showing a different picture, but like also the same. IWM just ripping up all day, destroying every single bear's hope until 205, 233. I have no clue. That's what it just did. IWM, once it's bullish or once it runs, it does not fucking reject until it does, which is around later in the day, like 2, 3, 3:30 or some shit, 4 p.m. Something weird. They just fucking go, and then never stop. Until the last fucking 1 hour, 2 hours, and then they do something. I'm not saying they're gonna reject here, but I'm just saying that's what I've seen on IWM. That's why I don't like it. It's fucking wild. It has its own rules. lives in its own world environment sometimes. That's not good. That's actually scary as fuck. Gotta be someone that's been doing IWM for a long fucking time to really understand how it's doing what.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall alongside Kevin Hinks at the C-Buzz. You know, we've got you covered from exchange to exchange. Time now for our cash tag segment. For that, we want to bring in our next guest, and that is Landon Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, taking a look at AMD today. First up, Landon, Happy New Year. I can still say it because according to Larry David, January 7th is the cutoff for when you can say it. But let's get into it with AMD.
Dude, folks, I'm up 25%
okay. It was
on
initially
my
moving higher today, pulling back a little bit. Sometimes there's this lunchtime lull, but last year it was a great year for AMD, especially when you compare it to the previous year.
I'm up 125% on my two dog shit 175 puts.
I mean,
Oh man,
we can still say it.
Man,
it's a great year so far for AMD. In April, I think they were trading mid 70s, and now we're at 223. We had a higher high, I think back in October.
Looking
but
good, NVIDIA going, looking good, baby.
We've been Likefolio's been officially.
NVIDIA going, baby. Let's go.
I think what's interesting about AMD is
NVIDIA down minus 1%, minus 1.03% now.
And
this shit
AMD
was
has been
positive
playing catch up,
1%
and you know
today.
what? They've started to kind of
positive 1%
shift their strategy a little bit, and it's
so
looking like it's paying off. Yes, they're creating chips that are much easier, much better to compete. They're comparable. They can hang in there.
NVIDIA going, oh my god.
NVIDIA going, oh my god. Visits, the change in interest from consumers. They're tied with NVIDIA now. NVIDIA.
I'm up 27% on my NVIDIA puts now.
I mean, they're about 55% of consumer mindshare when it comes to AI chips. So they're dominating. But the growth level between these two is the same. Intel's just getting
time is 210.
But AMD is competing with better chips, but also
they're going somewhere here. 186.
Here's a great chip to
purple box incoming today, right now already. Purple box incoming already on NVIDIA today. It's already here.
Processors, it's all bundled together, so it's much easier and faster to deploy. For
and wedge trading on SPY here. This is looking crazy.
Plus, companies are very risk adverse, and having everything that they have with AI tied into just one company or one stack with NVIDIA is risky. So AMD gives them that opportunity to diversify and get things up more quickly.
SPY's just following NVIDIA today, dude. It looks crazy.
They're kind of the AI chip for laptops, which I think is a sexy thing for investors to hear.
SPY just following NVIDIA today.
You want to sell to the hyperscalers. You want to sell to the companies that are spending just tons and tons of money. But if you can also get in front of everybody with a laptop chip.
What a day today. Without NVIDIA, would not have been possible. For the setup cycle it did today. Oh my lord.
Are coming out in the second half of
still bullish as fuck looking on SPY because of IWM, but this pullback only possible because of NVIDIA 12.
On that, and I think
only fucking possible. Some sort of downward pressure only possible right now because of NVIDIA.
Great run. I'm not saying it's over. They're still number one, but AMD is making a solid case for, hey, you should consider us as well when you're considering building out your AI infrastructure.
Landon, the history of this relationship is that it's a definite number one for NVIDIA, number two from AMD. Every time AMD would come out and say they've got a chip that competes with NVIDIA, NVIDIA comes out with a new chip and pulls away and increases their lead. Your data is showing a pretty neck-and-neck race here between them. And if that's the case, if this is pulling closer, I might even say if it's equal, if it's pulling closer, then AMD is a much better value than NVIDIA. It's about 1/6 the size.
I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio here again, folks.
About 1/6 of NVIDIA's. So if that's the case, then your other data point showing that NVIDIA's business is better actually than the
NVIDIA is down minus 1.1% now.
Two reasons to
now minus 1.1%.
This company, like I said,
right,
and
NVIDIA is now minus 1.13%.
But
time is 2:15.
If they're starting to pull even or come close to pulling
They're
even,
burning all fucking calls
NVIDIA,
up there.
then
That's
this
what
is
the
a really
SPX
big
put the
story,
call
Landon.
ratio shows here.
Yeah, I think the most accurate
The pictures we have been sending since an
rate
hour
of
ago
change is
shows
pretty
all
equal,
calls
right?
getting
as
fucking
far as
burnt.
consumer interest, and it used to be
All calls
NVIDIA
getting
was the
fucking
runaway winner.
burnt.
They still are by far number one. But AMD is holding that gap and maybe beginning
out of
to
the money.
decrease the lead
Above
a little
POC
bit. And then,
at least.
you know, as investors, you don't just say, well, what's the best company? I'll invest it in. No,
All puts
like
are
you said,
already
you
fucked.
Look at what's the valuation,
All
what's the
day they did,
PE
so-
ratio, what am I buying here? How long do I have to, you know, hold this
I'm
to
up
break
30%.
even on earnings, that kind of thing. And you make a decision. And when you're talking about
my
second
NVIDIA
place
puts
for
now.
1/6, as you mentioned, that's a big difference. I mean,
Wild.
you know, we're not talking about a 20% discount on the market cap. We're talking about an 83% discount,
Wild.
right?
I'm
on
going
valuation.
30,
So
31% now. I'm up
incredible move.
150% on my two dog shit NVIDIA puts that I got in the morning.
The blue line versus the stock chart on the dotted line, the white line. You can see that there's a bit
Amazing
of a lag
day.
here. We had a huge run up in consumer interest. That's why
Amazing
we pulled the
day.
trigger.
Let's go! Let's go! Oh my God!
You know, 267
Set up
to 223
easy
or
money
so
on
now.
the video.
So there's a
Free
decent little
fucking
pullback
money
in the
almost.
stock,
Oh
even
my
though it
God.
had a great run last
Let's
year.
go.
And I think everyone's starting to see, you
I
know what?
literally
There
let
is
people know
value
on
in
the
being
WhatsApp
second
group I
place.
joined.
This isn't an
4K
all or
on the
nothing
video 190
gain
at
for
4
all
p.m.
the hyperscalers and all the
3:30.
AI participants.
325,
And so
I don't even fucking
AMD
remember.
being a viable second
Around
place
then
and
though, so I was
maybe-
eyeing it when I was
maybe
literally
competing,
about to be
in
at
first
work,
place
and I was
for
like, dude,
some
I
of the
cannot
other
miss out on
angles,
this
like
shit.
I talked
They
about,
are.
that, you know, the
Wow.
full-on platform of AI, the laptop
1.23%
angle, all of
now.
that. I think that
They're
that
going
could be,
more
you know, really big
on
for them.
NVIDIA.
Not to mention that they're really built for inference. I mean, inference. And when you
And
look
they
at
had
that,
a
you
play
got
on Tesla
training,
a
which is
couple of
basically
days ago,
teaching the
free,
models,
and now
you got
they're
inference,
letting the
which is
thing
basically
rest.
like
And
you're
NVIDIA,
running the
free
models
fucking play,
24/7. That's
free
where the
fucking
big
play.
money is, and they've done a
Free
great
fucking
job
play.
of building for that. They've got higher compute throughput, they've got more bandwidth, more memory, and so, you know, everything that they're building is catching up to NVIDIA. Again, there's a big gap there, but they're catching up, and companies like to be diverse. They like to have the ability to say, well, we're not going all in on one company. What happens if there's a problem with NVIDIA? We don't have flexibility in the future. And then the other angle is they can go very quickly. They can deploy very quickly with the full stack platform that AMD offers. It's not just chips, so they offer all of the infrastructure needed. So they're making some smart plays. They have to have better chips, which they're doing, but then they're also taking different angles where they can attack NVIDIA from all these different angles. Plus, let's not forget, this pie that we're trying to slice up is growing
NVIDIA,
massively
right?
every
We literally
year. So
talked
there's
about this in the
more than
market
enough to
update
go
video,
around.
right?
AMD's
4
doing
p.m.
really well.
NVIDIA
Okay,
today.
Landon, let me ask you this. I'm curious to know.
Market is
to
not
your point
moving
about-
right now
I
at
think
all.
You would say that
QQQ
this
is going
not a
lower.
zero-sum game.
IWM
And
is
listen,
fucking
these
ripping up
two-
higher
the
right
leaders
now.
of the
And
companies
SPY
are
is not moving.
Cousins, you know,
NVIDIA
first
is
cousins once removed. But Landon, what's your thought
doing
when you
its
look
thing.
across this and using
Doing its
your
setup
metrics at
into
Lightfolio for an
event.
earnings score? What do you give AMD?
Yeah, AMD, where it's at right now, we're in the mid plus 30s. I think 35 is the last place I saw it. So strong on this one if they're reporting right now. But I think a lot of it's going to change with this electronics show. We're going to see what she has to say and what how the reaction is from the street. But everything that that we're seeing so far, kind of on the back end of the Lightfolio data, is pretty bullish, especially considering the price and the valuation versus that monster peer of NVIDIA. I mean, when you've got a benchmark of that level, you can say, well, what if they caught up? What are the odds that they're catching up?
All right,
What if
I'm
they
leaving
did
half
catch
on
up?
NVIDIA
What's
right now.
How many X's from here is it to get to that level?
4.6K.
And it can become
almost
pretty
half.
attractive once you start looking at it from that angle. And again, all the metrics that I think people used to look at were what's their chip, what are the metrics on all their chips, and are they better than NVIDIA? And in that scenario, like you said, Kevin, yeah, they could catch up and then NVIDIA would jump ahead. They catch up and NVIDIA would jump ahead. But they're taking, they are catching up more, but they're also attacking from different angles. And I think that's really the key. They're making the business play, not just, hey, who's got the best chip?
I still have 5K left here.
But who's got the best business use case here? And I think that's really smart by them. It's a great second place kind of move. And I think it's going to pay off well for investors.
One last thing, Landon, before we let you go. The year-over-year change in visits, There's 3 stocks on that chart. 2 of them
I'm
look
out half
like
on
they're fighting
190
it
here.
out.
I
And
have
then
my
there's
175
Intel.
and 190,
And
half of
how
them
I would
still.
describe Intel is
11
applied
contracts.
tourniquet, Landon, because that doesn't look like very good data coming out of Intel. Do you have any news of any kind, any data on Intel, any update that you can give us?
Just what you see here. I mean, it's
wow.
pretty ugly. I mean, generally speaking, you know, we like to throw in competitors, see how everyone's doing. I
Today?
think it gives a better picture, because if we just came out and said, you know, AMD
There's a
and
lot of
NVIDIA
setups,
are
but
basically
setup
tied
list
on
trading was
year-over-year
so
growth,
fucking hard.
then,
I'll
you know, you
straight
may
up say
not
that. So
realize
fucking
hard.
hard.
They are winning against the rest,
IW
right?
and
And
bullish
Intel
setup
is kind of
trading,
the rest.
easy.
I would be definitely
bullish
concerned
and bearish,
as an
easy setup
Intel
trading.
investor,
But
for
I mean,
sure.
all
You don't
things
want to see that,
considered,
because
if you don't just
as
looking
we
at
talked
candles,
about,
there's no fucking
this
setup.
is a pie
No
that is
cycle.
growing significantly.
Everything different.
So everyone should be positive if you're participating in this market, right? You should be able to increase the amount that you get. Maybe not as a percentage of what everybody gets, but the amount that you get should be getting more, should be growing significantly. And so for Intel to be negative 14 says a lot. I think that's a pretty bearish case. If you ever had an opportunity to do a pair trade with plus AMD and negative Intel, I think you'd probably do well on that.
All right, thank you, Landon. That is Landon Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, with a look across AMD. Now for the trading perspective on this company.
It's not even going down at all. Like, holy shit. How many fucking bears do they have stuck down there or something on 0 DTs or something? They don't want to fucking do shit. How is SPY just stuck? It's just stuck. Okay.
I think one thing that has not been getting the attention today, I think it's been kind of subsumed by oil, which we can come back to, but it is this forced migration issue, right? So if we can cut off the cartels in Venezuela and create jobs in Venezuela, it creates a much more conducive environment for Venezuelans to stay in Venezuela. That's been part of Trump's agenda. And then if you think about a lot of the criminal activity that has been committed in the U.S. by people affiliated with the gangs, right? If you cut off the head of the snake, does the snake itself wither here? So I think that's a big part of it. And I think we're also setting a precedent for going after cartels in Mexico, where maybe it's not till the end of Q1, Q2, we can talk to Scheinbaum and say, hey, it's time to deal with the Mexican cartels properly. We'll help you, or we'll do it ourselves. So I think that's a instrumental part of the overall policy of kind of this domestic freedom, is getting rid of the cartels, taking away that power base. Then there is the energy aspect. Then I think there is the signaling it sends to everywhere else. And for me, the most interesting part is you now finally have an economic friction with China outside of mainland China versus mainland US, right? We have interests in Venezuela. China has interests in Venezuela. This is going to come to the courts, and we're going to see how it plays out.
So one of the things, again, I think we learned is when you break something, you own it, and arguably that was the case in Iraq. Some concern that that may be the case here in Venezuela. How did your leaders at your firm think about that?
I think we would disagree with that. I think we kind of really saw with Iran that we are now taking, if we break it and you fix it, we'll just break it again. And we don't take that ownership. I think that was Colin Powell really felt that if we break it, we should fix it. I think we broke it for a reason.
Man, let's see
it. We will break it again for a reason. And Trump, even during Trump 1.0, he distinguishes very carefully between military strikes and operations versus war. So in his mind, certainly there is a big difference between doing a strike like we did on the Iranian nuclear facilities, or this operation carried out, and going to war. And I think that's an important thing. And then finally, I think when we all look at deterrence is only really effective if people are scared you will use your capabilities. For too long, we didn't use our capabilities. So I think as a whole, we see these as generally positive and reestablishing. Though like everything else, there's questions about how it was done, why it was done, and the way it was done. But that's kind of our baseline.
As Paul was saying earlier, markets seem to be shrugging off a lot of this, right? You have equities higher, you have a move to havens like the dollar and gold and treasuries, but it's not an overwhelming response. Why do you think that is? Why is everyone kind of taking this in stride right now?
one, I think it was a little bit telegraphed. Obviously, this final operation caught people a little bit by surprise, but we've all had time to digest.
It's
right?
so
The
fucking
Venezuelan
slow.
oil story is
Why do they want to go now?
But the unproven reserves are just that, unproven. They're potentially expensive to get at.
Why are they doing this shit into the end of the
Trump
day?
says we want to take all this, that we're owed a lot, and we are legally owed some of our companies are owed money, but China has clearly made a lot of initiatives there. So I think on the oil story, it's okay. Rare earths and critical minerals come up, but again, that's kind of okay. I think what we're trying to do with the cartel, they're all little bits and pieces, so I think the market is taking its stride as it should. I think this, though, the big concern to me is going to be if China reacts and starts threatening on rare earths and critical minerals as part of their response and how they want to get leverage, that I think would be detrimental to markets. We're not pricing that in right now, but even as the trade's gone on today, you're starting to see some of the small and mid caps rise, and the AI story is kind of fading a little bit. So I think that's going to be the key. Is this is really good for production, for security. Companies that are going to be very involved in building up America's resilience are going to do well. The AI story, I think, is a little bit.
I think that purple box is being used as a setup somehow, or support, or resistance, or some shit. That was the level that market played with last week. So,
and not that it ever really even spiked on this news has been very quiescent. What are the executives at your firm thinking about as it relates to maybe President Trump certainly viewing this as a success so far? Does that mean may replicate it in places like Cuba, Colombia, Greenland? I mean, he's mentioned a lot of different scenarios over the past 48 hours.
When we've talked a little bit about this
doing
going
something
forward,
we haven't seen since
this weekend,
2-3 weeks ago.
Cuba might be most at risk given the size of it, their dependence on Venezuela. And we've got the USS Ford there, which is the aircraft carrier. One, the Caribbean Sea is not an ideal place for an aircraft carrier group to operate in, right? They tend to need much bigger space, much more open waters. So it's already not an ideal place for them to be. That ship is actually due to be docked at some point this year. It needs repairs and things like that. It needs to be an overhaul. So I think there's a use it or lose it sense. So that's why I would put kind of Cuba as potentially the next to feel pressure, maybe Colombia. We've talked a bit about Iran. I think Iran, it's difficult, it's far away, and there's a big religious element that I don't think we want to get involved with in Iran. Maybe we do something with IRGC people there, but I think that's going to be a bit more hands-off. And Greenland, that one, I think that probably causes the most consternation.
Okay, and that's something that we've been grappling with for a while now because President Trump has talked about that quite a bit, much to the Danes' consternation.
And can I add one thing on that,
yes,
too?
Please.
I think I'm willing to believe that in Venezuela, there's rare earths and critical minerals sitting around that have not been properly, looked at, right? Have we taken the advantages? When I look at Greenland, I think enough people have checked out those rare earths and critical minerals. If they could be mined or extracted economically, someone would already be doing that. So
I don't think anyone gives a flying fuck about Venezuela. Keep fucking talking about Venezuela today.
Investment in that country, I'm really dubious that we can get a whole lot.
I don't really think anyone gives a shit about Venezuela.
Easier ways or with being less provocative.
And the Kospi, along with Japan's Nikkei, the UK FTSE, and the German
This was last year.
DAX, all handily outperforming the S&P in 2025 amid a weaker dollar. Should we expect that to last this year, especially with everything going on now?
DX dollar down 10%, S&P up 20%, KS, I don't even know what KS1 is. The Nikkei 225 up 26%, FTSE Great Britain up 21%, GDEX, that's probably
Joining
Germany.
me to discuss is Tim Seymour. He's the founder of Seymour Asset
23%.
Management and a CNBC contributor.
Yeah.
Korea
Hi,
up
Kelly.
75% last year, Tim.
Yo, Korea. Yes, sir. Korea. No, but you know why? They had a fucking political event where the president got fucking ousted or something. So
just kind of put this all in context. Was it a one-off, or is this part of a larger theme you think has legs?
Well, I think a lot of the Korea trade, and if you look at the Kospi, and investors can own it here by owning the EWY, which is an ETF, it's 25% Samsung, it's 18% Hynix. I think this trade continues. I think the dollar dynamics continue to be weaker, and therefore I think a lot of the Asian currencies, which didn't outperform the dollar as much as
slow and
others,
they're going right
they
now.
may take their cue from the rest of the world in 26.
Whether or not the situation in Venezuela is a one-off or there's more to come, or it causes some kind of reaction in China, does that affect the way that you'd be placing your bets here?
As somebody that's long China tech in IDEVO, my ETF, we have overweight positions probably at least relative to ACWI, ex-US, and Alibaba, Tencent. I'm a little concerned on what this really means outside the headlines. And I think this, if anything, probably means we are more entrenched on the rare earths dynamic and what's going on in South America. I think China is still incredibly interesting, and Chinese tech companies are interesting because China is not beating up their own tech companies anymore. So I think there's a real opportunity there. I do think that global markets overall, it's not just last year's trade. I think people are waking up and understanding they're probably underweight international. They have been. And I think even on a market cap weight basis, there's great opportunities for some of those same trades in AI tech that we're working here. Even today, you have companies like NXPI or ASML getting upgrades. The hardware part,
leaving
the
another
memory part
NVIDIA
of
put
today's
right now.
trade
I have
is certainly
10
clear
left.
to be global.
It's interesting you say that we're about to talk in just a moment about some of the IPOs and the wave of activity we're seeing in China. But you think that's a theme that, in some ways we're talking about this arms race, one country versus the other, but you think American investors should just participate in it?
I think they should. I think, again, for investing globally, not only is it just a dynamic of being underweight. I think Fed dynamics, our Fed, if anything, is probably cutting a bit. The rest of the global central banks have probably
people are getting so fucking bearish on NVIDIA right now. It is 1.22% minus, and the contracts are going higher and higher and higher, and the prices are not even
lower. I think
lower.
it's a very interesting time.
Would you do anything in Latin America, either to try to get ahead of maybe better growth prospects, or the opposite and retrench, or just kind of is that an area to stay away from for now?
Well, the industrial and precious metals trade is very much a Latin America trade. I think copper, especially Southern Copper in Peru, ECH, you can own Chile, Antofagasta. I mean, these are trades. Also, global gold trade is very much a Latin American trade. We have a big election in Brazil coming up. Is it going to be a case where I think some of the socialist tendencies of Brazil are also things that are under some pressure? I think Latin America is pretty interesting, and I think Brazil's going to outperform.
All right. So then finally, you think that international markets are going to have another year where they do even better than the U.S. ones, I imagine, and because you see weak dollar, strong commodities, 2026 sounds like part 2 of 2025 then, and investors, you think, should not fear that they've already missed the big moves?
They should be happy that they're probably underweight for 8 to 10 years of underperformance. I've been investing globally since the late 90s, and we've had different periods. I think these are long tail trades. I think these are mean reversion trades. So that's just kind of the technical argument. So no,
10
you haven't
contracts
missed it.
into tomorrow,
It's a
190
valuation
NVIDIA.
story. It's a give back story. It's an earnings growth story. It's a weaker dollar story. It's that these are global companies that are also involved in the same trades.
Going every
here.
fucking
And that also
minute.
means money center banks, European money center banks, or utilities. Or,
contract up 33%. My fucking lotto up
spending to build up arms and defense.
163%.
These are global themes, and the same things are happening
Since
in
fucking
other
12,
countries. And
right?
yeah,
When I said NVIDIA is
gonna
going
continue.
at 12,
and if
it
global
went
growth
absolute.
is kind of in line or a little better than people expect,
Another
I think
$3-4.
they're going to outperform that much more.
Why is NVIDIA going down today? Setup. That's why. Look at this NVIDIA setup, right? Isn't this fucking... please look at this NVIDIA setup. Those that watch the market update video have seen this, right? I literally said there's a major move coming on NVIDIA within 1 to 2 weeks, right? Please tell me, though, who saw the market update video, right? Hopefully someone saw the market update video, man. Please. I posted the market update video on yesterday night, bro. Please. Anybody watch the market update video? Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Free fucking, literal free fucking money on NVIDIA. Same as Tesla 2-3 days ago. Right? Oh my god.
The Consumer Electronics Show is kicking off in Vegas today, and it could actually be one of the more
Tesla,
exciting ones in years.
NVIDIA,
AI is expected to show up in nearly everything from robotics to vehicles to wearables, even healthcare. Whether you think we're in an AI bubble already or not, its proliferation this year can't be understated. Here now with the themes he's watching is Sam Lessin, General Partner at Flow Ventures. I don't mean to make you sound like a gadget guy, Sam, which feels like often the CES
I did
kind
not
of
imagine
talking point from 10 years
IWM coming
ago.
back into the
But
purple
in
box,
a
though.
way,
That's something
people should
that's something I
what's
did not
happening
call
and
out
connect
in the
dots
market
back
update
to the
video,
market
but
actions today. When
honestly,
people say,
they
why is the
play
Dow
with
up so
setup
much?
like insane.
Does it have anything to do
That's
with
the
that?
one thing I forgot to do in the market update video. If somebody noticed, right? I'm sorry, Chris, you're IWM main, right? But that's one thing I did not do. I did not pay that much attention to IWM this week, except I said, hey, IWM is bouncing and QQQ is showing this little doji candle. And we're getting a bounce off of XOSO and IWM, right? But man, do they fucking play with setup
The
boxes
AI
like
trade in them
insane.
data points, whether it's from
Like
memory, from
insane.
compute that this is going
Dude,
to
this is
require. I mean, we're
insane.
starting off this year
IWM is up
already with
1.9%
articles about
now.
how
It's
much
almost 2%.
more we need, how big the hunger, the thirst really is.
This shit is actually, small caps is
We'll see.
actually
It'll be an
running
interesting
crazy
year.
today
I mean,
with Dow
last year
Jones.
was no question a narrative-heavy year, right?
Let's
People are selling an
go.
incredible dream, and the dream of AI is so big, right, and so asymmetric. People are willing to invest almost infinitely to potentially capture it so far. This year, we'll see whether the dream continues to grow and get bigger and propel a lot of the things we're seeing. Whether data points start pointing to weakness in the dream, like this will be a really interesting year
that
in
was
terms of how it
such
plays
a
out.
worth.
It's kind of
That
one of those
was
things where we
such
could
the
be
worth.
massively up.
Patience.
The dream can stay intact
fucking
or
trade
not.
on
It'll come
Nvidia.
down
That
to
was
a
so
big
worth
year.
it.
I mean, you
Oh
look
my
at
God,
companies
it's
very
up so
early
crazy
stage.
now. I'm so happy.
There's no way this
so
can be over if we haven't even really seen these startups coming to
I'm
market yet.
so happy right
Maybe.
now.
I mean, the reality is,
I'm so
again, I
happy
think
right now.
on one hand, you know, the idea that from an AI perspective that you're a startup and not leveraging AI tools
I
in
think
what
I'm
you're
about to get
building is
50%
crazy
on
at
this
this
on
point.
the
It's
rest
kind
of
of
this
an
bitch,
obvious.
bro.
It's kind of the equivalent of someone
I'm
says
about
I'm
to
not
get
using
50%
AI. It's
on
equivalent
the
to saying
video,
I'm not using the
190.
internet or cloud. Now the
Fucking
question
in
of
one day
how do you make
from
money
Friday,
on it, and where's the leverage?
325, man. Right? Friday at 325, man. Fucking crazy. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it, man. Oh my God. I fucking love it, dude. Oh my God.
And how does the dynamics changes? These are all like real questions to be answered this year, and I think no one really knows is the upshot. We know it's disruptive. We don't know how deeply
Zero DT
disruptive.
must be printing
and
right
we
now.
don't know where
I'm
the
not
money's
doing
made.
shit on SPY and QQQ, but I mean, time
and that's
is
kind of what makes it fun on some levels.
235.
You
That it
think
must be
there's still
doing
money
some
to be
crazy
made
ass.
instead of just saying, no, it's all
Wow,
over.
now look at that pullback on
Maybe.
SPY.
I mean, that's the question. Is right now we're in this
Where are they gonna
crazy
go?
place
I have
where,
no fucking
you know,
idea. I
Washington
don't
has
know.
a debt problem
I
and
don't
these
know where they
GDP
wanna
number
go.
up.
I don't.
You
I
know,
could not
Wall
sit
Street
here and
obviously has
fucking
an
possibly
incentive.
tell. Maybe
you know, with all sorts of new
6,904.
financings and ways
Oh
to
my
get
God, yo,
involved
who remember? Yo, who remember 2 weeks ago, right? When I was off at work, I literally said into market close, yo, draw this box out. 6,904, 6,902. I think the same shit's happening today. All right, have this purple box drawn. 6,904, 6,902.
kind of the trade. Tech has its kind of like long-term story. So everyone's aligned in wanting the narrative to be big and important and real. And you see things that consumers experience and get really excited about. This is all good. This all drives the trade forward. People are clearly going to keep going. But we're also at a place where people have now been using versions of this in the enterprise for the last 12 months. You start to connect the dots.
38% up.
Does this
NVIDIA
transition from
puts now
experimental spend to core spend?
181%
And
now.
when it does, who actually profits? Where's the actual margin in the overall, shift that's going on here? It's possible there's a lot for startups. It's possible there isn't. And there's all sorts of tap-on effects about, obviously, job creation, et cetera, that we all have to figure out.
I'm being greedy as fuck here. I'm being greedy as a motherfucker right now, dude. I'm not taking fucking profit right here on NVIDIA. I'm being greedy as a motherfucker right now. Expiring 190 this week. 1.34% down now, NVIDIA. I'm fucking feeling it. I'm fucking feeling it. Oh my God. What is this shit? Meme traders' role in energizing.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to discuss the latest from the meme stocks, a group of stocks, of course, that can generate high growth, high volatility, and also can oftentimes be seen as riskier investments. But to give us some more breakdown and clarity on what we can expect from the meme stock trade now in 2026, I'd now like to welcome in Dave Mazza, CEO of Roundhill Investments. Dave, always appreciate your time. Always appreciate you joining us on Next Gen.
I want to show my account.
Investing. And
Yo, what a day. Today was a hard day. Today was a hard day. Man. Look at this shit. I joined fucking last fucking week. I joined last week. Easy. Easy. Oh my god. Easy. Look at this shit. Look at this fucking on. Oh my. Easy. Wow. SPY is going here. Bears are coming. Bears are in control. They want to go lower on SPY. This is now a dump. This is now a dump. Alright. Set up using dump using NVIDIA almost. Market catching up. Market SPY is now finally catching up to whatever the fuck everything else did almost. I'm not gonna lie, I wish that spike candle came earlier in the day. I wish. That's what I was waiting for fucking hours, but now they're doing it into the fucking most riskiest time of the day.
And to start off here, I wanted to get your thoughts on
Wow.
really the definition of what constitutes a meme stock. Like how
I ain't
you
gonna lie,
define
I'm
this
feeling
group of
FOMO
names.
on SPY, but time is
Yeah, what's
2:40.
interesting, I
I'm
think the
okay.
definition
Risk
of
is
meme
too
stocks
fucking
has really
crazy. I
changed
literally
from
left
the
at the top at
2021
205,
period
and I
where
said
meme
I
stocks
give
really
up on fucking
first
SPY.
came to prominence.
And there they
So
are. I gave
during
up on
that
the SPY
period,
though,
it
I'm
was
not
really
gonna lie.
more
There
about
was not a lot of
sort of
setups.
Main Street fighting
I
against
gave
Wall
up
Street.
on
So
SPY,
looking for
bro. But
stocks
look
with
at the fucking
high
setup.
short interest
6902.
and
Look at
that
this
are kind of
shit,
over-owned
dude.
by Wall Street or
6904,
hedge funds,
6902. Setup done.
taking out
Setup played.
sort of
Setup
names
done.
that people had an
Alright,
affinity for,
smart
of
money
course,
deductors
GameStop and
are now gonna
AMC.
get.
In
They're gonna figure out
2025,
what
where
the
meme
fuck they want
stocks
to do.
kind of came back
Setup has been
into
played.
investing forefront, the
6902
story's a bit
touched.
different. In some ways, it's actually
Alright,
about sort of the tip of
that's
the
called
spear
smart
for
money
retail
deductions,
investors,
smart money setups.
focusing on
Right,
more
now let's see
speculative
what the hell happens here.
areas of the market, whether it's spaces in nuclear, clean energy, crypto, or kind of
That's
Bitcoin adjacent
crazy.
names.
Same shit
But
that
at the
happened
same
last
time,
week
there's
into
still
market
some of that
close.
spirit, right?
Those that
So
remember,
we know the situation
literally,
with Open Door,
probably
where
felt the same
companies
shit,
sort
but
of
that's
kind of
exactly what
needed
happened.
a catalyst to come back into play. And we saw that a bit with Krispy Kreme and others. And so I do think retail investors continue to sort of have their ability to influence their market, put their footprint in the market in a way that we hadn't really seen the past few years ago. And that's going to continue to evolve as new themes emerge in 2026.
As Roundhill manages a fund tied to this particular space, I'm sure one of the key aspects of that is the ability to be nimble, as the rotation seems to almost be.
I think QQQ is doing its setup right here.
Become exciting, they can fall out of favor as quickly as it begins. How does one, kind of go about that and the process
look at
of
this
being
setup.
sort of an active manager within this
0.5,
space?
0.618, all
so
lost,
some
and
of the
they're
things that
dumping
we
into
screen
close.
for and really
They're
look for
dumping
to
into
identify
close.
a universe of stocks that have elements of
Alright,
a meme
QQQ
or
is
have the
dumping
potential
right
to
now.
meme is really first and foremost looking at stocks with high volatility. So inherently, meme stocks sort of need to be able to move around both positively and sometimes negatively, as we saw in the fall. And then coupled with what's actually happening.
They're dumping into close. They're dumping into close into the CES conference. That's what's going on right now. They're dumping into close. Market is dumping into close on NVIDIA. SPX is pulling back and dumping from the top at 11. Look at this dump. I'm telling you, dude. Look at this dump. Set up dump, 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 dump on SPY. Oh my god. They're dumping. I just realized this fucking setup. QQQ set up and they're fucking dumping and they're about to go break the LOD. They're gonna go here. 61654. 61657. Sorry, 61657 incoming on QQQ. Alright, probability is 85% chance. Probably 85% chance it's about to go to 616. It's already there anyway, so it's about to be LOD testing on SPY, LOD hoping, and then it's up to IWM to decide what the fuck it wants to do, basically. But this is, it's almost there. It's still bears, still bears. This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bearish since 1150 though. So this is the second low. I mean, it's so little, but I mean that could print crazy, and then it could also trap crazy too, because it's a dollar range from here though. So. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on right here. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. That would be a speculation to say they're going to go dump this shit even more. It would be a dumbass speculation to say they're about to bounce it here. All I can say is they're fucking crazy. They're about to decide what the fuck they want to do. But they literally used that purple box to destroy all calls. And now they're deciding what to do. After it all. Yo, NVIDIA 1.32% today. IWM almost went to 2%. And now what? 1.78. QQQ pulled back. That's crazy. That's crazy. Man, I said the setup wasn't there at 2 because I wasn't really sure. I wasn't really sure at 2. But then once the confirmation formed and they started going and getting near it, then I started seeing it. But yeah, wow. Setup was definitely there in QQQ. They just extended it and then wasted time and then did it later. So this is 242. And look at the amount of cycles they did to trap and confuse the fuck out of people to make them give up that, man. I'm telling you, bro. They might go lower to 616.54 now. Right, this is really LOD floor testing too, but I mean now it technically shows that the cycle is hovering near the floor. Statistically speaking, when there is a divergence at the floor, and right now there is a divergence at the floor, and the market hovers at the floor or hovers at the roof, it tends to break the roof or the floor to clear the divergence or not. I'm not saying it's going to do that, but statistically speaking, means 70 to 68 maybe percent of the chance. So that's more than not, right? So that's what I mean by statistically speaking, it does this more than not, but that does not mean it's every single time, and that does not mean the setup says right now they're going to do it. But setup says right here, right now, it could do it. So we'll watch. That's it. We'll watch. It's that simple. That's crazy. Someone sent a picture of their portfolio as well, and they were getting cycled upon, and they were getting dog shit trashed upon too, and then they just came out from the gutter into the green territories apparently. So that's fucking wild. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That looks even more crazier than my chart, I'm not gonna lie. That looks even more frustrating than my chart, not gonna lie. LOD at 240 on NVIDIA as well. I did say earlier they may bounce it above the purple box, and that's what they're trying to show here. QQQ. Cycling. Time is 240. 7, so 250. IWM is IWMing. NVIDIA is waiting. And SPX is cycling. That is so crazy. Purple box, perfect to look below and support or whatever the fuck this shit is. Best believe these smart money deductors, these hedge fund traders are doing this shit on a millisecond, folks, right? The purple box that we extended and then we drew, right, at 6904, 6902. Best believe these people are able to do this shit within seconds. They're able to bring those boxes out of fucking nowhere because those computers have it marked. Those computers have used it, and they literally just have it fucking marked to bring it out when they need to and not be biased, bullish, or bearish, right? But I mean, it's fucking crazy. It's crazy, dude. That's why it's so hard to deduct, because when they happen, you gotta catch it so fucking fast. But there's someone out there that's able to do this shit 100, 1,000, and 10 times faster and more correctly. I'm not saying things never change, but I mean, things constantly change. So probably people like Bill Simmons, right? or whatever. They just have the best of the best of the best deductible fucking algorithm things. Best of the best of the best hybrid algo deducting things. That's why they're the best of the best of the best. These people have deducted and wanted and tried to become the best in their field, and they have become the best of the best in their field. So I hope to learn and learn and learn, and I hope to try and try and try to become one of them, man. That's all I can fucking say, dude. That's all I can hope for and all I can try. But man, is it something. It really is something. Once you realize that you are part of the winners, and once you realize you're part of the deductors, and you don't give a fuck a rat's ass about no bull or bear, you just start realizing that this system is designed for deductors to be winners. That's it. They don't give a fuck about bull or bear. They don't really give a shit. Oh, they really just care about the market going up and down so that they can build liquidity and trap and play. That's what it is. So hopefully you guys understand, the shit I'm saying and the words that are coming out of my mouth, right? Because I literally say things from the bottom of my heart, and I really say things because I mean it, right? This is not bullshit. This is not candle shit. This is not a miracle. This is not, oh, it happened because, I knew bullish or bearish, bearish. It happened because of setup. It is happening because of setup. And it is constantly ever occurring because of setup. And people are thinking without setup. So the faster we realize that, and the faster we appreciate that, and the faster we become a part of that, the way better this shit becomes. Way better. Every fucking day. The majority of the day is what I want, right? Not little, 2 out of 10 day, statistically speaking, we're market bullish 8 out of 10 days, so I should be technically fine 8 out of 10 days. No, fuck that. I am okay. Market going bullish or bearish 9 out of 10 days because I can fucking be myself. Right? 7 out of whatever the fuck days, whatever the fuck, because I know how to be myself. So that's all that matters. Right? Fuck these Ferrugis and Gurujis, bullish, bearish, whatever the hell. They're feeding you bullshit. What really matters is reality. What really matters is your mentality. What really matters is your lifestyle. So please understand that. And yeah, appreciate whatever's going on. But please understand this is a fucking lifestyle. And this is success is hard, right? It's not just an easy thing. It's not just given by the market. You actually have to deduct your ass off. And you got to try too. Really get the real direction, define the traps and the setups. So, man, it's beautiful. When you see it happen is all I can say. It's beautiful stuff. What am I saying? Beautiful stuff. 6,920. This is not just happening randomly, right? This rejection at the end of the day is not just happening randomly. This rejection is actually happening because of this. And the reality is only 20% of the population, only 35% of the population out of the 100% of the population are able to catch on to the real direction. The real direction going up, the real direction going down. That is the reality. I'm not fucking feeding bullshit. That's just literally the statistical data that is provided by market makers and SIBO of options traders. So shit, man. Shit. Right? I'm pretty sure the deductors are the ones that are early adapters and that are finding the true direction. I'm pretty sure candle traders, bullshitters, and Ferrugis are the ones that are late to everything. Up or down, because they don't really give a shit. Because they make shit up. But hey. Wow. This is the FOMC top from December. Right? FOMC top from December. Wednesday, Friday, Thursday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then we are literally at that level now. 6902. Why is 6904, 6902 important? Because that is the previous all-time high. Not that one, but the second one. How many fucking setups are there to play here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 or 9 things. 8 or fucking 9 things. 6902. Market deciding how to end the day here. Like this. With all the bulls trapped up here thinking higher and higher. With all the bears thinking gap down. And they trapped everybody on SPX. QQQ at 617. Still deciding into power hour almost. Alright, well now power hour bring it lower into 616.60. I have no idea. But now that it is at the floor and now it is 3/3 and it is end of the day, I don't really care. What I do care is about this NVIDIA CES event. NVIDIA. Thank you guys that have hit the like button on the live stream. I'm telling you, there's about 30 to 60 or 58 people that watch the live stream, never hit the like button and go, and they want to come back. So I appreciate you all that is still here. I'm pretty sure you guys are the ones that have hit. You know, most of you guys are the ones that hit the like button anyway. So thank you so much, man. You guys have to really, really understand that I really appreciate every single like. It's just, yeah. I beg the 30 to 40% and they don't care. So I don't know. Thank you. That's for sure. Power hour is starting. Weird cycles are happening. Weird cycles are happening. And it's hovering at the midpoint, deciding whether to go lower or not. It's hovering at the midpoint, 6,906, and deciding what to do. 6906.5 Fibonacci. IWM is constantly at the roof. That's disgusting. But this shit has happened to me one time on IWM, going higher, higher, or lower and lower. And I was like, dude, IWM makes no fucking sense. But like, I didn't realize IWM lives in its own world. And like, yeah, I was like, dude, I'm never fucking doing IWM ever again. Because that's what I did when I was a retail. I would look at IWM and I would go into QQQ and I got fucked. Or like, I would look at IWM or I would look at QQQ and go into SPY and I'd get fucked. And I realized they're both setting up in completely different ways, and they honestly live in their own, you know, setups and worlds. So I just realized, you know, unless I see a major setup in IWM, I never fucking do IWM. Unless I see a major setup on QQQ, I never do QQQ, right? I always stay to SPY, SPX, and I always stay to Tesla and NVIDIA because those are the things I know. Those are the things I've practiced years and years and months on. And those are the things I know I've printed and not lost on more than, you know what I mean? So I don't fuck around with like what I've done and fucked around with like gold or like figs or whatever the fuck it is. Like I fucked around and I've found out, and that fucked around and found out have wasted so much money and so much time. And I was just like, you know what, I'm not doing this shit anymore in my life, and I just didn't.
Fall back down from interest.
That's the only
To
way.
me, it's
You
really
gotta
kind
just
of
be
that
like,
combination of
I am gonna
what
decide
we're
to
seeing
not
with
fuck
hard data
myself
from
over
trading
by not
volumes and
putting myself
volatility
in whatever the fuck, and
actually
then
coupled with
you
do retail
decide to
investors
do it or
care? Are
not.
they
But
talking
like,
about
yeah,
it sort of
that's the
in an
only way.
outsized
Like,
way? in
This
various
shit has to
taverns
come
and
from the
forums
heart
around
because
the
it's
web.
so fucking painful.
So as far as now gauging
The shit I'm saying, like, just people connect, you know what I mean? Because it's what they felt, but like truly, it is such a fucking frustrating waste of time when we do good and I do good for weeks and months, and then all that profit just fucking disappears on something that I have not really put a lot of time or a lot of deduction, or I'm not super confident in, or whatever it is that I've not done a lot, like gold. And it's just like, it's so fucking sad to see them do something absolutely fucking wild and just wipe out all puts or wipe out all calls and just take back all profit. And it's just like, bruh, like it's just like, bruh,
like meme stock frenzy. I mean,
so
how
sad.
did the retail investor
Fucking
behavior
around,
in
wasting
2025
time.
that influence
I don't
what
have
you're
time to waste.
watching now for 2026?
Well, I think it's interesting. So before COVID, retail investors made up around somewhere between, depending upon how you run the data, 8 to 10% of U.S. equity market volume on a daily basis. In 2025, that number was somewhere between 20 to 25%. During some periods, as high as 35%. So we used to kind of point the finger at retail and say that they don't really matter for markets. That's so far from the truth. I totally disagree with that sentiment. And some of the reason being is because retail investors actually care now. They have more information at their fingertips, the ability to sort of trade in a variety of ways, but also
I really don't want NVIDIA to fucking run into 4 now.
For institutional investors,
that's what I'm worried about here.
But
now that the setup has played downward, now that the setup might be run up,
when we look at
delete
some of the
everything
flow
that they
data,
did.
retail
So
investors are,
I'm watching this
of
shit
course,
with my
still
eye.
interested in some of the Magnificent Seven stocks. Tesla probably being the tip of the spear there, but a company like Palantir, and then newer, smaller, sort of very, very high growth sectors of the economy and sectors of the market, that they can feel like their influence actually matters.
Yeah, and to your point, the Wall Street Journal just published, I believe it was last week, a story titled "Everyday Traders Go from Fringe Players to Dominant Market Force," kind of illustrating this exact point you're making. But to kind of dive into what you were just talking about, which is the retail trader maybe still being really interested in the NVIDIAs, the Palantirs, et cetera, Tesla. And we see that illustrated by, one of Charles Schwab's metrics they put out monthly called the Schwab Trading Activity Index, which highlights some of the, bigger net buys and net sells. And many of those names that you're highlighting are typically repeat, on those lists. What makes Tesla different than from some of these meme stocks? Is it just that institutional is also interested in it?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. Tesla is sort of, I think, a unique case for the market when we think about the influence of various cohorts of investors on it. Tesla is a company that, at the end of the day, right now, they, of course, have some other businesses, but the main business is selling EVs. But as we know, the kind of premium, the valuation of that company is more and always has been focused on the future. The future for Tesla now is seemingly humanoid robotics, and then robo-taxis, which are beginning to roll out. And that's an incredibly exciting area for that company and others.
What a good day. I love it.
Tesla continues to have a really, really loyal retail investor base, but also a loyal institutional investor base who believe in Elon Musk, believe in the transformation that that company can bring. So to me, I think it's more about sort of the valuation premium associated with that. In similar ways, people are actually valuing the future and what could come, whether they're retail or institutional when it comes to Tesla.
Okay, so when it comes to those valuations, I mean, we talk a lot of these high growth, oftentimes seen as more like meme stock type names like Palantir. Does anything give you any pause as we assess 2026 and some key names to watch here with, I mean, like hyper growth, yes, but then I would also argue then for that reason, pretty lofty valuations we're sitting at right now.
Yeah, so if we take a step back, I think it's really interesting. So we've been talking about valuations for a year, 2 years, because historically, if we look at the S&P 500, the price to earnings multiple, or pick any of your multiples, are either at
this might come tomorrow too, 6/16/57.
But if you actually look at the return decomposition,
I don't really do shit off price action, price level, but yeah.
Valuations expanded, but very slightly. Much
but
of it came from earnings growth.
I would not
so when
guess
we
on
then
that. Like, I would not say that's coming today or something, because that's hella fucking dangerous.
Areas, a lot of it is that premium is being built in because when economic growth itself, when growth is hard to find across the markets, investors will then pay up for growth in areas that's delivering. And that's one of the reasons why we see companies with outsized revenue and earnings growth doing so, have done so well in 2025. And so, yes, I think investors should be kind of concerned about valuations on one hand, but that shouldn't necessarily stop us from allocating to stocks when earnings growth is there. Now, the most speculative areas of the market, so we can pick on nuclear or quantum computing, some of those companies are going to be winners, some of those are going to be losers, because those themes are just being written now, and they're in the very early innings. So I don't think we should kind of hold our nose and just buy stock with
let's do a poll, guys.
300
Let's do a
in
poll,
some cases.
right? We just posted a poll in the WhatsApp group. Today was green for you. Today was red, or today was neutral. Let's see. Right, I had a good day today. I had a green day today. All right, maybe I got lucky with NVIDIA, but shit. Let's fucking see, man. Got 4 people saying good. 1 person said bad. 1 person said neutral. All right.
That we see, but if they're actually have
such a fucking
the
hard day
ability to
today.
deliver on those plans, start showing a path toward material and revenue and earnings growth,
I'm
then I
getting
think
mixed
some
now.
of those valuations actually may be justified, even if they're quite high.
Hey, and I mean, if that was a reason to keep
6
you on the
says
sidelines
good,
in the last
4
year, I
says
think
bad,
that many of
1
those with that
neutral.
mindset were proven very
What about
wrong.
anyone
So
in the
there's a few
YouTube?
names that come to mind, I'm sure that also come
Was
to your
today
mind that,
good,
hey,
bad,
valuation
or
was maybe
neutral?
warranted
Really,
at
I mean,
those
just
even
be honest,
very
because today was a
elevated
hard,
levels. So,
hard
really
day.
good place to leave it. We so appreciate it today, and of course, every time you're on. Dave Mazza, CEO of Roundhill Investments.
Man. Someone said, I'm up real good in the last 2 days. Good for you, man. Congrats. Congratulations. And going up, it was very hard too. Going down, it was very hard too, because there was not a lot of setups, and it was very hard to tell where and how they're going. But what a day, dude. What a fucking week last week was too, and what a day today is, and man, what a day this week's gonna, what a day tomorrow's gonna bring. Oh my god. Every day is a surprising and amazing day. Very small green, bad, good day, damn. A little bit of mixed. But it seems like somehow, by the mercy of God, we have, numerically speaking, a little bit more green than red. Damn. There's still a decent amount of red though. Can't lie. Today was not hard. I mean, not easy. But every day is not easy, so.
With Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro now in U.S. custody facing federal charges, President Trump has made clear he has big plans for U.S. energy companies taking control of Venezuela's rich oil supply. Venezuela has some of the largest proven oil reserves in the world, though it only accounts for about 1% of the
they're
world's
saying
oil
they're going to
production.
take over Venezuela oil, bro.
Venezuela right now is a dead country. We have to bring it back, and we're going to have big investments by the oil companies to bring back the infrastructure. And the oil companies are ready to go. They're going to go in, they're going to rebuild the infrastructure. The oil is just flowing at a very low level, much lower than, even if it was badly run, it should have more income, more oil than what they're doing. So we're going to have the big oil companies go in. They're going to fix the infrastructure, they're going to invest money. Right now what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections.
CNN's Brian Todd joins us now with a closer look. Brian, obviously a very resource-rich country.
Yes, I mean, look at this, Boris. The largest oil reserves in the world by far, 303 million barrels. The next closest to them is Saudi Arabia with, like, I think 267 billion
Power
barrels.
hour coming bullish.
They outnumber
Nvidia
everyone in that
reverting
resource
right on
by
the
a lot. They
purple.
have 1/5 of the world's global reserves. And to let you kind of give some perspective here on how they're underperforming with that vast oil reserve, take a look at this. This is their oil production since Nicolas Maduro took power in 2013. You see it there. Now, before that, and like even before Hugo Chavez took power in 1999, they were producing more than 3 million barrels, about 3.5 million barrels per day before Hugo Chavez takes power in 1999, okay? It goes steadily down in the 2000s because of sanctions and other things. Maduro takes power in 2013. Now, oil prices take a hit the next year, so that's part of the reason that they decline. But it's also, of course, his alleged mismanagement of the oil supply and a lot of other factors. Sanctions also play a part. Now, in 2019, that is the year that Donald Trump, in his first administration, placed restrictions on Venezuelan oil exports to the U.S. So that hit them hard. It went down then. They hit rock bottom in 2020 with the pandemic. In 2021, Maduro starts to kind of ramp up the production a little bit. In 2022, then President Joe Biden gives Chevron a temporary permit to operate there, so that helps their production. But again, Boris, take a look. They're still underperforming. As of 2024, they were less than 1 million barrels a day. Right now, they're a little over 1 million barrels a day. They're right about at this point here, and that is less than 1% of the world's production. That's how much Venezuela is underperforming given their reserves there. Who are they sending the oil to? Let's take a look at that. If my graphic can come up here. It's not coming up. But basically, they are sending it mostly to China. China buys about 70% of Venezuela's oil. The U.S. buys about 25% of it. That's all due to Chevron's production there.
I think there we go.
There you go. There's our graphic.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, China's they're the big customer.
Right.
U.S. gets about a quarter of it. Then Spain and Cuba trail far behind. This is all due to Chevron. And Chevron, their stock is way up today as a result of this. And Boris, it has taken a massive toll on the economy overall. Take a look at that. Last October, inflation in Venezuela was at 270%. That is by far the highest in the world. And look at where it's projected to be in October of this year. And again, all because of the mismanagement and the alleged corruption of Hugo Chavez first and Nicolas Maduro, his acolyte, who became president in 2013.
Brian Todd, thank you so much for bringing us that context.
CNN's Omar Jimenez and Laura Coates joining us now from live outside the court. You were both in the courtroom.
600% inflation. God damn. Just non-stop. Non-stop chicanery. Burning some puts after that down move. 45 minutes left till.
Today, Bitcoin.
Let's get Deirdre Bosa with more details in Tech Check. Hi, Deirdre.
Hey, Kelly. So Minimax, it follows a string of blockbuster AI debuts in China. There was more Threads coined, China's answer to NVIDIA, listed in early December, up 500% in its debut. And then another chipmaker, Meta X, just recently surging nearly 700%. You had Bayern jumping 80%. Both of those are chip makers. Now, Minimax is expected this week, and GPU AI, that's another model builder, in the next few weeks, which means that increasingly China's AI boom, it's showing up in public markets, forcing price discovery, real-time feedback on how much risk investors are actually willing to underwrite. Now, part of that is capital. China's late-stage pool is smaller, and so IPOs are one of the few ways to raise real money. But in the U.S., it's the opposite. The most important AI companies, they can still tap deep private capital. So the core of the AI race, that's model builders, it remains locked up and privately priced. And that means less visibility, more guesswork, and less access for ordinary investors. Take OpenAI. It's now one of the most valuable companies on the planet by private valuation. But investors, they're left trading around it. They have to guess how much of OpenAI's value is durable or already priced in or circulating between the same few balance sheets. Chinese investors, meanwhile, they now have a pure play AI trade that includes a new generation of chip makers and the model builders themselves, like Minimax. That is coming through perhaps in performance, Kelly. The Hang Seng, look at this, outperformed the NASDAQ last year by
I'll say right now, without setup on Tesla, I would be down fucking crazy. Because I would not have set up on things like SPX, and I would have fucking lost last week. I'm up good. I'm up good.
Points. We know how important the
All
AI
right, this
trade
NVIDIA 4K
is
that I
to
put
any
in on Friday
market,
was house
and
money
it's really
too.
the
I'm
US
fucking
and
up
China that are
good.
neck and neck this year, and you're seeing more companies go public over there.
So it's kind of two things. Number one, obviously, just the rise of AI, and Chinese have a lot of
Feeling
innovation,
hella
a lot of
fucking
startups,
good
and
and
they're
lucky
taking
about
advantage of that.
Tesla
But number
too
two, as
last
Seymour
week,
was
man.
telling us last segment, is the Chinese
So I'm not
authorities
fucking around with it
basically
today.
allowing that. I don't know if we say encouraging, but certainly allowing
Let
this
someone
to
else
happen,
fuck
and
around
going
and
from
find
putting a
out.
boot on the neck of the tech
Let
firms,
that
it
shit
sounds
rest.
like, to kind of allowing their proliferation, perhaps with a cautious eye, kind of like a parent cautiously watching. But is that shift real?
Yeah, I mean, that's too soft. Allowing, encouraging, I would say propping up, creating artificial demand. It's
Really?
much more than just encouraging. Absolutely. I mean, you
Yeah, look
see
at this
these
piece of
chip
shit.
makers and more Threads.
People are
that is,
bearish on Tesla
coined
right now.
NVIDIA,
Probably
or
getting
China's
cooked on
answer
it.
to NVIDIA. A lot of that demand is being sort of forced and routed through Chinese companies because Beijing says that they have to use domestic chip makers. You see that playing out as well for NVIDIA, right? Chinese government wants to say which companies are able to actually access those advanced
Beijing,
chips, the
Chinese
H200
government.
GPUs.
Yeah.
Companies want them, but Beijing is sort of encouraging them and saying you've got to use domestic homegrown chips. And I mean, that's tough, but it also actually really accelerates that push, and we've seen a lot of progress.
They need something other than buying empty condos to make a buck. Maybe this is the answer. Deirdre, thanks
Right,
very much.
replace the ghost towns.
Yes.
Jensen Huang. Jensen Daddy. SPY SPX is at the 0.5 Fibonacci, trying to lose the 0.5 Fibonacci again. Another round of a bull trap trying. Let's see on QQQ here too. Shit, chart frozen. Eh. Previous low of the day turned into resistance and or support too. Man. Bullishly closing. Bullishly closing my ass, but closing interesting on the video, I meant to say. And there's so many calls expiring this week on the video. Let's see how they do. NVIDIA Tech Conference. I'm gonna put some food in the microwave. Give me 1 minute. What do you guys think? NVIDIA bullish or bearish into the main event? What do you guys think? I think the event should be bullish, but I mean, if something happens, setup maybe. Alright, someone said I'm bullish. Okay, thank you. Got some hot pocket here. I'm bearish for some reason. I feel like people are going to be bullish into this event. And because it pulled back today, there might be some more bulls, and I think they might go a little bit lower on this.
Bitcoin starts the first full week of 2026 in the green. Coinbase shares climb after Goldman Sachs turns bullish on the crypto exchange. And Yuval Ruz of Digital Asset discusses his outlook for crypto in the new year. Welcome to CNBC's Crypto World. I'm Mackenzie Sigalos. Cryptocurrencies on the rise to kick off the first full week of the year. As of noon Eastern, Bitcoin climbed more than 2.5% to the $93,000 level. Ethereum climbed about 1.5%, and XRP rose nearly 5%.
Wow, what's Bitcoin at right now?
And today, the Grayscale Ethereum staking ETF became the first spot Ethereum ETP to distribute staking rewards to shareholders in the U.S. The crypto asset manager announced today that the Grayscale Ethereum staking ETF made a distribution to existing shareholders. The proceeds came from the sale of staking rewards earned by the fund between October 6th and December 31st, 2025. Now, as of market open, that represents more than $9.4 million in total staking rewards being distributed to investors. And taking a quick look at a crypto-focused stock. Coinbase shares are up nearly 7.5% today after Goldman Sachs upgraded the crypto stock from a neutral rating to a buy. The bank also lifted its 12-month price target to $303 per share from $294. The upgrade comes even after shares of Coinbase have slipped 13% over the past 12 months. Goldman analyst James Yarrow said that Coinbase's underperformance has opened up an attractive entry point for investors. He also applauded Coinbase's strong business fundamentals. Okay, let's talk about the top
That's
story.
impressive,
Fundstrat's
94,700.
CNBC Squawk Box this
That's
morning
actually pretty
to share
impressive.
his 2026 outlook. He also discussed his
back
price
above
target
90K.
for Bitcoin in the new year, saying that it could hit $250,000.
Tom Lee smoking crack. What the fuck?
Okay, let's talk about the top stories. Fundstrat's Tom Lee joined CNBC Squawk Box this morning to share his 2026 outlook. He also discussed his price target for Bitcoin in the new year, saying that it could hit $250,000 in 2026.
Tom Lee smoking.
Explained why.
In 2026, if Bitcoin gets to 200 or 250,000, it would be breaking the 4-year cycle. So that's sort of part of our view is that this, if you follow the 4-year cycle, Bitcoin should be down this year. But I think that there's tailwinds that are building, and part of it is we.
Damn! Wait, he just said some smart ass money shit, and they're twisting his words.
Sort of part of our view is that
they're twisting his words. Hold up.
If you follow the 4-year cycle, Bitcoin should be down this year.
Yeah, the smartest people understand what's really going on here. What the fuck?
So that's sort of part of our view is that this, if you follow the 4-year cycle, Bitcoin should be down this year. But I think that there's tailwinds that are building, and part of it is we kind of reset leverage on October 10th with that big shock.
Right.
And
like our
now I think
Masayoshi-san.
there is still institutional adoption taking place, and Wall Street is still building a
Look
lot
at
of
him bobbling his
products
head.
on
So cute.
the blockchain.
Tom Lee.
And then we have U.S. government support. So I think these are tailwinds that help Bitcoin recover this year.
Next, Ilya Lichtenstein, the hacker of crypto exchange Bitfinex, credits President Trump for his early prison release. He said on X Friday that he had been released from prison thanks to the president's First Step Act. This was a criminal justice bill signed during Trump's first term, aimed to reduce the federal prison population through a risk and needs assessment system. Now, on Friday, the Trump administration told CNBC that Lichtenstein, quote, has served significant time on a sentence and is currently on home confinement consistent with statute and Bureau of Prisons policies. Lichtenstein was handed a 5-year sentence in November 2024 after pleading guilty to charges tied to the hack and theft of nearly 120,000 Bitcoin from Bitfinex. Last, an e-commerce company's data leak revealed customer information of some users of the crypto hardware wallet Ledger. Now, Ledger told CNBC its e-commerce partner, Global E, experienced an incident that affected Ledger customers using Global E as a merchant of record. Both companies assured no payment information was accessed in the incident. A spokesperson for Global E says that leaked information includes name and contact information, that the company is working on notifying all potentially affected individuals. All right, for our main story, I spoke with Yuval Ruz, the CEO and co-founder of Digital Asset, about his outlook for crypto in 2026. He also discusses the recent news that his company and the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, or DTCC, teamed up to tokenize the clearinghouse's custodied assets on the Canton network. So let's start with markets. We're a few days into 2026 and crypto is moving higher, especially after the U.S. action in Venezuela. Why are we seeing these moves in response to the arrest of Maduro? And how do you think this plays out in the short and medium term?
Yeah, so I think that end of last year, there have been quite a lot of concerns about just general market conditions. I wouldn't say just
Laddering
crypto.
up
And
since
I
240.
think we're seeing that markets are calming down, and there's still, I would say that compared to where we were a year ago, quite a lot of excitement about this space. So I'm just saying that now, after the end of the year, people are excited to get back in, and we're seeing and going to continue seeing it for the short to medium term. And if the industry continues to deliver on what it's set to do, then I think we're going to see that continue throughout the year.
And then, of course, we saw the crypto run-up begin this weekend in tandem with the U.S. takeover of Venezuela. So talk to me about that dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, again, what we're seeing still in crypto is that it's a risk-on asset, and we see it react more intensely to any type of micro event. And I think now that markets have calmed down after everything that happened over the weekend, we're seeing again markets are up, and crypto is reacting, like a risk-on asset compared to other assets.
But this is the exact opposite effect that we saw when there were the Iran strikes last June. We actually saw crypto prices come down, and some people have attributed that to the fact that
this is what they say when crypto goes up: risk on asset, risk on asset, risk on asset.
This is the exact opposite effect. Do you see that playing out, or is that not resonating?
I hate it. Risk on asset,
it
risk on asset.
I think
My
that
ass.
there are other market structure dynamics that are happening within crypto that are unique to crypto. But I think broader picture is that crypto is still a risk-on asset that, generally speaking, reacts to market conditions and
this
aligned.
Is a lot of jargon, right? When you say risk-on,
there you go. Thank you for fucking exposing his ass.
Conversationally.
When we see markets sell off, I think we're going to see crypto sell off even harder. And when we see broader markets rebound, we will see crypto rebound even harder. And that to me is really just how crypto as an asset still behaves.
And there's speculation around Venezuela's crypto holdings and what it could mean for the market or for the U.S.'s own reserves. Does that have any impact on the market if these funds are out there and they've already been a hodl play?
To be honest, I don't have any knowledge of that. I think that a lot of times people come up with all kinds of theories around the price of Bitcoin. I just, generally speaking, find that it's much more realistic that crypto moves with market trends still, and that these type of speculative assumptions, in my opinion, do not really move the market as much as it did. Because again, it's not just Bitcoin that moved. Ripple moved, or XRP moved, Ethereum moved, and other asset classes have moved. It's not just about Bitcoin.
What are the big catalysts for crypto this year? We could point to concrete factors last year, like the approach to regulation in the U.S. changing, the Trump factor. The market has had a whole year to digest that. So what's the focus now?
So I think that past the Genius Act and market structure being in play, I think it's all about institutional adoption. I think that's why I'm very positive about Bitcoin and other crypto. I think we're seeing institutional adoption only increasing every month. And therefore, I think the biggest take for crypto in 2026 is institutional adoption. And I think one of the major aspects that people are talking about is being able to solve for privacy on crypto rails, which in my opinion will accelerate institutional adoption even more.
Let's also talk about DTCC and the firm's partnership with the Canton Network. The clearing giant will be using Canton for its tokenization plans. Talk to me about what this means for Canton and how you'll be involved.
It's 20 minutes
I think
left.
that is, again, if we think about the previous question, I think this is massive for the industry. So the DTCC manages over $100 trillion worth of assets.
Man,
the whole
I
crypto
am
industry
so
have
confused.
been looking how do we bring institutional adoption
I'm
to
staying
crypto
in, but
rails,
I'm
and therefore the
conflicted.
DTCC's decision
I'm regretting I
to
didn't take all
actually
my profit at the
tokenize their
bottom,
assets
and I
after
am
the no
wanting
action
it to
relief they got from the
go
SEC
back down. And
is
even if it
massive
goes
for the
back down, I'm
industry. I
telling
think we're
myself
going to
that should I
see
take
not
profit
just
or I'm
U.S.
not going to,
Treasuries,
but
we're going
I'm
to see
worried.
equities, we're going to see munis, corporate bonds,
Now I'm in a
all
whole
move
different
on
cycle.
crypto rails, which again is a great sign for the industry from an adoption point of view.
And how imminent is this?
So the DTCC already did some of the first trades over the end of last year. The goal is really to bring this into production
194 to 185 today, so
this side
$10.
of half of the year.
193.
And I think we're going to see DTCC eligible securities move on crypto rails this year at scale.
Tokenization is on the mind of so many on Wall Street. Are you having conversations with others on how they'll advance initiatives to tokenize equities or other
IWM going
investments?
downwards since 230.
So we are talking to multiple participants beyond
205,
just the DTCC. I think everybody's very excited about equities on crypto rails because not only that there's the opportunity to trade 24/7, I think the opportunity to borrow, lend equities in a more streamlined manner is a massive unlock. Not just for institutional players, but including retail. So, I think everybody's really excited about the idea of U.S. equities moving natively on-chain.
Yeah, people have been excited about this for years. So what's the actual regulation that's going to need to change for that to take effect? Is it the crypto?
So what does this say for the setup for 2026? Let's ask Liz Ann Saunders. She's a chief investment strategist at Charles Schwab, here with us.
Hi.
On set.
Happy
It's
New
great
Year.
to see you. So much to discuss. I mean, the Venezuela situation is such a mega geopolitical one. The market today is telling you it's way more focused on the AI trade and the memory pricing data out of Korea. What are you focused on?
Well, there's a long history of geopolitical events, and unless they turn into truly protracted military events that have a lasting impact through the energy channels, it doesn't tend to have much of an impact on markets. So to not see any kind of knee-jerk reaction was not a surprise.
Does anyone need to go out on a limb, though, and say, energy's down to 3% of the S&P 500. It's time for it to make a big move higher. Or do you even spend any time thinking about that when you're putting together your outlook?
I think we have the energy
Purple
sector
box
as
on
a
IWM
kind of
reached.
neutral or market perform. So I think it's probably too late to be significantly underweight this sector. We weren't considering putting it to an outperform simply because of Venezuela. We've got the economics problem associated with where oil prices are and probably the lack of clamoring on the part of even some of the major producers to go in there because of the economics. And we're massively oversupplied globally. So that's going to be interesting to see whether the sort of fruits of that labor are going to be applied here in any meaningful fashion and in the short term.
Well, you've got many Democrats, some of whom, by the way, who called for Maduro's removal are now angry that Trump had Maduro removed. Whatever. I only bring that up not because it's a political show, but because it's a midterm election this year. Yeah. And I believe Liz Ann Saunders' own data shows that in the midterm election year of a 4-year cycle, which is this year, markets are subject to wider swings, probably in part because people are jumpy and they don't know which way Congress is going to turn.
Yeah, so of the 4 years of a election cycle, using calendar year terms. And anytime I mention this, I hear people say you should do it from election day to election day or inauguration day to inauguration day. That's not really
Everybody
the
has
point.
An opinion.
It's just
you've been on Twitter.
Yes, I'm on Twitter. I'm on Twitter. It has the lowest win rate of the 4 years. And you do have some common thread of sort of the violently flat pattern. So bigger swings around a generally flat. That said,
that's a great term.
We buck this stuff all the time. The pre-midterm year, the post-election year, which was 2025, did not fall in line with historical averages. So
what's a historical average for that year?
I don't know what the percentage change
like a positive
is,
or a
yeah, positive. But
okay.
We were well ahead of that,
yeah.
Given what markets
I
did.
mean, we've done so well for so long here. I don't know if any of the traditional patterns apply, right? Or if do you just have to say squarely focus on something like the AI trade or the fact that interest rates are falling, which we don't talk enough about.
Speaking of the AI trade, it's been a bit of a tale of two markets. You could talk about the market and then focus on cap-weighted indexes like the S&P 500. The fuller story is tunneled under the surface of the indexes. Even since the April 8th closing low, you had bear market level maximum drawdowns at the average member level. So there's a lot more churn and rotation under the surface, which you didn't pick up if you were just focused on cap-weighted returns. I think 2026 might be a bit more of a shift where there's less of a sort of unifocus on these cohorts like the Magnificent Seven and a broadening out in terms of where opportunities lie and where investors are looking.
Fuck.
The latest Schwab Trading Activity Index has been released. It summarizes December 2025. For a breakdown, let's welcome in Joe Mazzola, head trading derivatives strategist, Charles Schwab. All right, we've got the latest DAX report. I'm excited to talk to you about this, Joe. So when we think broad strokes about this, what's the top, I guess, theme that came out?
Well, first of all, Diane, thank you for having me, and happy belated New Year. You know what? I think if you were to just look at the headline, which shows that the Schwab Trading Activity Index was down a minimal marginal amount for December, the first time since May, I think maybe that would stand out. But I think you need to dig a little bit below the surface. I think that there's some things that probably caused that. The biggest being that it was the last week of December, and we ran the stacks report through December 26th, and that was the week that saw the majority of the selling. And a lot of that was probably just portfolio rebalancing, some repositioning heading into the new year, trimming some winners, which our clients tend to do towards the end of the month. And I think that probably is what set up the stacks for having a down month, like I said, although marginally down.
Okay, so marginally down. One of the things I think has been interesting when you look across, because obviously this gives great insight to the retail investor landscape, and one of the things that we talked about last year was how retail got back into the market before institutional investors, and that was essentially the smart money. So when you look at the patterns, you said marginally down. How does that show? What stands out in terms of sector activity? Sure. Does it line up with what we saw with what institutional investors have been doing?
Sure. So the two sectors that saw the most net outflows were IT, so informational technology, and then consumer discretionaries. And you can really kind of break those down, right? So if we look at the three stocks that had the most outflows, it'd be Tesla. Now, I'd be shocked if Tesla wasn't a top buy for January, and here's the reason why. Tesla's one of those names that our clients just really enjoy trading, right? And so when it gets to kind of all-time highs like it did in the month of December, you tend to see them trim quite a bit. Well, you get the pullback, and we saw that pullback occur in Tesla, and so that might be something where clients start to scoop that up a little bit in the month of January. We're only 2 trading days into it, so time will tell on that one. But two of the other names, Palantir was one that they bought very heavily in November when the stock had pulled back, and as it rallied back 25% in the month of November, once again they trimmed it. Another one would be Intel. It's a name that has just kind of really chugged along. It's had some really good outperformance these last couple months, and it was one of those stocks that they kind of sold into strength. Now, if you look on the flip side of that coin, what'd they buy? Well, the biggest sector that saw monthly inflows was communication services. And if you wanted to kind of single out maybe two stocks that drove that buying, number one would be Netflix, which was interesting. It's the first time I've seen it on this side of the ledger really in the last few months. So Netflix was the biggest buy. Then Google came in at number 5. So really those two names were probably the biggest drivers for inflows into the communication sectors. NVIDIA tends to be on the list every month, so it came in at number 2. And then the third would be Broadcom. Broadcom, once it pulled back from that earnings high that it had, that's when clients really started to scoop it up.
So retail loves NVIDIA and Tesla. Jensen Daddy coming on in 9 minutes. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Lot of time. Time is 3:50. Candle is trying to push down south. I want to see what happens here with the video. I think something is happening now in the video too. Video 350 pushing lower. Bears are trying off of 350. Candles are stacking for 1, 2, 3 minutes. Here we go. MACD volume is bearish. Bears are here. They want to go lower. Time is 3:55. Let's see if it reverts here at 3:55 or goes lower. Time is 3:55 until 3:59. Power hour is pushing south for 4 minutes. They're going south, 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 going lower, 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 lower. QQQ dumping. QQQ dumping again. I don't know why the fuck the video not dumping right here. What a fucking dump. Dumping into close. They're dumping into close. QQQ, what a fucking dump. 350 to 355. Did they really do it today? I have no fucking idea, but I want them to.
CES 26 Media Day will begin shortly at 1 p.m. We kindly ask all attendees to enter the venue and take your seats.
4 p.m. is here in 4 minutes. SPX is going lower, trying, dumping. NVIDIA is trying to go back lower. QQQ is already dumping. Going lower into 359. 359 is 355. They're closing like this. Bulls are in control. Sorry, bears are in control here into close. Bears are in control here into close. Yes, I'm still in NVIDIA, puts 190. Here we go.
Welcome to the Hyundai Motor Group CES 2026 Media Day. The event will begin shortly. We kindly ask all attendees to please take your seats and ensure your devices are set to silent.
Here we go. Market trying to close green. Holy shit, big ass red candle. Doji candle close. It closed green today. What a day. It closed green. What the fuck? 4 p.m. Doji candle closed green. Wow. time machine, folks. What the fuck is this Kanye West Open? Fire! Fire! Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's my AI dog, guys. Oh my god, how is NVIDIA not going up on this fucking... People said this is why stocks are dumping. Oh my god. Hard. Oh. 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 I might get copyrighted. Hold on, I might get copyrighted. Hold up. I might get fucking copyrighted here.
Thank you! Well, let's hear it for our robot teammates.
Someone said in the YouTube comments, those aren't AI robots, those are 6 Indian men.
I'm pretty sure you can do anything. Good afternoon, everyone.
Comedy, bro.
And welcome to Hyundai Motor Group's CES 2026 Media Day.
That shit was fire.
I'm Mary Frayne, Director of Spot Product Management at Boston Dynamics, and it's great to be with you all today. Now, our robots have a lot of talent, dancing like K-pop stars, but they are built for a higher purpose.
Oh, fuck.
To cooperate, to assist, to co-work, to do hazardous jobs, and many other things for us and with us. And all of this does not happen in isolation. It's all about partnership. It takes so many talented people, my colleagues at Boston Dynamics and Hyundai Motor Group, and many other valued partners, each bringing something essential to achieve what we call human-centered AI robotics. Robots equipped with physical AI. Robots that perceive the world like we do and work responsibly for us and with us. This is technology that is built for humanity. Technology that supports us, extends our capabilities, makes our work safer, and in some cases more meaningful. And now, let's take a look at what that world looks like and what it means for all of us.
The Dow was up 850 points today at one point, and it pulled back to 600 points at the end.
Path.
it becomes a pulse toward worlds yet unseen. Today, robots learn from humanity. Robots learn from robots. And systems learn from systems. We meet as partners to further evolve.
Damn, NVIDIA going up on this interception ass fucking music, man.
With AI robotics at our side, our potential expands.
ET come home, interception
Guiding
shit.
what matters most.
Interstellar shit. TARS. Damn, dude, what the fuck
Giving
is
us
that?
courage to push beyond limits.
What the fuck? It's a running by.
And the collective strength to share the burden.
Oh my god.
The road ahead brings us a liberated everyday life.
Damn.
Safer from risks and freed from repetition. Together, we move forward to achieve the next innovation. Every moment creates a trail of data.
Yo, this is the girl from Skynet.
Humanity and AI robotics open a greater cycle of progress and awaken the dawn of infinite possibility.
This is the girl from Skynet.
Partnering human progress.
Good afternoon. I'm Zach Jakowski, and I'm the VP and General Manager for Humanoid Robots at Boston Dynamics.
And I'm Aya Durbin. I lead our humanoid application product strategy at Boston Dynamics.
Wow, it's incredible to finally show the robots we've worked so hard on at such a big global stage. How do you feel, Aya?
I feel the same. I'm excited and honored to be here. For the last 30 years, Boston Dynamics has pushed the boundaries of the possible. Hundreds of millions of people from around the world have watched our journey online, captivated by the future coming to life before their eyes. And while the robots are impressive, the truth is that many of us joined the company for a simple reason: to change the world for the better. We believe in the future that we imagined as kids, where robots are partners in our everyday lives, where they're not just impressive feats of engineering, but built to make our lives better and push the world forward. And for the first time in our history, we see
Shit, tell them to bring out the fucking Terminator robots as long as NVIDIA at 180 tomorrow, bro. 182 tomorrow. I don't give a shit
about what's next than I am right now. We're on the cusp of a transformational shift that will be as impactful as the smartphone. Earlier, you saw a pretty cool dance performance from our Spot robots. Spot was our first product. But the Spots deployed with customers don't have time to dance. Those Spot robots collect data, reduce downtime in industrial facilities, and keep people out of harm's way. Over the past 5 years, we've deployed thousands of Spots to hundreds of customer sites in over 40 different countries. Spot is a serious commercial success. We launched Stretch in 2023 to bring total flexibility to warehouse automation, starting with truck and container unloading. This is a back-breaking task done in sweltering heat and chilling cold. Stretch has now unloaded more than 20 million boxes for our customers. These are real examples of how the robots that we build make workplaces safer and people more productive.
So what's next? Our vision is a humanoid that is general purpose, that can go anywhere, understand its surroundings, and manipulate any object. We're starting in industrial environments first. We're building a tool that can drop into your facility as it exists today, and doesn't just do one job, but is flexible enough to evolve as your business changes. Over the last few years, we have visited hundreds of customer sites, walking the floors with the people who understand their operations best. And we've learned that to bring Atlas from a prototype to a product, it needs to be safe, reliable, and predictable. Atlas needs to be doing the jobs that are repetitive, exhausting, and increasingly difficult to staff. And as we did with Spot and Stretch, we are partnering with the best in the business, and we're learning directly from the people who will use our products most. But to realize this vision, we needed a robot that was built for the rigors of industry.
We've been working on humanoids for more than a decade at Boston Dynamics, always keeping a close watch on when the missing pieces of technology would fall into place to make it truly commercially viable. The rapid advancements in AI over the past few years are the piece that we needed, and that moment is finally here. Now it's time to officially take Atlas out of the lab. So for the first time ever in public, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Atlas to the stage.
So as you can see, Atlas really does stand up the way that we show in our videos online. And we get tons of questions about this. Zach, while we have everyone here, do you want to provide a little bit of insight into how we made that decision?
I mean, it's pretty simple. Atlas doesn't have to move like a person does, and we're looking for the most stable, efficient way to get up, and it turns out this is it.
The other question we get all the time is how Atlas is moving. How is Atlas moving today?
So in normal operation, Atlas is fully autonomous on a job site, but today, Sarvesh, one of our FAEs, is piloting Atlas on the stage, giving it really simple instructions like forwards and backwards, just to keep things simple. This is Atlas's first time in public, and as you can see, its walk is pretty natural and pretty smooth. We've partnered with our sister organization, the Robotics and AI Institute, to push the limits on natural walking just for this performance. And I think we've done something really special. We've also been at this robotics thing for a while, and we've learned that there's more to it than just copying nature. We can pick the best parts of what nature has to offer and do better in others. So as you can see, Atlas here has joints that can move 360 degrees. This lets Atlas move even more efficiently than humans, particularly in manufacturing environments where every second counts. We've also designed Atlas's head and face very purposefully. We want folks working with Atlas to know that Atlas is a helpful robot, not a person.
Seeing Atlas live in action for the first time is
Yo, where's my
wildly
deductible?
exciting.
Where's my
But seeing it
deduction
perform
robot?
Real industrial work is even more compelling. We recently took this robot down to the Hyundai Motor Group Metaplant America to have Atlas test in a real manufacturing facility where we performed autonomous material handling tasks. We proved that humanoids could be viable in a real-world application. And
Motherfucker, give me a
data
robot
and
that
learnings
deducts.
we took back to Boston to make our product even better. If you would like to see what one of those applications looks like, we will be running live demonstrations all week long in the Hyundai Motor Group booth at CES. And that's not all. We have been hard at work on the hardware itself. We are building out the functionality that our customers need in a product deployed at scale. Zach, you want to talk about it?
Of course I do. The version of Atlas that you're seeing here is just a research prototype that we've been using for a couple years to understand the system. But we've been hard at work on making the actual product version of Atlas. I can confidently say that this product version of Atlas is the best and actually simplest robot that we have ever built. But rather than just talk about it, why don't we actually show you what it's going to look like? Now, obviously this is a static display robot. We just couldn't pry the actual production samples out of our engineers' hands at the lab this week. So we're going to be showing you videos of that robot in the coming weeks. This product generation of Atlas surpasses any other enterprise-grade humanoid. This robot has 56 degrees of freedom, mostly with fully rotational joints, and it has human-scale hands. with tactile sensing in the fingers and palms for dexterous manipulation. Atlas's 360-degree cameras see in all directions, so it understands when people are approaching, which is part of our holistic safety concept. Atlas is also strong. It can lift up to 110 pounds and reach up to 7.5 feet in the air. Atlas is also water resistant. In real industrial environments, robots need to undergo washdowns, and it can operate at its full capabilities, including strength between -4 and 104 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to be easy to teach Atlas new tasks. Most can be trained in less than a day. Atlas can perform these tasks at a reliable, consistent pace for about 4 hours using its dual swappable
Dude, best
batteries.
believe these
And when they
motherfucking
run
smart people
low,
already have
Atlas
fucking
navigates back to
AI
its
robots
charging
that are
station
like,
and swaps
hello,
its
sir.
own batteries, getting
Your
right back
deductible
to work.
probability to win long
Finally,
is
Atlas
42.6%. Like, what the fuck?
Once
Oh
one
my
Atlas
god.
learns a skill, it can be shared
Best
with
believe
any
these
other
billionaires are
Atlas.
already AI'd
These
up.
industry-leading specs, along with our industry-leading foundation models, allow Atlas to take on challenging tasks. Tasks that Atlas will do autonomously on its own from day one, assisting people in prioritizing a collaborative, human-centric approach. And as we continue to build out our general-purpose technology, our customers will be able to use our Orbit software to teach Atlas new and specialized skills. Do you want to wrap us up by talking about our production and deployment plans?
Of course. So we've already started production of this new robot at our Boston headquarters, and our entire 2026 supply has already been allocated to Hyundai Motor Group and our new AI partner you'll hear about in a few minutes. We'll add more new customers in 2027. But for now, we're planning additional pilots at Hyundai Motor Group and building a facility that we call the Hyundai Robotics Meta Plant Applications Center. This center is the cornerstone of our plan to build the most complete data set in the world to train humanoid skills in manufacturing, creating an engine for deploying tens of thousands of Atlas robots across Hyundai Motor Group facilities worldwide. It's a data factory. Hyundai Motor Group isn't just deploying the Atlas robots either. They are going to build them. Together, we are building a new robotics factory capable of producing 30,000 Atlas robots a year. This is what's truly required to deliver the full
We're
promise
cooked, guys.
of humanoids across the industrial,
Terminator Part
commercial,
4.
and home
We're cooked.
markets.
We are so excited to bring Atlas into the world. Visit the Hyundai Motor Group booth over this week in the Convention Center to see more. And now, to share how Hyundai Motor Group will accelerate Atlas deployment, please welcome Sin-Hyun to the stage.
Thank you, AM EST. At Hyundai Motor Group, our purpose in human-centered AI robotics is simple but powerful. We are creating value that advances humanity through physical AI.
Damn, that guy
and
is so
real-world
Korean, bro.
application. That's
I go
why
front.
we focus on what works in the field.
I could tell he's Korean by the way he talks.
Make work safer,
From Hyundai
faster,
Motor Group.
and more secure.
Yo, that's my homeboy.
Technology, not for show.
That's my homeboy.
Measurable, positive impact.
Who put him on stage,
Tech,
cuzzo?
Dynamics,
Oh,
top
nah.
research and development
Who put
is
him
our
on
group
stage, cuzzo?
production power. Among all robotics players, this collaboration is unique. Here we follow a shared three-step development approach. We are speeding up how our robots learn physical skills. We train them on data from Hyundai Motor Group's factories. Turning data into robot motion requires a sensor engine. That engine is ALMEC, the Robot Meta Plant Application Center in the US. ALMEC drives robot experimentation, validation, and training. It anchors our robotics business and trains the robotics workforce. accelerating physical AI capabilities takes more than a physical hub. It also takes cutting-edge technologies. That's why we partner with cutting-edge global tech leaders. One of these valuable partners is NVIDIA. Their AI infrastructure and development tools help us innovate robots faster, streamline development cycles, and deliver scalable solutions. We are also activating our group value network affiliates and applying their mass production expertise from cost to robotics. Each affiliate plays a distinct role. Hyundai Motor Company and Kia provide manufacturing infrastructure, process control, and production data.
You can't confuse me, son. That man's Korean as fuck.
To develop high-performance
This man is Korean as fuck.
Their expertise, they're helping standardize key components and build a strong global supply chain for the group's robotics platform.
That's called a Konglish, a Korean English. What he's speaking right now is literally called a Konglish.
These are just a few of our affiliates. There are many more across the group. And together, they form our group value network. By combining what each does best, we build a
Speaking
robust
Korean
end-to-end
English,
value
bro.
chain, one that delivers product quality, flexibility, and excellence.
Very important happened a year after that. The first O1 model from ChatGPT, the first reasoning model, completely revolutionary, invented this idea called test.
Wait, what the fuck? It just skipped. What the hell?
Commonsensical thing. Not only did we pre-train a model to learn, we post-train it with our
Wait, what the just
learning
happened?
so that it could learn skills. And now we also have test time scaling, which is another way of saying thinking. You think commonsensical thing. Not only do we pre-train a model to learn, we post-train it with our reinforcement learning so that it could learn skills.
NVIDIA.
And now we also have test time scaling, which is another way of saying thinking. You think in real time. Each one of these phases of artificial intelligence requires an enormous amount of compute. And the computing law continued to scale. Large language models continue to get better. Meanwhile, another breakthrough happened. And this breakthrough happened in 2024. Agentic systems starting to emerge. In 2025, it started to proliferate just about everywhere. Agentic models that have the ability to reason.
I gotta go soon.
Look up information, do research, use tools, plan futures, simulate outcomes. All of a sudden,
who cares what he says?
Very
just go to 182 tomorrow and pop this shit back up to 200 in a week. Who the fuck cares what he says?
Who the
fuck cares what he says, bro?
Agentic systems.
Bring this shit bitch down $2 tomorrow and let it pop up to 220. I don't care.
There are other types of AI. We know that large language models isn't the only type of information. Wherever the universe has information, wherever the universe has structure, we could teach a large language model, a form of language model, to go understand that information, to understand its representation, and to turn that into an AI. One of the biggest, most important one is physical AI. AIs that understand the laws of nature. And then, of course, physical AIs is about AIs interacting with the world, but the world itself has information, encoded information, and that's called AI physics. AI that, in the case of physical AI, you have AI that interacts with the physical world, and you have AI physics, AI that understands the laws of physics. And then lastly, one of the most important things that happened last year, the advancement of open models. We can now know that AI is going to proliferate everywhere when open source, when open innovation, when innovation across every single company and every industry around the world is activated at the same time. Open models really took off last year. In fact, last year, we saw the advance of DeepSeek R1, the first open model that's a reasoning system.
DeepSeek?
It caught the world by surprise, and it activated literally this entire movement. Really, really exciting work. We're so happy with it. Now, We have open model systems all over the world of all different kinds, and we now know that open models have also reached the frontier. Still solidly is 6 months behind the frontier models, but every single 6 months, a new model is emerging, and these models are getting smarter and smarter. Because of that, you could see the number of downloads has exploded. The number of downloads is growing so fast because startups want to participate in the AI revolution. Large companies want to, researchers want to, students want to, just about every single country wants to. How is it possible that intelligence, the digital form of intelligence, will leave anyone behind? And so open models has really revolutionized artificial intelligence last year. This entire industry is going to be reshaped as a result of that. Now, we had this inkling some time ago. You might have heard that several years ago, we just started to build and operate our own AI supercomputers. We call them DGX clouds. A lot of people asked, are you going into the cloud business? The answer is no. We're building these DGX supercomputers for our own use. Well, it turns out we have billions of dollars of supercomputers in operation so that we could develop our open models. I am so pleased with the work that we're doing. It is starting to attract attention all over the world and all over the industries because we are doing frontier AI model work in so many different domains. The work that we did in proteins, in digital biology, La Proteina to be able to synthesize and generate proteins, OpenFold 3 to understand the structure of proteins, Evo 2, how to understand and generate multiple proteins, otherwise the beginnings of cellular representation. Earth 2, AI that understands the laws of physics. The work that we did with ForecastNet, the work that we did with CorDiv, really revolutionized the way that people are doing weather prediction. Nemotron, we're now doing groundbreaking work there. The first hybrid transformer SSM model that's incredibly fast and therefore can think for a very long time or can think very quickly with that for not a very long time and produce very, very smart, intelligent answers. Nemotron 3 is groundbreaking work, and you can expect us to deliver other versions of Nemotron 3 in the near future. Cosmos, a frontier open world foundation model, one that understands how the world works. Groot, a humanoid robotic system, articulation, mobility, locomotion. These models, these technologies are now being integrated, and in each one of these cases, open to the world. Frontier humanoid robotics models open to the world. And then today, we're going to talk a little bit about Alpamayo, the work that we've been doing in self-driving cars. Not only do we open source the models, we also open source the data that we use to train those models. Because in that way, only in that way, can you truly trust how the models came to be. We open source all the models. We help you make derivatives from them. We have a whole suite of libraries. We call the NEMO libraries, physics NEMO libraries, and the Clara NEMO libraries, each bio-NEMO libraries.
All right,
each
guys,
one of these
I gotta
libraries
go.
are life
I will
cycle
see you guys
management
tomorrow.
systems of AIs.
Watch
so that
this
you could process the
on
data,
your
you
own
could
accord.
generate data, you could train the model, you could create the model, evaluate the model, guardrail